welcome wherever you are watching. This is the official live stream from the Pirelli Malaysia Superbike Championship, round 3 of the 2017. My name is Jeevan Silvanam. Sitting next to me in the commentary box is Ross Yusof. Ross, thanks for joining us today.
Yes, indeed. We're expecting an absolute festival of speed down here at the Sepang International Circuit this afternoon. Of course, the guys have already had a full day of practice on Friday, and they've already been out this morning practicing, and we can see a group of bikes there already.
Well, the Sepang International Circuit, of course, has these Festival of Speed weekends, and that's the only way you can really describe the Malaysia Superbike Championship. Coming up over the next few hours, and we'll be here for all of them, will be 4 different categories of racing, but we're going to start off with the Idemitsu Asia Talent Cup, something very, very exciting indeed. Round 3, as you can see there, using the full 5.542 kilometers of the track. A 13-lap race, and it is really meant for the youngsters from around the region to develop their skills. That's what this entire tournament is all about.
First up today, we have the Idemitsu Asia Talent Cup. Now, this is basically a race that's giving riders from Malaysia, Japan, Indonesia, Turkey, Australia, Philippines, Thailand, and the rest of the whole Asia and Oceania region the chance to get into MotoGP, isn't it, G?
Yeah, well, it's Moto3 is really the jump-off point from this, but it's exactly that. As some of the riders that you're seeing under there, this might be a familiar scene to you to see bikes on the start line, but there are actually kids on those bikes. The age group is 13 to 20, and this is now round 3, or actually it's actually round 4, taking into account the official test. It's been moving through Thailand and Qatar and Japan. It was in Thailand in March. It was in Qatar also in March, and then Japan in June before coming up to Sepang here. And what this is about, these kids have been handpicked from 114 hopeful riders, and there's such a great pool of talent in Asia anyway, but they were picked from Asia, Australia, and New Zealand, and now 22 of them have been competing in this season. It's actually the 4th year that the Asia Talent Cup has been on, and it has already provided stars, but it's great to see these guys here up at Sepang. Obviously, with Sepang, Ross, we have to mention this now while these guys are on the grid. It's the 5-minute board, as you can see, so there's still a few people on the grid that need to be cleared, but look at the weather that we are facing. The weather is such an amazing concern up at Sepang every time there's a race. Sometimes it's sunny, it's always hot, but sometimes it could be rainy as well.
Absolutely. I can tell you that now, being lunchtime, there and thereabouts, it's certainly the highest point that the track temperature will be at, probably.
Well, we were here for round 2, of course, not for the Asia Talent Cup, but round 2 of the Superbike Championship, and track temperatures back then, and that was in March, were reaching up to 54 degrees centigrade. So you add on to that, you know, the leathers and the bike and everything else, and you're talking so very, if these kids are going to be getting experience from the Asia Talent Cup, that's the experience they're going to be getting. One of the hardest tracks to really get some speed up on anyway, but let's hope for some good weather today.
Now we take a look at the starting grid there.
One of the Onshu brothers.
Yeah.
I'll get into them a little bit later on, but Deniz and Can Onshu from Turkey, both 14 years old. You can see they have made a name for themselves already by putting themselves up on the top row of the grid with Ryusi Yamanaka in the middle.
Then it's followed by Haruki Noguchi, Jerry Salim, and of course Malaysian hope Azrai Anwar.
And Haruki Noguchi there is actually championship leader at this point as well. Koji Hirama, Lucky Hendriancia, and Krichapon Kayasonthi is round 7, 8, 9 on the grid.
In 10th, you've got Irfin Firmancha, Takuto Suzuki in 11th, and Reed Batty.
Now, a lot of these Japanese riders have been causing a bit of a stir. Another Malaysian there in 13th, Haziq Hamdan, Genki Nakajima, and Shirel Suhaimi, 13, 14, and 15 on the grid.
16, 17, and 18, you've got Koki Suzuki, Kai Saito, both from Japan, and Koko Tadachi.
And 19th, Bima Arfin, with a qualifying time of 2:24.347. And that's our starting grid for today. Now, what these riders are going to do is, now that we're down to most probably, I'd say, the 3-minute board or the 2-minute board, is as you can see the grid clearing. They'll be off on a sighting lap, which is essentially a warm-up lap, and after that, they'll regain their positions. Now, these, as we have a quick look at the current weather situation at Sepang, and all looking good so far, but things can change very, very quickly. That's turns 1, 2, and 3. A lot of action.
I've got to tell you, our producers forecast rain for this afternoon.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'd say there's a fair forecast.
There's a fair chance of that. But yeah, these kids, shall I call them kids, they're going 13 laps around this 5.5 kilometer track Sepang circuit.
On very powerful bikes as well.
On very powerful bikes.
These bikes are Honda NSF 250Rs. I'm talking about 2-stroke Hondas, and they, well, 13,000 RPM on them. They're seriously powerful things. And great experience for them to have. Now,
I think when I was 13, I was still gluing my fingers together.
Exactly. But there is such a pool of talent in Asia, and that's what these things have been set up for. Now, some of the other competitions or events that happen over these Superbike Championship weekends also focus on developing young rider talent. The KTM RC Cup is going to be coming up later on as well. But also coming up today, and Ross and I are going to be in the commentary box for them, the Superbike Championship, the Super Stock Championship, the Open Production 250, and the Super Sport as well. But first up on the itinerary is this, the Idemitsu Asia Talent Cup Race 1. As with all race weekends, there'll be race 2 on Sunday as well. Now let's get these riders off onto their sighting laps. And as you can see from a commentator's point of view, not the easiest situation to deal with.
I think that we're looking for the red bikes.
Make sure you look for the red bikes.
With the white numbering.
Very similar indeed. But what this is going to mean, of course, is it's going to be very close racing. Just as we saw in the other championship that also has very similar bikes. Off onto the sighting lap they go with a safety car behind them. If you've just joined us, this is the start of day 1. Round 3 of the Pirelli Malaysia Superbike Championship up at the Sepang International Circuit. You've joined us on the official live stream feed because we are all part of a wonderful new digital future where all sports can be seen all the time. Now, into turn 1, and you immediately see them even on the sighting lap, how close it's going to be, Ross.
Yeah, absolutely. These kids, I suppose it's very much like if you're watching a younger batch of players playing football, it's no fear.
Yeah.
That seems to be the attitude. And coupled with a powerful machinery, you have a very watchable afternoon ahead of you.
Well, there has been a debate raging over the last few years as to whether 2 wheels or 4 wheels has been producing the most excitement in motorsports, and with the exploits, obviously, of MotoGP. Now, if you are new to Superbike, the Superbike category in motorsports, then it is essentially, if F1 is MotoGP, then Superbikes are touring cars and the grand touring classes of it. And it has to be said, there's more excitement in some of these races in terms of closeness than getting to the extreme model, which is, MotoGP is of course competitive, but in terms of F1, you could certainly say 4 cars are going to win it. 1 of 4 cars are going to win it. Whereas here, you have 19 riders all on the same bike, and what is determining, or the difference between them, is exactly what you said. The hunger and the lack of fear that youth has in it.
Yep, absolutely. And having said that, keep an eye out for the 2 Onchu brothers from Turkey, Can and Deniz, numbers 3 and 7. They would be ones to look out for, as the riders are completing at the moment, or going round on their sighting lap.
Now, just give you an update on the championship standings. As I said, Haruki Noguchi is the championship leader currently. Big win in Japan in race 1 for him. There were the 3 rounds beforehand in Thailand, Qatar, and Japan. In second place, Yuki Kuni, also from Japan, on 85 points. He had a big win in the Qatar race. That was race 3. And for Malaysia, of course, our highest Malaysian is Azroy Anwar in 5th spot, and he had a good 2nd place, not just in the opening round in Thailand, but also in Japan as well. So a little bit of an update as to how things have been going as the riders now finishing up with their sighting lap.
So current championship leader is one to look out for, bike number 9, Haruki Noguchi.
And he is 4th on the grid. So then, obviously, the Onshu brothers, bikes number 3 and 7, you can expect them to be fighting as well. And Azroy Anwar is bike number 20, and he is starting 6th on the grid. So, ready to go. Man with the red flag, be followed by the man with the green flag. And that will get the ATC Asia Talent Cup Race 1 underway. And there is that man with the green flag.
The lights come on.
And we are go.
This is the Idemitsu Asia Talent Cup.
And immediately it is, there's Denis Onshu. He's taking the lead at number 7 bike.
Closely followed by
Haruki on the inside, our championship leader. He's going to have to settle into about 4th or 5th going into turn 1. He has indeed. As I said, with all of them wearing similar garb, we're just going to wait for them to get through the 3 sectors that make up the full circuit of the Sepang International Circuit. They've just been through sector 1 for 32 seconds, and it is Kan Onshu, in fact, that's up front. Ryushi Yamanaka in 2nd, and Denis Onshu's brother in 3rd.
And the current leader in 4th position, bike number 9, Haruki Noguchi. They're doing sector 1 in about 32 seconds. It will get faster, of course.
Second. Sector 2 is the faster, has the more long and sweeping turns. They're just finishing that. Pretty similar to the first, 32 seconds as well. Now, once they all settle into their lines, and of course that's what that sighting map is all about, we're going to see who's going to be pushing these Honda NSF 250s faster. Well, that's a great lead that Kan Onshu is already building up at the front. Azroy Anwar right now in 6th. So no improvement from his grid position. It looks like Denis Onshu actually that was just up front.
Jerry Salim's up there as well. I see bike number 4.
Well, so that really is off.
So it is Kan Onshu leading.
But look at the way
Denis
he's
is
leading.
2nd. About to be taken here by Jerry Salim, who's definitely rampaging.
Well, we've got this huge battle happening for 2nd to 6th, and there's not going to be much between them, that's for certain. But it is amazing this distance that Kan Onshu has managed to keep up. Now we've had an incident. Just had a flash of one of the riders off.
That could be Reed Batty.
Could be Reed Batty. The timing systems we have here in the commentary box have not logged in Reed Batty and Shahrul Suhaimi, so we're assuming it's those two that were the result of that.
This is the leader at the moment, bike number 3, Kan Onshu.
And that does in fact look like Shahrul Suhaimi, number 19.
Out.
So he's out. And we're going to have to take it that Reed Batty's also joined him. So our top 3 again, Kan Onshu, Jerry Salim and Haruki Noguchi.
Followed by Denis Onshu, Chan's brother, Ryushi Yamanaka, the current championship leader, and Azroy Anwar is keeping in there in that leading pack in 6th. He's bike number 20.
Well, it's still early days, but this would be a good performance from Kan Onshu if he could keep his position exactly where it is. It was his brother that has been putting in a little bit more of, or delivering more of the points with a double win in Thailand in round 1. Chan, on the other hand, has still finished with points, but not necessarily the highest of them. coming through again. Now, if you're unfamiliar with the point scoring system, it's 25 points for first, 20 for second, third for 16, 16 points for third, and then after that you still actually score points all the way down to 15th position, which is 1 point for 15th.
So Chan Onchu's now opened up a 1.3 second gap between himself and the second place bike of Jerry Salim, and then you've got the next 5 pretty much bunched together in with under a second between them.
Well, that's the battle there, right there, which we're watching. But it's, as I was saying, it's amazing that how Chan Onchu, remember these are all exactly the same bikes, has managed to carve out already such a great lead after having an okay season.
And Dennis Onchu has decided to join his brother up there. The gap's now 2 seconds between Dennis and his brother Chan, who is leading.
Now we're just to put it into perspective, Chan Onchu has had a few fourths, he's had a few 7ths, but he's never really been in the top 3. So this would be a very good part. Remember that there's still further rounds after this. And everybody is trying to make the best impression. It will be Motegi, in fact, in Japan. In October, that's going to be the next round of the Asia Talent Cup. So, and another round after that. The finale will be back here at Sepang on the 29th of October. So, plenty of points to still be riding for. Now, while I say that, current championship leader Haruki Noguchi has actually dropped a place, and it's Azure Anwar that's overtaken him, and that's in that chasing pack which Ross was talking about. There's only a second between them. They're all lapping around 2:18. Chan Onchu, our leader, at 2:17.
Just to give you a perspective, the gap between our leader Chan Onchu and the current last bike of Bima Arfin, that's an 18-second gap between the first and the last bike.
And it's lap 3.
It's lap 3.
And these are the same bikes, and that makes you wonder a little bit. Well, it should, because that really does come down to picking a riding line and putting pedal to the metal. But this battle for second to 6th, Dennis Onchu, Ryushi Yamanaka, Azure Anwar, and Haruki Noguchi, is really shaping up into something, especially when it comes into these big hairpins.
Ryushi tried to make a move then, and has he done it now on the inside, Yamanaka?
That is turn 14. And they're back up onto the main straight. And just look at those numbers, 2.695, 2.740, 2.887. All it can take is just one tiny difference in braking and speed and acceleration, and you're through to a higher position.
But what it is saying is Chan Onchu is riding a very steady race.
He is.
In first position at the moment. The 14-year-old.
Yes, 14 years old, believe it or not. I mean, you watch these things and you think that these are the stars of the future, and that's what the Idemitsu Asia Talent Cup is all about. That's the gap,
that's where Anwar is, and the gap between 4th and 5th.
0.1 of a second. 0.1, 0.1, 0.2.
This really is where the action is at the moment, that the group between 2nd and 6th.
Well, that's Yamanaka trying to get to the top of that group, and he's managed to do it. Actually think that for a second, I think that was Jerry Salim.
Chan Onchu just...
Well, they're all battling it out now, and it's really difficult.
That's Azrai Anwar there, currently in 2nd.
Well, with every corner that they go through, and they're now into sector 3, this chasing pack from 2nd to 6th keep changing positions. Azra Anwar's had his chance at the front. The timing computers have currently logged the last lap, of course, which is Ryushi Yamanaka. So, but as you can see, he's clearly not in front. Azra Anwar is now in front of that pack, and if he can hold it for these 2 corners, that'll be reflected on the timing computers as well. There he is, the number 20 bike.
But this is Dennis making a move on the outside.
And Yamanaka as well.
Yamanaka as well. can see.
They've both done it. They've both gone through. What a battle this is.
Which means Azrai Anwar drops back down to 4th as they approach the finish line. The back straight.
Now, with them all, of course, occupied with each other, this just means that the younger Onchu brother, Chan Onchu, our leader, is building up a bigger and bigger gap simply because he has no pressure on his racing line and can pick the exact line that he needs to. And he's now 3.1 seconds ahead of this chasing pack that we're watching. Just to go through the complete list after that, in 7th, Koji Hirama. In 8th, Genki Nakajima. We've got Takuto Suzuki in 10th, Lucky Hendriansha in 11th, Tai Sato in 12th, and Koki Suzuki in 13th. They are all roughly about 4 seconds behind this big battle.
Yeah, we currently have 17 riders on track, 19 started.
That's right, but there was an incident with Reed Batty and Shahrul Suhaimi. All we saw was their empty bikes and Shahrul walking around at the side of the track, so we know for a fact they're out. We'll try and get you as many details as possible.
Well, the ever-changing positions between 2nd and 4th.
That's
means,
Azrai.
Yeah, Azrai Anwar's back up there again in 2nd position, leading Yamanaka and Dennis Honshu. Of course, they are all chasing Chan Honshu. They are all currently on the 4th lap, and the gap is 3.19 seconds now.
That's between 1 and 2, but between 2 and 7, the gap is 0.5 of a second. It's half a second between these 5. They all know it. They're all trying to stick as well and closely to the line. Now that is Dennis Honshu coming out wide again. That's also Ryushi Yamanaka coming out wide. They seem to have the edge on this turn 14. They always seem to come out on top. That's a beautiful move from Yamanaka.
Azrai Anwar is fighting back there.
I think Yamanaka has finally taken it. Look at them all just battling away. We're going to have to look up to the... I actually think that the time between them has got even less now.
Haruki Noguchi's come in on the action, bike number 9.
But Azrai makes it into turn 1. Well, how is this all going to end up?
Yep, 8 laps to go. It is getting hot on track.
Well, it was 0.5 of a second between 2nd and 6th. It's now 0.2 of a second between 3.595 and 3.798 is the difference between these 5 riders, and that's how close it can get when you've got hungry youngsters on similar machines. He's belting it around. This is into sector 2 now.
Azrai Anwar at the moment is lapping at 217.
We're going to have to break it down, yeah. We're going to have to break down sector to sector, and it is looking like Azrai has come out on top again for sectors 1 and 2. So deserves to be up there. Just see at the bottom of your screen, Chan Honshu. There's Azrai, followed by Haruki. Number 9.
Interestingly, Dennis has eased off the pace. He's dropped down to 4th.
Yeah, he has indeed. Well, I also think that this is because Azrai has been putting in some blinding laps. So Azrai deserves to be at the front, and as you can see, he's now slowly pulling away in 2nd. That is Ryushi Yamanaka trying to take him on the inside. So there's that mini battle between 3rd and 4th now. The number 9 bike and the number 12 bike, Dennis Honshu and Ryushi Yamanaka.
Now here comes Dennis on the outside, as he often does.
As you can see that Azrai Anwar now has made up enough space that he can at least dictate these corners.
That's the final bend going into the home straight. Azrai Anwar looks like he's got 2nd for now. The gap between him and leader Chan Onchu is 4.07 seconds.
Well, that was interesting little swerve that we saw from Haruki, Dennis, and Yamanaka. Now that is Krichapon Kawisanti, Takuto Suzuki, and Genki Nakajima. And they are in 8th, 9th, and 10th. Just shown there, 15 seconds off the leader. And once again, Azroy just enough to stay ahead of this chasing pack.
Now, if you've just joined us, you are watching the Idemitsu Asia Talent Cup. It is a breeding ground, if you like, for future MotoGP riders. You're looking at riders as young as 13 years old on track here.
Look at how close they are as well.
No one older than 20.
Well, that was a very daring move indeed by Yamanaka in the middle of that pack.
Yep, you've got a 14-year-old Chan Onchu currently leading 4 seconds ahead of Azroy Anwar, who's stately 17, shall we say?
He's stately 17 and also, of course, representing home soil. The highest Malaysian up here. The other Malaysian, of course, Raul Suhaimi, has had troubles and is out. So Azroy is flying the flag for the home fans for sure. And he's also flying it pretty well. Now it has 0.4 second gap ahead of Haruki Noguchi, the championship leader at this point in time. 2 races, of course, one today and one tomorrow. Tomorrow, I can tell you, will be roughly around about lunchtime. If you're intending to tune into the official live stream. Now, that is Ryushi Yamanaka that again seems to have the edge on turn 14.
I think he's taken second spot away from Azroy Anwar.
It's a great move.
And in fact, Noguchi as well has edged in front. It's Noguchi and Dennis, but Azroy
again
holding firm, keeping a great line.
Well, it's almost as if Azroy has the best run through turns 1 and 2, and Ryushi Yamanaka has the best run through turn 14s and 15 going into the home straight. So that's happened over the last 3 or 4 laps. 6 laps to go now. What a great race from this young lad here, Chan Onchu.
Young lad is right. 14-year-old Turkish rider, currently finding himself a good 4.5 seconds nearly in front of the second place rider. He's, don't want to put mockers on it, but pretty solid ride so far.
Him and his brother, in fact, Dennis and Chan, have lit up the Asian Talent Cup this year. It's 4th season, but they really have shown themselves to be great stars. As we look down at the timings, you just see now, down to 12th, 25 seconds off the pace halfway through the race.
Hazik Hamdan on bike 11 is not finding it so easy going. He's currently in 15th.
Yeah.
But again, as we have done for most of this race, we're sticking with this chasing pack, the battle for P2 at the moment. The pack of Yamanaka, Noguchi, Azroy Anwar, and of course Dennis Onchu, bike number 7.
Now this pack has been fighting
Jerry Salim in there
tooth and nail, and again Yamanaka comes out, and again Dennis Onchu just behind him, taking that center line. Can Azroy cut in? No. Once again, Ryushi Yamanaka knows what he's doing.
Certainly on that turn 14 and turn 15.
Well, that's where he's been. That sector 3 for him has really been.
There is the leader, Chan Onchu. And
now he's moved his lead up to 5 seconds.
Here we come, yep, that's the chasing pack, 5.195 seconds.
Well, that's great defending of the line by Azroy Anwar front. Following him, Ryushi Yamanaka. Following him, Dennis Onchu. Following him, Haruki Noguchi, our current championship leader.
Now, Azroy just needs to find some distance between himself and Yamanaka and Dennis Onchu as they go into turn 14.
Well, it's all working out in Chan Onchu's favor right now, the fact that they are fighting each other. There's nothing he would have asked for more than a clear circuit in front of him. Weather seems to be holding up. 5 laps to go, 5 seconds ahead. As long as he can keep that bike in good condition, should be all right. Now that is Lucky Hendriansha in 11th, followed by Efin Mamancha in 12th, and Koki Suzuki.
That's a fast lap
13th.
there from Lucky.
That's a good lap, yeah. They are all about 20 seconds off the pace. They're having their own battles, and those are the two main battles. There's this one up front. There's one in the middle of the pack.
We're watching the battle for P2 at the moment between bike number 12, Yamanaka, bike number 20, Azroy Anwar, bike number 7, Dennis Onchu, and bike number 9, Noguchi and Jerry Salim, propping up the pack at the moment on bike number 4 as they approach. It's Azroy Anwar again about to be taken. Dennis
Wow, it's so
and
close, isn't it?
As we approach turn 14, this is.
Well, that was interesting that both Dennis Onchu and Azroy Anwar actually managed to cut off Ryushi's line there. And so for once, he didn't actually have the entry into that home straight that he's been really happy with. Just see them weaving around for position. That is Dennis Onchu up front for once. Azroy's caught in the middle of both of them. Tries on the outside. Cuts in as well. That's really good riding from Azroy Anwar.
Yeah, Dennis Onchu closer to his younger brother now, who is 5.39 seconds ahead. Four laps to go here. This is the first race in this round 3 of the Pirelli Malaysia Superbike Championship 2017. You're watching young talents, homegrown included.
And homegrown doing quite well.
And doing quite well, absolutely.
And that is Azroy there, the number 20 bike. Just saw him at the top of your screen. That's Jerry Salim and Ryushi Yamanaka, who's fallen to the back of that pack.
He has fallen down, dropped down to 4th.
Well, I did say that his racing lines were being cut off. He's now not used to being in that position, that pack. And those two riders, Jerry Salim and Ryushi Yamanaka, just falling behind the likes of Dennis Onchu, Haruki Noguchi, and Azroy Anwar. Important race for Haruki, of course, being the championship leader. He'd love to pick up another 25 points. That looks at this point with 4 laps to go like it's going to be going to Chan Onchu. But if he can get to the front of this trio and pick up 20 points for second, then that will, of course, keep him firmly ahead in the championship standings.
Best lap at the moment belongs to Dennis Onchu. Bike number 7 in your picture there, currently in 2nd position.
Oh, that is interesting and significant as well.
Yeah, 2 minutes 17 he's lapped at. That's even faster than his brother who's leading.
Well, let's just look at it in terms of championship standings. Ryushi Yamanaka is currently in 4th of 71. Haruki Noguchi on 87 points, and he's about 15 points. He's 15 points ahead of Dennis Onchu. So
Azroy Anwar is coming up to take second, and that's beautifully maneuvered. Dennis Onchu had to give way.
So ideally, he's going to have to calculate a little bit as to how much they're all going to fall away in terms of points.
Chan Onchu, bike number 3 leading, currently in 2nd. Azroy Anwar, number 20. 3rd is Dennis Onchu, bike number 7.
Well, that's it. Dennis Onchu and Azrai Anwar and Haruki Noguchi could all do with either the 20 points for second, the 16 points for third, or even the 13 points for fourth. So all of those positions will help their general championship with 2 rounds to go after this, and the finale being in Sepang as well. But obviously all 3 of them are going to be aiming for 20 points, because it does look like Chan On-Chu now, he's on 10 laps, will be, if he can keep the reliability of this Honda NSF 250 up to scratch, he should be taking the 25 points from race 1.
Now Azrai Anwar's trying to open up a gap between himself and Dennis On-Chu. When they complete the segment, we can actually give you the segment times, but
he's been rocketing around there, absolutely rocketing.
It's a great ride, terrific ride from Malaysia. Malaysia's Azrai Anwar.
Now the sole representative for Malaysia said after the retirement of Charles Suhaimi. There he is, Azrai Anwar. And he has built up a nice gap now over Dennis On-Chu.
That's probably his most comfortable turn 14 yet.
Yeah, for sure. And again, not the most comfortable for Ryushi Yamanaka. Dennis On-Chu seems to have him now. But these, you know, congratulations and hats off to these 5 riders for having less than a second between them for the entire race. They've been really showing exactly what the ATC is about.
It's a half-second gap Azrai Anwar has between himself and the 3rd place bike, bike number 7, Dennis On-Chu.
You'll be happy with that. Now, Dennis On-Chu does not, unfortunately, have the same privilege over 4th place, Ryushi Yamanaka. He is just 0.2 of a second ahead, and Ryushi is 0.1 of a second ahead of Haruki Noguchi. So, they've gone down to a trio fight, but
meanwhile, Chan On-Chu's put in a lap of 2 minutes 17.5.
Wow.
He's finding a second wind, if you like, with 2 laps to go.
As I said, when you have a clear track ahead of you as well, you've got no pressures, and all the battles are happening behind you. It's a question of focus. There's plenty of things that these young riders can take away from this cup, and it's not just the battles, I suppose. It's also consolidating if you're in front, getting the best out of your bike, but also making sure your bike can handle the full 12 laps.
Now this is the race for second. Azrai Anwar still keeping distance between himself and Dennis On-Chu.
Doing well now.
And the chasing pack of Yamanaka, Noguchi, and Salim.
Well, I think Azrai's got enough daylight to make sure he can make it past these 2 laps. I'm not so sure about Dennis On-Chu, Ryushi Yamanaka.
That's a great picture. That is the distance between the first and the chasing pack, the next 6 riders.
Just look at 3 to 6, and you'll know what we're talking about. 6.682 to 7.085. That's what you're watching in terms of biking.
And it's another very comfortable turn 14 for Azrai Anwar.
Azrai's done well, and as you can see, this is the last lap for Chan On-Chu.
5.2 seconds, the gap between first and second, Chan On-Chu and Azrai Anwar.
And it looks like they are going to take it right down to the line as well. Battle for 3rd to 6th, we should say now, because Azrai, I think, has done enough. 0.8 of a second ahead. Should be untroubled, but Ryushi Yamanaka, Haruki Noguchi, and Jerry Salim and Dennis On-Chu now surprisingly dropped down to 6th. He needs one last burst. So at this point, Haruki Noguchi will be picking up 13 points from race 1. Which isn't too bad to add to this 87 that he's already got. Well, there's a big big slip, well controlled by Jerry Salim.
And Yamanaka holding firm to keep that third position for now.
Well, Ross, I'm actually surprised that we haven't seen more of that over the last 10 laps. They've been very well behaved in terms of each other, in terms of respecting each other's lines.
Azroy Anwar, that's a great lap. 2:17. As they come round, this is the last lap for the top 6 riders in your picture.
To Azroy Anwar.
Well done to Chan Onchu.
Well done to Chan Onchu.
Led from start to finish.
Has had no problems whatsoever. And this is his final 2 corners. That's the back straight. Going into turn 15. Near perfect ride from the 14-year-old. And what a start to proceedings as well for the day. I'm sure you're going to see a very happy hand. As I said, his season has been full of 4ths and 7ths, and he's had to watch his brother. Well, right at the end,
Azroy Anwar picked up 2nd. That's a great ride from the Malaysian Jerry Salim.
Believe it or not, Jerry Salim, yes.
Who was 6th all the way through that.
Jerry Salim played the most amazing.
Yeah, he's come from the back and finished up in 3rd. Noguchi in 4th. Yamanaka in 5th. Dennis Onchu dropped down to 6th.
Now, as we watch them just make their way, I'll just give you a bit of information about this Asia Talent Cup. If you've ever wanted to actually become an Asian Talent Cup rider, then these 22 riders are actually selected to participate as well. And the new riders will be chosen at the selection event, which will be held at the Sepang International Circuit right here on the 24th and 25th of October. Write that down. 24th and 25th of October is the selection event. Maybe you could be part of this ATC championship. Who knows? And then I said there will be about 200 riders that'll be selected from.
Yeah,
but if you want to find out more, just get on to www.sepangcircuit.com.
Jeep and I are certainly looking forward to calling your name out.
Well, I'd like, I think, without revealing, I'd say you could have 3 or 4 of these riders filling in for my age. But look, it's a great opportunity. You've just seen exactly how close the racing can be as well. So if you want to be part of it, just remember that the selection process will be on the 24th and the 25th. Well, actually, sorry, just a correction. That'll be the 8th of July to the 13th of August is where you can apply online at www.asiatalentcup.com. That's www.asiatalentcup.com. And the 6th of September, it seems, was when the riders will be, the publication of riders invited for that selection event on the 24th and 25th of October. So to go through that once again, if you want to take part in the ATC, then you can apply online on www.asiatalentcup.com. Do that right now. And then on the 6th of September, there will be a publication of riders invited to the selection event, which is where 200 riders will be, from 200 riders will be picked the 22 for the upcoming season, I'm guessing. That's on the 24th and 25th of October at the Sepang International Circuit. So, now, that's how you get involved if you want to be in Chan Onchu's shoes, and those are the best shoes to be in today.
Absolutely. We've just seen...
he blasted everyone.
Yeah.
Absolutely dominated this race 1. But remember, there is race 2 as well for the likes of Azroy Anwar, Jerry Salim, who really pulled a number on everyone right at the end there by finishing 3rd. Haruki Noguchi in 4th, Rishi Yamanaka in 5th, and Dennis Onchu finished 6th in the end. Now, there is another race that will be happening tomorrow on Sunday, and I can tell you the time for that is going to be roughly 12:15. So make sure you're here on the live stream with us. Ross and I will be here for race 2 of the Asia Talent Cup. And let's see if our championship leader, because Haruki, remember, has picked up 13 points with his 4th here, can do any better. The riders are now in the Parc Fermé, where their bikes will be subject to all of the post-race technical review and scrutiny from the race officials. But well done to another Onshu brother.
Yep. Dominated the race, Chan Onshu.
Start to finish, yeah.
From start to finish.
As you can see there, and look at the 4-second gap he's got there as well over Azrai Anwar in second. Jerry Salim sneaked in. Look at the times for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. It's just a second. That's how close it was. Koji Hirama comes in seventh. Genki Nakajima in eighth. Takuta Suzuki in ninth. And Lucky Hendriansha in 10th.
Then you've got Arifin Firmancha in 11th, Koki Suzuki in 12th, Kai Saito in 13th, our second Malaysian Haziq Hamdan in 14th, Bima Arfin in 15th, Koko Tadachi in 16th, Kichapon in 17th, of course, and you've got two non-finishers there.
Reed Batty
in fact, the last three did not finish. Kichapon, Reed Batty, and Shahrul Sahaimi all had problems.
And they were, I think, Kichapon was actually on the 12th lap. And that is race one done of the Asia Talent Cup. And as I said, look out for race two. Now, the podium presentation for that race will be coming up very, very soon. And of course, then it's on with the itinerary. And coming up next will be the Super Sport class. So stick around for that. We'll be back with the prize presentation in just a bit.
Hi, I'm Valentino, and I want to say ciao to all my fans, and I want to see all them here in Sepang the next October. Ciao, ciao.
I'm Maverick Viñales, happy to will be back at the Sepang test. I hope to see you 29th of October.
Hi, I'm Marc Marquez. I'm really happy to be back in Malaysia, and I will see you at the race in Sepang this 29th October 2017. Yes.
Hello, I'm Dani Pedrosa. MotoGP is back on the 29th of October. Please come to the track, and I cannot wait to see you there.
I'm Jorge Lorenzo. I'm very happy to be back in Malaysia and racing for the Ducati team. I can't wait to see all my fans in Sepang the 29th of October.
Hi, I'm Andrea Dovizioso. MotoGP is back in Sepang in October 2017. I hope to see you at the race, so book the ticket now.
Hi everybody, I'm Alex Rins, and I'm very happy to be back here 29th of October to the Malaysian race. So I hope you come to visit me. Full gas.
Hi, I am Andrea Iannone. I am very happy to be back in Malaysia, and I'm waiting you in the race.
Hi, I'm Cal Crutchlow, LCR Honda MotoGP rider. Great to be back here in Sepang, Malaysia for the winter test. We're very looking forward to seeing you on October the 29th, 2017 for the Malaysian Grand Prix.
Hi everybody, I'm Johan Zarco, so happy to be back in Malaysia. So I see you in the race at Sepang on 29 October 2017.
Hi guys, Jack Miller here. MotoGP is back in October 29th to Sepang. I hope to see you all there, and make sure you come wearing your colours.
Hai semua, Assalamualaikum Malaysia. Saya Hafiz Syarin. Saya berharap peminat-peminat pemotoran dapat menyokong saya dan rider-rider Malaysia di Sepang 29 Oktober ini dan dapatkan tiket anda sekarang.
To the Sepang International Circuit, the official live stream from the circuit itself. My name's Jeevan Savanathan. Sitting next to me is Ross Yusof, and we thought we were the biggest names that you'd see on this live stream, but we just watched some of the biggest names in motorsports and especially biking as well just come out and say hi to you, and that's the kind of clientele, shall we say,
Absolutely.
that we run into up here. Now, we've just had the first of our events for today, the Pirelli Malaysia Superbike Championship. It was the Idemitsu Asia Talent Cup. Fantastic run. We've just heard the podium's just going to be in a couple of minutes, but that was a fantastic run from one of the Onshu brothers. These two Turkish brothers, both 14 years old, have been making a bit of a stir in the Asian Talent Cup, and we saw it again.
Yep.
Won the younger brother, because just to put it in perspective, it's been Dennis Onchu that has been scoring the higher points in the previous 3 rounds in Japan and Thailand.
Well, he finished 6th today.
He finished 6th today, and his little brother, who has been picking up the 4ths and the 7ths along the way, actually got his first win of the season.
Stunning, yeah.
Stunning, absolutely stunning.
Stunning ride as well from the 2nd place rider, Azroy Anwar.
Yes.
The 17-year-old Malaysian flying the flag.
Representing the home fans up here in Sepang. There were 2 in the end. Malaysian riders, Haziq Hamdan finished 14th as well. And unfortunately, Shairul Suhaimi had to retire. But Azroy Anwar was stuck in a battle with just half a second between 5 bikes that included the championship leader as well, Haruki Noguchi, and he still managed to come out on top. But all of them were 4 clear seconds away from Chan Onchu. Now, you might think 4 seconds isn't that much. Well, when you're all on exactly the same bike, 4 seconds is amazing.
It's a lifetime away.
It is a lifetime. It
might
literally,
as well be.
yeah. And he was essentially 1, maybe 2 seconds up per lap when he started off, so he had a very clean run. That podium presentation coming up, and I think we're going to get there right now.
Goes to bike number 4, Jerry Salim from Indonesia.
And that would be Jerry Salim, who was at the back of this pack of riders. Jerry Salim in 3rd.
There is Jerry.
Well done, Jerry.
Draped in the Indonesian flag, of course.
I'm going to say it, Shanghai'd the lot of them at the end. He was running at the back of the pack. There's Azroy Anwar wearing the Malaysian flag in 2nd.
And our winner approaching
there he is,
the top podium, Chan Onchu.
And now it's my honor to invite.
Well done to Chan Onchu. And another great result for this Development Cup, Asia Talent Cup, into its 4th season now.
I think it's safe to say the Onchu brothers have a bright future.
They have a very bright future
ahead of them.
Be interesting to see whether they start making names for themselves in Moto3, which is of course a platform from this, and maybe even MotoGP. And don't forget, you can get involved as well. www.asiatalentcup.com. And if you apply now, then you can get yourself in contention for the selection process. That'll happen in September before the actual selection process from 200 riders. It'll happen in October up here as well.
Confirmation then of your top 3 in the Idemitsu Asia Talent Cup. Chan Onchu, the winner. Azroy Anwar, 2nd, and Jerry Salim, 3rd.
So as we said, coming up next will be
And now it's time for group photo.
So once again, the Asia Talent Cup Race 1 here is completed, and that is Chan Onchu in the middle. That has taken top spot. Azroy Anwar for Malaysia in 2nd, and Jerry Salim in 3rd.
That's right. Great ride from 3 very young riders, the Idemitsu Asia Talent Cup.
It was a great ride from those 2 riders, but it still was segregated in that Chan Onchu had a clean run from start to finish, was adding seconds on pretty much every lap for the first 4 or 5 laps, and then there was a big battle behind him, which Azroy Anwar in the end came out on top of. So a lot of close racing as expected from the Asia Talent Cup. And we look forward to race 2, which as I said will be at, well, is scheduled to be at 12:15 tomorrow, Sunday. So be here for the live stream for that.
Next up, Coming your way at around 2:20, we believe, will be Supersport.
Yep, the Supersport class. Of course, there are 4 classes. We'll be back with that in just a sec.
Hi, I'm Valentino, and I want to say ciao to all my fans, and I want to see all them here in Sepang the next October. Ciao, ciao.
I'm Maverick Viñales, happy to will be back at the Sepang test. I hope to see you 29th of October.
Hi, I'm Marc Marquez. I'm really happy to be back in Malaysia, and I will see you at the race in Sepang this 29th October 2017. Yes.
Hello, I'm Dani Pedrosa. MotoGP is back on the 29th of October. Please come to the track, and I cannot wait to see you there.
I'm Jorge Lorenzo. I'm very happy to be back in Malaysia and racing for the Ducati team. I can't wait to see all my fans in Sepang the 29th of October.
Hi, I'm Andrea Dovizioso. MotoGP is back in Sepang in October 2017. I hope to see you at the race, so book the ticket now.
Hi everybody, I'm Alex Rins, and I'm very happy to be back here 29th of October to the Malaysian race. So I hope you come to visit me. Full gas.
Hi, I am Andrea Iannone. I am very happy to be back in Malaysia, and I waiting you in the race.
Hi, I'm Cal Crutchlow, LCR Honda MotoGP rider. Great to be back here in Sepang, Malaysia for the winter test. We're very looking forward to seeing you on October the 29th, 2017 for the Malaysian Grand Prix.
Hi everybody, I'm Johan Zarco, so happy to be back in Malaysia. So I see you in the race at Sepang on 29 October 2017.
Hi guys, Jack Miller here. MotoGP is back in October 29th to Sepang. I hope to see you all there, and make sure you come wearing your colours.
Hai semua, Assalamualaikum Malaysia. Saya Hafiz Syarin. Saya berharap peminat-peminat pemotoran dapat menyokong saya dan rider-rider Malaysia di Sepang 29 Oktober ini dan dapatkan tiket anda sekarang.
Sepang International Circuit. It is round 3 of the Pirelli Malaysia Superbike Championship 2017. We've just seen the Idemitsu Asia Talent Cup, and next up we've got the Supersport category, G.
That's right. The Superbike Championship is always broken up into 4 different classes. There's Supersport, Open Production, 250, Super Stock, and Superbike, and they're all going to be coming up. But right now, Supersport. Well, what can we say about Supersport? It is one of the subclasses of the championship, introduced as a support class to the Superbike World Championship round about 1990, and it was a series that allows 4-cylinder engines up to about 600cc and 3-cylinder engines up to about 675cc. Very competitive racing, very nice bikes as well. And Ismail Smajli, I remember in the last round we had a great run out as well, as did Karana Diraj. They're both up at the top of the grid. We'll be going through the rest of the pack as well.
Yep, 23 riders will be on track.
12 laps. And now, of course, we're getting into, it's just about 2 o'clock in the afternoon up here in Sepang. So if the weather is going to change in any way, it's been fantastic so far, then you could expect it to happen over the next hour or so. Now, it looks like those bikes are already out onto their sighting laps. Yes, the grid, as you can see, forming up. Now, if you want any more details on the Supersport class, you can, of course, get onto the official website for MSBK, and that's can be found in the main website of the Sepang International Circuit, www.sepangcircuit.com. And there you have it. Supersport Race 1 officially underway now.
Yes, indeed. Of course, tomorrow, a full day of racing. Race 2 for Supersport tomorrow will take place around 11:15 in the morning. So, different conditions for these riders.
Sure, yeah. Throughout the day at Sepang, it's, of course, very hot throughout. As you can see there, my name is Jeevan Salvanam. That's Ross Yusuf next to me. As we watch the 3-minute board and the 5-minute board for the grid for Supersport, it is a big day. And throughout the day, weather can change as well. Now, Saturday, things have been set up from lunchtime going into the evening. For Sunday, things have been set up from the morning going off onto the afternoon. So now, different conditions.
Indeed. Now, this is the Sepang circuit. Of course, you're very familiar with it. 5.5 kilometers, 15 corners, and the longest straight's about 900 meters. So they're about 5 minutes away from race time, or their sighting lap.
Yep, it looks that way. And this is the time when pretty much, I wouldn't say everybody's allowed on the grid, but definitely media can as well, as you can see just off in the corner of the right of your screen. But a lot of the, pretty much the complete team pit technical officials can be on there. And then with the 3-minute board, it goes down to a specific number of people. Usually 2 mechanics per bike will be allowed on there. And then with 1 minute, it is going to be just the riders alone with a safety car behind them. So we said 12 laps coming up. And it has been very, very interesting. And the last round that we were at, which was at March, as I said, Ismail Smudgley was one of the fastest on the day.
Yeah, Liam Taylor McDonald as well, I remember.
Yep. And they've both made it in the top 3 here as well to kick it off.
So you want to be looking out for Ismail Smudgley, bike number 40. Liam Taylor McDonald on bike number 7. Karuna Diraj is another rider you should be looking out for. He's on bike number 2. And those are the 3 on the front row.
Now, when it comes to the difference, there is, of course, many differences between Supersport and Super bikes. Some of the bikes that we're talking about here over the last couple of years anyway, Honda CBR 600s, Kawasaki ZX 6Rs, Suzuki GSXs, Triumph Daytonas, Yamaha YZFs, and a lot of the regulations are a little bit more tighter than Superbikes as well. The chassis of a Supersport machine should remain largely as standard while you just tune up the engine as much as possible. But even that is pretty much tightly regulated as well. Point system works the same as you'd expect. 25 points for first, 20 for second, 16 for third, 13 for fourth, 11 for fifth, and then it goes 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all the way up to 15th. Now, Ismail Smudgley, as we said, from Germany, is up front. Karuna Diraj in second, Liam Taylor McDonald in third, and they make up row 1. Row 2 of the grid.
Kuzaimi Azhar, Yusman Majid, and Muhammad Azhar.
And row 3, we've got Saravanan Manoharan and Iqbal Abdul Hamid and Abhidesh Prasad, 7, 8, and 9.
In 10th, Joey Teo. In 11th, Chua Sun Wei. In 12th, Udipta Kumar.
So, row 5, Raja Amir, Raja Zaba, Mohammed Yusuf, Shib, and Hadi Abdul Samad in 13th, 14th, and 15th on the grid.
In row number 6, you've got Chanwai Tek, Muhammad Shafiq Anwar, and Charanjit Singh. It's an all-Malaysian 6th row.
As is the 7th row as well. Tan Kwan Hua, M. Anas Reza Muzamal, and Alif Zulkepli in 19, 20, and 21. And that is our full grid. So as I said, this shall be clearing up a bit more. And it has been quite a championship so far.
This is Supersport Race 1 coming up. Of course, still to come this afternoon, you've got
the big boys, you've got these super bikes.
The Open Production
well.
250.
Right.
And a lot to look forward to today and tomorrow. 2 days of superb racing here at the Sepang International Circuit. All parts of the Pirelli Malaysia Superbike Championship 2017. Of course, this is round 3 this weekend.
Yep, still more to come for the rest of the year as well. So it's an interesting spot in the calendar for each of these riders in each of these classes and categories to be picking up points and either kickstart your championship run or consolidate it, which a lot of people have been doing as well. Each of these Super Sport, Open Production 250, Super Stock and Superbike, of course, have 2 classes. There's the rookie class and there's the A class.
Currently leading the A class, you've got Ismail Smajli at the top. Iqbal Kuzaimi Azhar is in second, Karuna Diraj. So those are the top 3 riders in the A class. Smiley, Ismail Smiley, did I say Smajli? Beg your pardon. Then you've got the rookies led by Liam Taylor McDonald, Raja Amir Raja Zaba, and Chan Wai Tiek.
Well, that is, as I said, been turning into a bit of a performance for them. And just looking at the first 2 rounds, it was a double win in round 2 for Ismail Smiley. And a couple of seconds from in round 2 for race 1 and race 2 for Iqbal Kuzaimi. And the thirds, a couple of thirds for Karuna Diraj. So it's been pretty much set up as it is, and based on what I can see from the grid, it looks like it might follow those lines again. Well, 1 minute left to go, and as you can see, all key personnel only are left, if that, on the grid. So Ismail Smiley is going to be looking for a round 3 double win as well, and that's going to have to start with a win here in race 1. So just about ready.
This is the sighting lap that all 23 riders are on. The Super Sport category you're watching now.
As you can tell from the safety car just behind them, into turn 1 they go. Now don't forget there has of course been, as always, and people don't really focus on it, qualifying and free practice before this in the previous days. It's not just about race weekend.
Yeah, the guys have been here since Friday, 9 a.m. It all started on Friday with free practice, a couple of sessions, and then they had qualifying all of this morning, starting from 8:30. So they've been out on track practically all day now, most of these riders, and they still have to put in a performance.
Absolutely.
In the sweltering heat.
And I think that most of them are going to be quite happy, in fact, that the weather up here has at least been stable. It has been a very hot day today. There's no moisture out on the track. It's all very dry, as you can see. Now that's Karuna Diraj, the number 2 bike. I said most of these 600cc, powerful enough to really rocket around this track. It'll be interesting to see what the Sector 1 and Sector 2 and Sector 3 times will be for all these riders. Just coming through. Sector 2 and 3 now. And then setting themselves up on the grid.
So they're expected to go, what, 12 laps around this circuit here in the Super Sport category as they approach the start line now.
Oh, this will be the back straight. Definitely slowing up. And it is official regulations actually that you're not allowed to start the race unless you do at least one sighting lap. So, yeah, it's not just to warm up tires or their prerogative in any way. Strict regulations in Supersport.
And that's the man with the red flag there.
Man with the red flag, man with the green flag, the red lights, and it is on for race 1 in the Supersport class at the Malaysia Superbike Championship 2017 here. There is the man with the green flag, just waiting.
23 riders getting themselves all set.
Oh, you can just see there the heat haze across. It is much hotter now.
Coupled with the heat from the engines of 23 bikes there.
I do wonder what the track temperature is. As I said, the last time that we were in this commentary box for round 2, it was hitting 54, 55 degrees. So, with a yes from the officials, the safety car is going to pull off. Those red lights are on. And we are go.
The Supersport category. And we've got 23 riders battling here.
It looks like Kurana Diraj. Oh, nice easy start from the whole pack. Into turns 1 and 2. Move into sector 1 times, and they're all very fast, about a second faster than the Honda 250Rs we watched just a bit earlier, as expected. Just going to wait for them to get round.
There is Ismail Smiley on the green bike, the leader.
Just behind him is Kurana Diraj by the looks of it. So, Ismail Smiley with another great start. Don't forget, he was double winner in round 2. Knows his track very well.
Liam McDonald at the moment, bike 37 in 3rd.
Now, some very fast sector times coming up from Iqbal Kuzaimi, number 43 bike. Who's currently in 4th, and he's been laying it down with almost flat 30 sector times. Oh, that is Kurana Diraj just at the bottom of your screen. That is Liam Taylor McDonald there on the blue bike. And that's Iqbal Kuzaimi in the yellow bike just behind him. So we're getting a rough idea now as they complete their first laps. It is Ismail Smiley up front. He's 0.3 seconds ahead, in fact, of Iqbal Kuzaimi and Kurana Diraj. Liam Taylor McDonald's in 4th. Yusman Abdul Majid is in 5th. And Chua Sun Wei is in 6th.
And just to give you an idea of the others, Saravinan Monagaran is in 7th at the moment. Iqbal Abdul Hamid in 8th. Udipta Kumar is in 9th.
Now I wonder where the battle's going to turn up. This looks like one of them. Now all the riders settling in nicely into their racing lines. That's Kurana Diraj and Liam Taylor McDonald in 2nd and 3rd. Sorry, in the, well, 3rd and 4th.
We've got a bike with problems in pit at the moment, Hadi Abdul Samad, and we've already got
that's very early.
2 dropouts so far.
There's Corona Duraj on the white bike and Ian Taylor on the blue. Just behind them, Usman Abdul Majid. And that is the bike you were talking about. That's actually another one.
That's Joey Teo, also in pit, obviously.
Well, I wonder what happened to those. So we've got Hadi Abdul Samad, Joey Teo, Mohammed Azmirul Azhar, who have, by the looks of it, retired already.
This is 3rd, 4th, 5th in your picture.
Yep.
Karuna Diraj, Liam McDonald, and Usman Majid.
Looks like where the battle's going to be starting. Ismail Smiley, meanwhile, as you can see there, is not having that easy a time either.
Yeah.
Just behind him, that's Iqbal Khazaimi into turn 1. And Ismail Smiley on the green and white bike looked like he was having a clear run of things.
He's pulled away a bit from Iqbal Khazaimi Azhar at the moment.
I just don't think he expected to have Iqbal so close.
Well, these two are currently a good 6.5 seconds away, apart from the next pack of 3 riders of Karuna Diraj, Liam McDonald, and Usman Abdul Majid.
Well, that's exactly what I was saying. I think at this point in the race, Ismail probably would have liked to have had Iqbal as part of that second pack and not really on his tail, as is the case. But of course it means that it's pushing him to go even faster. And both of them are in fact putting in incredibly fast times. I can tell you it's Iqbal that's actually put in the fastest lap at 2:15.504. So he is currently moving it slightly faster than Ismail Smiley.
And they've now, well, the gap is still about 6.5 seconds between the front 2 and 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Well, I think by having this fight up front, that might get even faster. Ismail Smiley's just put in the fastest sector 1 time at 26.631, so he desperately wants to get away from Iqbal. There's no doubt about that. They come into the back straight now. They are absolutely full throttle, as you can see there. That is the best time that has been set so far. 2:15.504, the ARD Performance team. Close enough, definitely to have a pop. Not that time.
Line held there by the leader, Ismail Smiley. Bike number 40 in your picture right now.
0.225 of a second difference between them. Now, both of them, of course, have a relatively clear track, and both of them will be firing each other's up to go even faster. So it wouldn't surprise me, and it hasn't, that gap has now gone up to 8 seconds between those two and the following pack of Karuna Diraj, Liam Taylor McDonald, and Usman Abdul Majid, who themselves have about 3 seconds between them. Now, a little bit of a wobble there from Ismail Smiley at the speeds that they're going at, and the fact that he's being matched wheel for wheel by Iqbal Khazaimi Azhar means you can't afford wobbles like that. Wow, this is the pack behind them. In fact, that's Chanwai Tech in 11th with Mohammed Shafiq Anwar, Raja Amir Raja Zaba in 13th. So nicely, evenly balanced in terms of battles happening around the track. At all stages of the field, we've had 2 or 3 retirements. battle here for 11th, 12th and 13th. There's a good battle up at the front for first and second, and third, fourth and fifth are putting in a pretty decent performance as well. And that's what we've come to expect from Supersport. Powerful bikes, different makes. Now here is the battle for the top two again. And as you can see, Iqbal Kazemi Azhar is just not letting championship leader Ismail Smiley move away.
Yeah, as they start lap 4, the leading two. 0.3 seconds between
It's
Smiley
just 0.3 seconds, yeah.
Iqbal Kazemi.
They've both pulled 11 seconds away, as you can see from the rest of the pack. So it really is just about these two. And I just get this feeling that Ismail Smiley is looking into his mirrors and would really rather not have this looming ARD performance bike just trailing him every step of the way.
So there you go, bottom of your screen. Smiley currently on lap 4, 0.3 seconds ahead of Iqbal Kazemi. And those two in turn 11 seconds ahead of third, fourth and fifth. And you've got, there's the gaps between the others. It's amazing, 46 seconds between first and 12th.
Well, this has to be mentioned. Ismail Smiley has literally just put the jets on, because his first two sectors for this fifth lap have been lightning. 26.628 for sector 1, 32.546 for sector 2. A full 0.7 of a second faster than second place Iqbal Kazemi. And that's why you can see him just pulling away a little bit.
Current holder of the fastest lap as well of 2:15.6. Our leader, Ismail Smiley,
so
the green bike.
That is the mark of a true champion, is somebody that can see the attack coming and repel all borders.
But what a ride so far from
Iqbal
Kazemi Azhar. Just as in race 1, Malaysian flag flying proudly here in Sepang.
It's just amazing how Iqbal just did not fall away like the rest of the pack, and has just literally been glued to the rear wheel of Ismail Smiley.
This is the rest of the pack. This is
the rest of the pack.
Karuna Diraj, bike number 2.
That's Liam Taylor McDonald, 37. Just behind him. Well, you can see the gap that's opened up between those three now. He is 4 seconds ahead of Usman Abdul Majid. So enough space for third, fourth and fifth to maneuver. Whether they can make an attack on this 14-second gap now between them and the top two.
That's a big ask.
That's a big ask indeed, because they are, just to update you on that front battle, Iqbal Kazemi has now put in an even faster lap, 2:15.478. So he's responded to Ismail Smiley's very fast previous lap, and they really are having it out now.
This is the top two you're looking at. Smiley on the green and white bike, and Iqbal Kazemi Azhar in the red and black.
There you see it, just
blue.
0.171 of a second between first and second, with 7 laps to go. That's just going perfectly well. Now, that is Anas Renzo Muzamal in 16th, pink bike.
Pink leathers in 16th.
And he's just ahead of Alif Zukepli and Tan Kwan Ha, who are actually the tail enders now, as everybody else is either in pit or has retired, as we check in again with this incredible battle up front. Oh, and I think that was Iqbal looking for...
Yeah, he's pulled right up to Ismail Smiley now.
Well, he was a full 0.02 of a second faster than Iqbal. He's come out wide. This is going to be an interesting entrance into turn one. Wow. You could ask for battles all over the field, really, but the one everyone wants to see is the one right up front. And this is another testament to exactly how close these Superbike Championship rounds can get in the Supersport category. Race 1 is what you're watching, round 3, and there is just 0.199 seconds between our leader in green there, Ismail Smiley, and second place, Iqbal Khazaimi Azhar. They are having an absolute hammer and tongs fight. It is another fast lap that's come in. Sorry, it's a fast sector that's come in.
26.5.
So while Ismail Smiley keeps putting in the faster sections of the lap, the overall total lap is being won by the bike behind him. It really is a fascinating battle. Now, of course, the only fixed variable here is what you see on the top of your screen. 6 laps left to go. And which of these two are going to come out on top? Now, don't forget that Ismail Smiley had a fantastic round 2, and he would love to make it 3 in a row. 25 points for first, 20 points for second. That's what these two are fighting for. There's a little wobble there from Ismail.
Yeah, and Iqbal's close right up.
You cannot afford to have that. You cannot afford to have those wobbles when you've got someone literally just waiting to pounce.
Yeah, 0.19 seconds between first and second in your picture at the moment. As they come up on the back straight.
Fantastic spectacle. I'm sure that Iqbal is going to try again here. He's going to try late braking. No, couldn't do it.
Smiley keeping his line.
Oh, Smiley broke just as late. Either way, he's going to have to try again. Very wide into that front straight. And look at them now. Well, this is going to be incredibly close. It's one thing to take these 600cc bikes around the Sepang International Circuit anyway, just by yourself. It's another thing to go around with a pack of 22, but it's an entirely different thing when you've got one bike that is just trailing you and pushing you and following you and making sure that you're doing the fastest laps you can possibly do.
These two you're looking at right now, they are 18.8 seconds ahead of the third place bike of Karuna Diraj.
Well, they've just, and that is incredible over a 12-lap race. That's what I'm saying, that they've both been pushing themselves so hard that they've just left everybody else in their wake.
And Smiley's really had to
be
very alert up front.
This is not just been his usual walk in the park at all.
And Iqbal Khazaimi has really been pushing the leader hard in this race. As we look at the other riders in the field.
And that looks like I think that was Charanjit Singh. Now it's unbelievable, of course, that these two up front, Ismail Smiley and Iqbal Khazaimi, are also currently topping the championship.
That's the current 5th place rider there, Saravanan from Singapore on bike number 53. In 6th place, another Singaporean, Yusman Abdul Majid.
Now remember that these bikes are now 13 odd seconds off. In fact, they're on a different lap. Well, they'll all be getting onto their 8th lap now. But it's interesting to note that if you look back at the championship, of course, we've got our two leaders now, Ismail Smiley and Iqbal Kazami, both on lap 8. They are 1 and 2 in the championship as well. The only difference is that Iqbal had a non-finish in race 1 and therefore had 0 points from that, but essentially both of our leaders have been in the top 2 or top 3 podium positions for the rest of round 1 and round 2.
Liam McDonald currently leading the rookies at the moment from Australia.
Rookies class. So really, with Ismail currently on 82.5 points and Iqbal on 56 points, it would mean a lot to get that extra 5 points in if Iqbal can just make up the 0.3 seconds and he needs to. And this is the 0.3 seconds that we're talking about. And he's trying absolutely everything to do it. Of course, even if Ismail Smiley should finish second, he'll still pick up 20 points, which means he's guaranteed to be top of the championship still. And what an impressive run of results, I might add. They've had 2 wins and a second in his last 3 outings in Supersport here at Sepang. And it looks like he's going to be either first or second, barring any major mechanical failure. And you can just see there, 20 seconds ahead of the chasing pack. And that would be Karana Diraj, Liam Taylor McDonald, who's also leading up the rookies class, Saravanan Managran, and Yusman Abdul Majid making up the top 6. Now, what can Mohamed Iqbal Kazami Azhar do in these last 3 laps? And hopefully get him another 5 points in the championship. Well, 5 relative points, of course. Ideally, and I don't wish the worst in any way on any of these riders, ideally for him, the man in green there, Ismail Smiley, has a mechanical problem and clears the way for a full 25 points, which will pull him up. Right now, the difference between them is around about 30 points in the championship, so that's the ideal situation for Iqbal. But it's no fluke that Ismail Smiley has managed to pick up 3 podiums consecutively in Supersport. He knows how to get the best out of that bike. Now that was Anas Red Zamwal. They have just lapped. So they've lapped everyone up to 15th now. And while I can tell you that he's done it again, Iqbal Kazami has now put in an even faster lap, 2:15.284. That's 3 of the fastest laps in this race that we've seen, as he is now pushing himself right to the limit to try and get these extra 5 points. You've got to remember that in the last 3 races, it has been this situation. He's essentially finished second to Ismail Smiley on every occasion. It was just that first round, first race where he didn't finish, and that's why there's that 30-point gap between them.
But it's certainly a fascinating battle here between the top 2.
It's fascinating.
The 2 best riders in this category.
Yeah, it's fascinating how that over the 2 rounds, and that's 4 races, remember, because there's 2 races per round, they've managed to really separate themselves. But it's also really frustrating, if you think about it, that Ismail Smiley always manages to just edge him out every single time. And in this race, it's by 0.4 of a second the whole race. They have not been under, or over, I should say, half a second apart from the opening, well, since the red lights turned at the beginning. That is incredible. You couldn't ask for more pressure on a hot day at Sepang, really.
26 seconds now between Iqbal and the 3rd place bike of Karuna Diraj.
Every single lap they've been adding just 2 seconds, but not intentionally. They've been doing it trying to chase each other and trying to overtake each other. But they just by having this battle themselves have pulled themselves away. Now the question is, in these last 2 laps, is it going to be Iqbal's attacking of the racing line or Ismail's defending of the racing line that's going to win this? Because they're both putting in really fast sector times now.
You've got to say, Ismail's definitely defending very well from the front here.
Absolutely. Just on this last lap, I can tell you that Sector 1, Iqbal was fastest. Sector 2, Ismail was fastest. So they are trading it here at the end. And he knows full well that it's just one mistake or one good turn or one better judgment into one of these big hairpins, perhaps. That could mean that he could just pip himself to winning.
That's the battle for 10th.
Yeah, that's Mohammed Shafiq Anwar and Chan Wai-tek. 10th and 11th. Currently lapping at about 2:23. That's about 8 seconds off in terms of lap times from our leaders. There they are. I say leaders.
They're constantly cutting through back markers as well.
Well, this could prove the difference with 2 laps to go. How they negotiate back markers is something they haven't had to do for the first 10 laps. So they got themselves past the likes of Mohammed Yusuf Shuaib. But now there's going to be a whole line of back markers. And just as I said that, the gap between them after a very fast lap, 2:15, 2:49 from Ismail Smiley, who you're watching right now, plus the back markers means that the gap between the top 2 is actually the biggest it's been. It's now, for the first time, gone to over half a second. It's 0.7, as you can see visually there as well. So, and we are on the last lap. So unfortunate for Iqbal. I think he's going to have to settle again for
another second.
And it's going to really, really get to him. But still more rounds to go. Don't forget, there's round 4 and round 5. They'll be coming up later in the year. So
well, that's race 2 tomorrow.
Oh, there's race 2, exactly. Maybe it can change.
Faultless ride from our leader so far.
Beautiful ride, beautiful ride.
On his final lap, Ismail Smiley lapping at 2:15, 2:49, very fast sectors. And Iqbal Khuzaimi now 0.7 seconds.
Well, I think it was a combination of a very fast lap, that 2:15, 2:49, plus a back marker or 2. And that's led to that extra, that kind of broke up the battle a little bit. But we were treated, all of us, not just us as commentators, but all the fans up here at the Sepang International Circuit, and of course you guys watching the live stream, to a constant sub-half second battle for about 11 laps, or at least 10 laps of this 12-lap race, and you couldn't ask for anything more than that. So, rounding into the last sector, that is turn 14.
And coming up to his final turn 15 before he hits the
you can really appreciate the distance of 0.3 and 0.7 seconds when you look at them now. These two have done that. This will be the checkered flag. No, we're on to the last lap, sorry. No, it is the checkered flag, yes, there you go.
And also a great ride to Iqbal Khuzaimi Azhar.
Once again, they take their championship fight into another level after matching each other, and that last sector they did was 41.132 against 41.092. There was less than a 40th of a 100th of a second in that last sector between them. So really good fight between both of them. We're now going to wait for our 3rd, 4th and 5th. It should be Kurana Diraj, Liam Taylor McDonald and Saravenan Manhagran.
Kurana Diraj is just finished. He's confirmed 3rd.
Okay, right, we have our podium.
Liam McDonald has finished 4th.
And is also going to be highest, let's not forget, in the rookies class as well.
Saravenan has come in 5th as well.
And that would mean that, if I'm right, it would be Iqbal Abdul Hamid that's come in 2nd in the rookies class. And he also should be finishing in 8th for the overall classification. There is Ismail Smiley. Another faultless race.
Yeah, rightly acknowledging his fans
well
here
deserving
in
of it as
Sepang.
well.
Getting the thumbs up as well from Liam McDonald.
Yeah. So those two, of course, have now won the two classes, Class A and the rookies class. Of course, Ismail has finished first overall and Liam fourth overall. That's his total time, 27 minutes, 15 seconds. And Bike Art team well again, and that is his third consecutive win out of 4 races over the course of 2 rounds now. So
German efficiency.
German efficiency, that's what it's all about. Very happy with his race, and for the first time in his race can actually look into his mirrors and not see Iqbal Khazaimi there. That looks like Liam Taylor McDonald. So in the end, it was 33 seconds that they were ahead, and 1.8 seconds between the first two. So it was definitely the fast lap and the combination of the back markers that led to that. Now we've got finishers all the way up to 15th, which means we're just waiting for Mohammed Shafiq Anwar, and I think he may have retired, in which case we have 15 finishers. Get you confirmation of all those in just a second. Of course, if you do want full results, news, views, and analysis on any of the classes within the Malaysia Superbike Championship, then get on to www.sepangcircuit.com. There's Liam Taylor McDonald.
Confirmation
winner of the rookies class.
Rookies class there.
27.56.
Australian. It's a class he's dominated as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, and it looks like he's pretty chuffed with it as well. So everything according to the numbers in Supersport. As they get into the Parc Fermé for their technical review and specs. I see Kurana Diraja's bike in there, which means I think Ismail Smiley and Iqbal have already put their bikes in. And with that, that brings us, of course, we'll be getting the podium presentation in just a bit, but here are the classifications. Ismail Smiley up front, very close behind him, Iqbal Khazaimi in third, Kurana Diraj, Liam Taylor McDonald in fourth, Saravanan Manahagran in fifth, Yusman Majid in sixth, Chua Sunway in seventh, Iqbal Abdul Hamid in eighth, and ninth and 10th, Abhijit Prasad and Chan Wai Tek.
In 11th, Raja Amir Raja Zaba, Muhammad Yusuf Shoaib came in 12th, Charanjit Singh in 13th, Udipta Kumar in 14th, Anas Reza Muzamal in 15th, Muhammad Shafiq Anwar in 16th, Effendi Hadi in 17th, Tan Kwan Hua in 18th, Alif Zulkepli in 19th, Piyush Ranjan 20th.
And just a few, 3 more. I said the not finisher there, Mohammed Mirul Azhar, Joey Teo, who we saw in the pits as well, and Hadi Abdul Saman. All 3 of them are going to be looking for a better race 2 tomorrow.
Malaysia was, in those days, relatively unknown to the rest of the world. On the other hand, we wish to promote Malaysia, promote knowledge about Malaysia, particularly for tourism. And for that, we need to be better known. To become better known, we need to do things that are recognizable by the rest of the world, that are acknowledged by the rest of the world. So we look around for shows and events which we can stage so that people will come to Malaysia, will look at Malaysia. The international F1 race is a very well-known race all over the world.
To see SIC turn into a total entertainment venue. We will try to put in elements of entertainment for all walks of life, for all ages. As a total entertainment venue, we will have hotels, we will have garages for people to keep their prized vehicles, whether it is racing or not. We will have mechanic workshops, places where people can buy parts and modify their cars and motorbikes. We will have a lot of things which are related to automotive activity, whether two-wheel or four-wheel. To make the place for everybody to come and enjoy, whether or not there is racing during the weekends or just an opportunity to drive around the circuit. So that is what we want to try and turn Sepang International Circuit into in the near future.
Istimewanya track Sepang ni bagi saya adalah saya membesar tidak jauh lagi daripada sini. Hubungan saya dengan Sepang ni boleh katakan daripada saya kecil lagi. Setiap kali saya berlumba di lintas Sepang, suhunya memang sangat tinggi. Memang panas. Ianya cabaran bagi semua pelumba. Tapi saya sukakan cabaran tu. Saya akhirkan perlumbaan saya di tempat kedua. Dan itu adalah satu podium pertama saya. Untuk mendapat podium pertama saya di kampung halaman saya sendiri cukup membanggakan.
Sepang International Circuit is more than just Formula One, MotoGP or motorsports. We have now positioned SIC as a multifaceted venue. Non-motorsport events is where we want to position SIC. We organize international musical events, concerts. We had Jamiroquai, we had Fatboy Slim, we had Rain, we had the Korean Pop Awards, we had David Guetta, and we got Guns N' Roses. And not only that, we got weddings. We have requests to do weddings, Chinese weddings, Malay weddings. We had annual dinners, we have gala dinners. This is something that people don't know about, but the corporate industry, the business, they all know that Sepang is more than just motorsport. We are a unique venue, a unique facility whereby motorsports is part of it. And you can't get it anywhere in Malaysia, and that's what's unique about SIC. If you plan to have an event, think of us.
Sepang International Circuit. This is round 3 of the Pirelli Malaysia Superbike Championship 2017. We've just witnessed the Super Sport category and a great race from our winner, Ismail Smiley. We're about to see the podium presentation very soon.
That's right. That's right. I think we're going to be cutting to that in a second. It was a continuing battle between Ismail Smiley from Germany and Iqbal Ghuzaimi from Malaysia, and it was really close this time as well, with less than half a second between them for most of the 12 laps. But then Iqbal, unfortunately, was probably, well, we suspect, was tagged by a couple of back markers and was, in the end, finished about 1.8 seconds behind Ismail. But that wasn't as representative as it should have been. Now, there in third place, we have Karana Diraj,
who finished 34 seconds behind the winner.
Now it's fifth and fourth, Saravanan Manhagran and Liam Taylor McDonald.
And there is the winner in the green and white leathers.
And he had to defend that line from that second placed Mohamed Iqbal for most of the race. Really impressive stuff. And that is his third consecutive win and his third consecutive first spot over the last 2 rounds. Been really consistent finishing from Ismail Smiley.
Iqbal Ghuzaimi getting his second place trophy.
And there is the winner. Great race from Ismail Smiley, and there you have it. Ismail Smiley in first, Iqbal Ghuzaimi in second, Karana Diraj in third, Liam Taylor McDonald, head of the rookies class as well, in fourth, and Saravanan Manhagran in fifth. A little bit of a jump there from Ismail Smiley.
As you do.
As you do. If you want to get all the final finishing times, of course, the results will be available on www.sepangcircuit.com. And now we're going to see Liam Taylor McDonald come back into our screens as he takes the top spot for the rookies class. So Mohamed Yusuf Shoaib is in third, or fifth, sorry. Raja Amir Raja Zaba should be in fourth. Chanwai Tech will be in third. Second will be Iqbal Abdul Hamid. And first, back on the podium, Liam Taylor McDonald. Just missed out on the top 3 for the overall, but has taken top spot here in the rookies class.
And that's your top 5.
He has got a rather rock star look about him, hasn't he?
A very rock star look.
He's got a rock star name, Liam, as well. And looks very comfortable up there. So Raja Amir gets his fourth. Chanwai Tech with a total time of 29:17.442. Gets his third.
Iqbal Abdul Hamid.
28:46.558. And Liam Taylor McDonald with a 27:56.521, the winner of the rookies class. So both classes now taken care of, and there is confirmation that Liam Taylor McDonald, Iqbal Abdul Hamid, Chanwai Tech, Raja Amir Raja Zaba, and Charanjit Singh in fifth.
Your 5 rookie finishers in the Super Sport class.
Thank you.
So next up for you then, we've got the Open Production 250s.
Now I can tell you from round 2 that was very close indeed, and based on the qualifying results, some very interesting grid positions that we're going to see, and we'll get to all of that in just a second.
Two races down then today, and 4 more.
Still to come, yep,
races to come, yeah.
Open Production 250, the Superstock class, the Superbike class, and the KTM RC390 as well. That's all coming up. All coming up in just a bit.
Hi, I'm Valentino, and I want to say ciao to all my fans, and I want to see all them here in Sepang the next October. Ciao, ciao.
I'm Maverick Viñales, happy to will be back at the Sepang test. I hope to see you 29th of October.
Hi, I'm Marc Marquez. I'm really happy to be back in Malaysia, and I will see you at the race in Sepang this 29th October 2017. Yes.
Hello, I'm Dani Pedrosa. MotoGP is back on the 29th of October. Please come to the track, and I cannot wait to see you there.
I'm Jorge Lorenzo. I'm very happy to be back in Malaysia and racing for the Ducati team. I can't wait to see all my fans in Sepang the 29th of October.
Hi, I'm Andrea Dovizioso. MotoGP is back in Sepang in October 2017. I hope to see you at the race, so book the ticket now.
Hi everybody, I'm Alex Rins, and I'm very happy to be back here 29th of October to the Malaysian race. So I hope you come to visit me. Full gas.
Hi, I am Andrea Iannone. I am very happy to be back in Malaysia, and I'm waiting you in the race.
Hi, I'm Cal Crutchlow, LCR Honda MotoGP rider. Great to be back here in Sepang, Malaysia for the winter test. We're very looking forward to seeing you on October the 29th, 2017 for the Malaysian Grand Prix.
Hi everybody, I'm Johan Zarco, so happy to be back in Malaysia. So I see you in the race at Sepang on 29 October 2017.
Hi guys, Jack Miller here. MotoGP is back in October 29th to Sepang. I hope to see you all there, and make sure you come wearing your colours.
Hai semua, Assalamualaikum Malaysia. Saya Hafiz Syarin. Saya berharap peminat-peminat pemotoran dapat menyokong saya dan rider-rider Malaysia di Sepang 29 Oktober ini dan dapatkan tiket anda sekarang.
We are. My name's Jeevan Selvanathan, sitting next to me in the commentary box. Ross Yusof, we've already watched a couple of great events already today. There's 4 more still to come. Next up is the Open Production 250 class, and I did say it was very, very close last time out. It was between Mohamed Jassil Juraimi, who's currently topping the standings, Mohamed Ayman Tairuddin, and Zafir Zamani. They were the top 3 finishers in race 1 and race 2 in round 2. And if you look at the qualifying for today, well,
they're there as well.
They are there, but it's only really Jassil Juraimi who's made it up onto the top row of the grid. Zafir Zamani is 9th, and Mohamed Ayman Tairuddin is in 11th, so they have a lot of work to do. But as I said, good start for Quraishmi Mohamed Nasir, who's up front and on pole position for this one. Now, once again, Superbike racing, if you are new to it, if this is the first time that you've seen it, it is a different, it's more highly modified engines and more highly modified chassis, but really close racing, as we've seen from all of the different classes throughout that make up these Superbike championships. We started off today with the Asia Talent Cup. That was a great run from Chan Onchu. Super Sport, we also just watched.
Yeah, happy to say Malaysian representation in the 2 podium finishes so far.
Yeah, that's right.
Azroy Anwar in the Idemitsu Asia Talent Cup, and a stunning ride from Iqbal Quraimi Azhar, who we've just seen in the Super Sport category.
And we should see, through Mohamed Jassil Juraimi, another good finish here today.
Yeah, certainly the Chia PJ Kawasaki team
now
working hard.
Once again, the weather still looking pretty good. as you can see, the Open Production 250 race 1 for round 3 is now officially underway. Now, I was just talking about the weather. Well, look at that. Half the track covered in a massive cloud and the other half in bright sunlight. Now, that's not really going to make a difference.
Well, we remember the last time we were here, there were different weather conditions.
Yeah, at different parts of the track. Well, that is one of the things about, as you look at the track now, the 5.542 kilometers that make up Sepang International. There's actually the North Circuit, the South Circuit, and the full circuit. This round 3 is played out on those full 5.542 kilometers. And yes, as Ross pointed out, there are times where one part of the track could be in a sudden rainstorm and the other part of the track could be in bright sunlight. Yeah, and that's one of the things that has made Sepang such an interesting track to race, not just for bikes, but for cars and for every racing class that has come here. Now, of course, with bikes and the Open 250 as well, there's a lot of leverage you can have in these bikes. There's a lot of versatility that they have in them and a lot of power as well. So they look like they've all been set up for dry conditions, but as you just saw, big clouds are turning up in various corners.
And rain has been forecast this afternoon.
Well, yeah, there's been mixed forecasts amongst the production team here and, of course, race officials and, most importantly, race control as well. So I'm sure these teams are ready just in case, but they're also going to be hoping that things can stay nice and dry as they have done for the first 2 events that we saw. The real trick is going to come, I suppose. Now remember, all of these are race 1s of a 2-race weekend, and the second races tomorrow start very early. Everything's going to be starting off at about 9:15. So track conditions there as well. But today, you'd have to say that it is actually the Superbike class that might have some problems. If it does rain around Sepang, you could say that it usually rains around 4 o'clock. Well, and it's around 3 o'clock now, local time.
Glad you mentioned that, because Superbike is scheduled to start at about 5:20 this afternoon.
That's right. Super Stock and Superbike could both have the added, should we say, factor of weather. Right now, though, it is just very hot outside, and these Open Production 250 bikes, well, these are, as it says, an open race. It is production bikes, and
these are as close to street bikes as you would get.
As close to street bikes as you can get, and again, a great chance for some of these riders to really make a name for themselves. And with thanks to the official live stream that you're watching right now, they actually managed to get their feats and achievements recognized, possibly by a much greater audience as well. Thanks to all of you, of course, for joining us on this live stream today. We'll be with you, Ross and myself, for the rest of today and tomorrow morning as well.
Yeah, 2 days of great racing expected here at the Sepang International Circuit. This is round 3, of course, of the Pirelli Malaysia Superbike Championship 2017. And as Jeevan said, over 2 days the races are. Today, race 1 happening all the way through to about 7 p.m. And tomorrow, it's a slightly earlier start of 9:15. As we take a look now at the starting grid.
That's right, and as we said, a great performance there from Kumarishmi Mohammad Nasir, Jasul Juraimi in 2nd, and Vishwadev from India in 3rd. That makes up row 1.
In the 2nd row, Khairul Anwar Jamil, Parabu Aruna Giri, and Luth Harith Irwan.
And the 3rd row, Yaptek Chow, Angelo Neo, and Zafir Zamani, who I said was one of the podium finishers from round 2.
In the 4th row, Soraya Naraya Ronaldo Suroyo, Muhammad Ayman Tahiruddin, and Lau Wing Fai.
Moving up to the 5th row now, Tengku Efi, Azwin Helmi, Mohammad Ghazali, and Yaptek Hao in 13th, 14th, and 15th positions.
In 16th, Muhammad Herzi Ismail. In 17th, Muhammad Shamsir Hamimi. And in 18th, Khairul Izzat. That's the 6th row.
And in row 7, Afiq Daniel Izzat Bogas, Tengku Mawan, Tengku Mansour, and Ritesh Sapre, 19, 20, and 21. That should be the end of our grid. Now, as I said, this is round 3. Round 1 was in March, round 2 is in April, round 4 will be in September, that will also use just the North Circuit, and round 5 will be the finale to the Superbike Championship, and of course the finale to the Open 250 class as well, and that's going to be using the full circuit. That's the 24th of November to the 26th of November, so dates for you to put down in your calendar right now.
3 minutes away from their warm-up lap.
That's right, their sighting lap. And then they'll set up on the grid once again.
And these guys will do 8 laps.
That's right.
Around the Sepang International Circuit.
A little bit of a smaller race. We had 13 laps to open up the day. We had 12 laps for the ATC, the Asia Talent Cup. We had 12 laps for Supersport, 8 laps here. We've got another 12 laps of Superstock, 12 laps of Superbike, and 8 laps of the KTM RC 390 Cup still to come. Now, 8 laps, of course, means that you're going to have to get onto your game immediately. No time to settle into things. So that's why I was a bit concerned with the qualifying times of Zafir Zamani and Mohammed Ayman Taruddin, especially because at 9th and 11th on the grid, it might be a bit tough for them to get into the top points. But Jasil Juraimi, on the other hand, well, he's all set.
This is the open production 250 category, bikes up to 250cc. Of course, they've been tweaked.
Yep, they have. The regulations are around, but they've been race tuned. 1 minute left, which means just the riders and those engines are going to start growling. And all of the pit crews now leave the grid. As I said, it was a very, very close race, and it was these Kawasaki 250s that were really making the difference. Battling here against the Honda CBR 250s. Of course, the Yamaha R25s are the other bikes as well, but the top 3 have generally been on Kawasaki 250s. So it's the Fast Throttle Motorsports leader of number 21, Kurishmi Mohamed Nasir on the Honda CBR 250R, who really did well in qualifying, posting up a 2:36.972, full second faster than Mohammed Jasil Juraimi. And off they go on their warm-up lap. Now we're hoping that this is going to prove just as close as the rest of the racing that we've had the privilege of watching today. There is Kurishmi.
8 laps, around 5.5 kilometers of this Sepang International Circuit in this Open 250 category. And as Jeevan mentioned earlier, you have to get your game on very early.
You literally have to get your game on from the minute those red lights drop out, because with just 8 laps, you know for a fact there's no such thing as settling into a rhythm. By the time you settle into a rhythm, there'll be 4 laps left in the race, and you would have been pretty much set. So it's all important to have a good start as well. And qualifying, of course, helps a great deal in these smaller lap races. It's been close over the 2 rounds. And this, as we just watched Ismail Smiley come in with his 3rd consecutive win over 2 rounds, while Jasil Juraimi from his 2nd place on the grid could also do the same thing, having won both rounds, both races, I should say, in his round 2. In fact, he's actually, of the 4 races that he's taken part in on that Chia PJ Kawasaki, he's won 3 of them. It was just race 2 of round 1 where he didn't finish and got 0 points. So that's 75 points.
Yeah, look out for Jazil Juraimi then. Bike number 16.
Now, Mohammed Ayman Tairuddin, bike number 55, is in 2nd place in the championship with a win in race 2. He capitalized on that non-finish by Jazil. He won that one. He came 2nd in the last race, which was race 2 of round 2. He's 2nd in the championship on 53, which is why he would really benefit from getting some points and attacking that lead. Dinesh Kumar Devados is in 3rd, and Vishwadev, who's in 3rd on the grid, is in 5th in the championship right now as well. So also on a Chia PJ Kawasaki, and he had a couple of 4ths and a 3rd to the 4 races before this one, and currently has 42 points.
So the riders all know what they need to do.
And over 2 races, remember. So there's a potential 50 points available to every single one of these 23 starters, if you can get your game on and if you can keep it for 8 laps. There's the man with the red flag. There's the man with the green flag. Which means we are just about ready to go. Just one last, as you can just see, I think that's Mohammed Aminuddin at the back, just setting up.
Greens go, red's going. The lights will come on.
And they're off.
A mishap straight away there.
A non-start at the back. We'll just try and get you the number of exactly who that was, as the rest of the pack get away pretty well.
I think that was Tunku Efi Martino, if I'm not mistaken, bike 25.
Now going in, it looks like Karishmi has given up the lead. Well, it's all very close indeed going in there. And that is, in fact, Ayman Tairuddin. I was just saying how he needed to pick up some points, being 2nd in the championship right now. Well, he may have moved up with a lightning start into 2nd spot. I swear I saw the number 55 badge, yes.
It's Jazil Juraimi leading at the moment.
Well, that looks like Karishmi that just went past him. We'll find out, of course, as soon as they come through their sector times. Now they're into sector 2 now. 3 sectors, of course, at Sepang International. It is Karishmi up front, just, and that is Jazil in 2nd. And I honestly do think it's Ayman Tairuddin that has made a magical start from 11th into 3rd, but that is in fact the number 50. It is the number 55 bike. That is an incredible start from Ayman. Bit wobbly going into that corner, but he's jumped 6 places off the start. Exactly what he needed to do. Now settling into 5th spot by the looks of it. And immediately, Karishmi is streaking out ahead. Looks like Jazil behind him, Vishwadev behind him. Khairul Anwar Jamil.
Followed by Prabhu Arun Nagiri and Lutharit Irwan.
Well, now we're going to get to see, as they get into the back straight and the home straight, exactly what has happened in that 2nd to 6th spot. It's pretty clear, as you can see, that Karishmi Nasir is up front. And that is Vishwadev. 04 bike. Well, as they cross the line, we'll be able to give you our top 6 after lap 1. And it is Karishmi, it is Vishwadev, Lutharith BO1 is in 3rd, Jazil Juraimi in 4th, Ayman Tairuddin in 5th. So that is confirmed. He has jumped up from 11th on the grid and is actually fighting just a 2nd behind everyone else in 5th. Zafir Zamani has also come up and he's in 6th. So 2 of those finishes from round 2 have done what they needed to do and get a good start for both of them.
Yeah.
Now Now there's just 1.9 seconds between the top 4. And that is something that you can attack in the 7 laps left. There's confirmation of it. So you can see just 1.1 second, 1.5, 1.8 more attackable options. What will be really interesting is to see how all of this evolves tomorrow for the second races as well. Still Karishmi up front, Vishwadev in second.
Jazil Juraimi's put in the fastest sector time of 30.9.
And on that note, Ayman Tairudin in 5th has put in the fastest lap, full stop at 2:43.132. So not only a great start from him, but he is now the paciest man on the track. And being just 0.1 of a second behind Jazil, that might just be the battle right there. Just saw it for a second. Fourth and fifth.
Mohammad Nasser, though, leading there by 21. 1.1 second lead ahead of Vishwadev.
So as we get into the second lap, you can now see what we were saying about how there aren't that many laps that you have to play with, or rather ride with. Now, that looks like Vishwadev, and a very clean move from him.
It's a very clean move.
Absolutely took Karishmi by surprise. I don't think he's going to be relenting that either, so it looks like he is now our new race leader. Well done from the Indian rider. Yep, confirmed. Now whether he can hold it, Vishwadev on that Kawasaki, Karishmi on that Honda CBR, and he's just about off track. But he still
really
managed to keep it. He did really well. Defending that line, there you go, just cutting it off, not allowing Karishmi any daylight whatsoever. Well, this is a great ride from him after qualifying in 3rd.
Well, Ayman Tahiruddin is just keeping an eye on what's going on between the front two, and he's only a second behind in 3rd.
Well, that's the thing. They might be really keeping their strategies for the last 2 or 3 laps. Vishwadev, remember, is in 4th in the championship. He could really benefit from 25 straight points here in race 1. And of course, would break this 3-run streak that Jazil Juraimi has put up. 3 wins in a row for him. So, best time also from Vishwadev, 2:36.374, so everything going his way at the moment.
So whilst Vishwadev's leading the actual race at the moment, the current leader in the rookies division is Lan Wing Fai, bike 27.
Right. With Mohammed Herzi Ismail second in that, and they're 12th and 13th in overall classification. Yaptek Howell also in 3rd. Azrin Helmi in 4th, Carol Izzard in 5th, and Afik Daniel Izzard Bogus in 6th, and that is the top 6 rookies class. Now as we get into the back straight, this is going to be lap 3 for Vishwadev, who has still managed to keep both Karishmi and Ayman Tairudin, who is now pushing for 2nd. Remember, he's 2nd in the championship. He'd love to get that 55 bike in 1st, 2nd. He's got 2nd now.
He's got 2nd.
What a ride he's having. Started 11th on the grid, is now in 2nd position, and he's done it all in 3 laps. And he looks like he's not going to stop there. Well, look at the power he's done it.
At the moment. He's taking the inside line, and he's
wow, look, what a battle there, and that's Karishmi also trying to get in on it.
But Vishwadev closes them out.
Well, a little bit of a wobble from Tyrudin. I think maybe he was asking for a bit too much on that lap, but he's right up there now, and he could easily take this.
Kuarishmi reclaimed second.
There was a little bit of a wobble from Tyrudin, just coming out of turn one. Lost a bit of time. So we've got to turn at this point to the sector times, and it's actually Jasil Juraimi in fifth that is currently fastest.
Yeah.
Interesting to see if anyone can beat that fastest lap that's been put down, the 2:36 so far. 3:14, I think it was, by Vishwadev. We have a couple of contenders. Ayman Tyrudin's put in a 2:36.557. That's not far off.
And Luth Harith Irwan in fourth. 2:37.169 his last lap. He's flying as well.
Certainly looks like things are heating up with 5 laps to go. Now it looks like Karishmi has got ahead of Vishwadev.
Currently leading. Karishmi, Mohammad Nasser, bike 21, leading bike number 4, Vishwadev.
Changing positions, a full look back there from Vishwadev just to see what was going on. Not the easiest thing to do at the speed that they're going. Karishmi's just come in with a 2:37.633. Fast Throttle Motorsports. But there is that best time so far, the 3:74. Beg your pardon, 2:36.374 is the best we've seen so far. That's from second place, Vishwadev, unless, of course, he can make a move here.
And he's trying. He's coming on the outside. He's got the line.
Now, both of them are fighting that inside line.
And he's got the power.
That's some gutsy riding from Vishwadev. Fully deserves to be in top spot. Karishmi in second. Looks like Ayman Tyrudin is down to fourth. Jasil Juraimi is in third. You couldn't ask for a better top 4. You really couldn't.
Fascinating battle here between the top 5 riders in your picture.
Now, third and fourth. Of course, the top 2 in the championship at the moment with 2 rounds left. In those rounds, 5 races left. And each of those races, possibly 25 points. So plenty of action can still come from this championship.
This is the halfway point of this Open 250 category race.
All
4
still
laps
very
to go.
close. Vishwadev up front. That looks like Jasil Juraimi has moved into second. Tyrudin in fourth. That means that Karishmi has moved into third. And that is exactly the situation that we're seeing. But that's a menacing figure of Ayman Tyrudin just behind Karishmi. And I have a funny feeling he's going to try and take him, and he has. And he's not only trying to take 1, he's trying to go for 2.
Jasil Juraimi deciding to make his move now.
Oh, that is some amazing riding from Ayman Tyrudin. He's picking a line that, as you can see here, right on the inside, he's looking to go all 3 and take the lead immediately. And he's causing a lot of trouble for the other riders. Well, there's a rider that's off his bike, and hopefully he's going to be getting up. He looks like he's okay. He's moving. We hopefully will get a replay of what happened there. We're thinking that's might be Zafir Zamani. No, it's Azrin Helmi Mohamed Ghazali. He was in 14th, and it looks like he is a DNF now. Now back up to the front. And it looks like Ayman Tyrudin on your left is now really pushing for the lead.
He's leading Jasil Juraimi, number 16.
That is incredible. That is the top 2 in the championship have now taken the top 2, but don't forget that Jasil Juraimi was qualified second.
He's got the lead coming into the final corner, Jasil Juraimi.
We did say maybe their strategies were built upon the last 3 or 4 laps, and they've done it. Jasil Juraimi is now in position to get his 4th consecutive win if he can keep this spot. Ayman Tairudin has worked his way up from 11th off the starting grid. They've proved themselves to be the 2 fastest riders in the Open 250 category over the opening 2 rounds. And this time they really have, by pushing themselves consistently. That fastest lap still with Vishwadev though. What a ride from Ayman Tairudin.
Yep, bike 55, currently leading. Don't forget he started in 11th position.
Had a really good start, and it's just since then been looking to take people 2 at a time. Now Lau Wing Fai is currently heading the rookies class. Best time of 2:44.665. Behind him, Yap Tek Hao, Mohamed Herzi Ismail, Mohamed Karol Izzad. As you can see there.
Confirmation of the top 6 in the rookies section.
Just look at the gaps between them in that class. Now here we have Ayman Tairudin, who has aggressively made his way to the front.
He's just dropped down to 3rd.
Well, with the lines that he's taking, as you saw there, he's really shifting the balance for the rest of the riders in that pack, because he's taking, well, just unprecedented lines and essentially cutting off space for everyone in front of him as well. It's a combination of attack and defense, but he's so well positioned from there with 3 laps to go, not only to get podium position, but possibly even with just 1 second between them, to push on these back straights for the front, just as he's done there.
This is a very fast lap, I think.
Yeah,
Ayman.
Really good lap for him. Vishwadev in 2nd, Grishmi in 3rd, Juraimi in 4th, and it looks like Ayman Tairudin is now going to start with 2 laps left.
Another look
a look back, but look at the gap that he's made. This has been an incredible run from him. No one's going to be challenging him. He's half a second ahead of the battling pack now. Definitely the fastest man on the track. He's going to have no troubles going into turn 1. What a ride. We were saying right at the beginning how it was important to get a good start. Well, he's exemplified the meaning of a good start, as we see a very close stuff. Very close indeed.
Wow.
I think that looks like Karishmi. And there you have it. Mohamed Ayman Tairudin, not only is he up top, but he is also 3 full places away from the championship leader, Jasil Juraimi. So this is going to be really good for him to come out of race 1 with a lot more points than his rival. If I'm right, if it finishes like this, then he'll be 12 more points, and that will cut into that lead that Jasil has over him in the championship. Race 2 tomorrow, of course, is going to be also in the morning, around about 10:15 is expected.
That's your leader, race leader, Ayman Tairudin, bike 55.
Really cannot stress what an incredible job he has done to make his way up from 11th to this, half a second ahead of everybody else. That's not just strategy, it's a lot of speed as well.
Vishwadev currently in 2nd, Kuwarishmi Muhammad Nasir in 3rd, Jasil Juraimi's dropped down to 4th, and Luth Harith Irwan is in 5th.
That's interesting to note. There is still just 1 second between those top 4. So anything can happen with these last 2 laps. Wow, look at that, way off track.
Very off track.
Now that is going to affect things. You just don't want to have all that extra grass and dirt on your tires at all, especially not when you've just been warming them up.
But Jazil Juraimi's back up to second now.
Bit of a skid there.
Yeah, a wobble from the number 16. And they're all chasing bike 55, Ayman Tahirudin.
Who has a look back. He's done exceptionally well. We say it every lap because it's true. He has enough of a gap that he's not that under pressure. You can't say the same for Jazil Juraimi, who could possibly be facing another attack from Karishmi, the pole position leader at the start, remember? Just 0.2 of a second between those two.
It's the final lap for the front pack.
It's the final lap for the front pack, but it really is last chance saloon for Jazil Juraimi. There's going to be a difference in points here between 20 and 16, depending on whether he finishes second or third. And his main title leader, rival I should say, is up front. So he really will not want this to happen right now.
Yeah, he's lost second, I think, Jazil Juraimi.
We're going to have to see. No, he's just kept it. Good defending of the line. But I'm telling you now that Karishmi is going to want that second spot. And he's got every right this close to go for it as well. Absolutely pushing it. Amazing how Mohammed Ayman Tahirudin has managed to keep that half second. He's actually raising it now. It's 0.6 of a second in front of everybody else. Just enough daylight needed to possibly ensure this win and break the 3-win streak that Jazil Juraimi has had over the Open 250 class. Quick look back, but I don't think he's got anything to worry about.
Final lap here in the Open Production 250 category. As we look at Ayman Tahirudin on the penultimate corner.
These are the last two corners.
Jazil Juraimi still challenging.
He's trying, but I don't think he's going to do it. Well, that's very close indeed. I don't know what happened to Ayman Tahirudin right at the end, but he's lost all that time, and it's going to be a scramble for the line. Look at that defending. Wow. Unbelievable stuff. And in the end, he's just 0.1 of a second ahead. Now, if you want to continue watching part 2 of this live broadcast with us on this live stream, there's a new streaming link that's actually available in the Facebook comments. So just go check the Facebook page for the Pirelli Malaysia Superbike Championship Round 3, and in the comments you'll see the new streaming link for part 2. If you want to continue our live broadcast, we've just watched a thrilling Open Production 250 that nearly went down for Ayman Tahirudin. He had an incredible run from 11th on the grid. He's won it, and he's won it by 1.01 of a second.
And we've seen Jazil Juraimi lose his grip on this Open Production 250 category.
Well, he'll be happy with the 20 points that he picks up from second from race 1. Remember, race 2 is tomorrow, and we're expecting to see those two again be battling it out. But definitely, Ayman Tahirudin is back up in it by winning this, and just the psychological edge
Sorry, beg your pardon. Lan Wing Fai has just won the rookies category. Right. Yup Tek Hao has come in second, and Muhammad Herzi Ismail third.
And they are 11th, 12th, and 13th in overall classification. But as I said, what Ayman Tahirudin has done here with this wonderful ride on that bike that you're watching, what he's done is he's broken a 3-race win streak by Jazil Juraimi. And that is what Jazil, who actually set the fastest lap on that last lap, 2:35.797, that is what is going to be he's going to be really thinking about. And of course, it all sets it up very nicely. If you just look at that 0.115, 0.762 between the top 3, it all sets it up for a great race 2 tomorrow. That'll be at 10:15. It's the second of the events up for day 2 of round 3 of the Malaysia Superbike Championship. Ross and myself will be here in the commentary box for it. Right now, congratulations to Aiman Tairudin. We've seen everything today. We've seen leaders from start to finish. We've seen battles between 1 and 2 all the way. And we've seen people come up now from 11th on the grid and win races as well. It really has been a wonderful day of racing, and there's more to come. So stick with us. As we look at Yaptek Chow. And I think that's Angelo Neo. No, that's Lan Wing-Fai, the winner of the rookies class. We have 22.01.242, so he's going to be very happy with that.
Daniel Bogus has finished 5th, so he'll get some sort of podium finish in the rookies.
Good spacing of points, I think, for everyone in this Open 250. As we look at the final results, Aiman Tairudin with a fantastic ride, 21.06.463, but up from 11th. Mohamed Jazul Jaraimi, the championship leader, in 2nd. Karishmi, the pole position leader, in 3rd. Vishwadev, good ride from him, in 4th. Lutharith B. Irwan in 5th. Caroline Majamal in 6th. Prabhu Arunagiri in 7th. Surya Narayana in 8th. Yaptek Chow in 9th. And Angelo Neo in 10th.
In 11th, Lao Wing-Fai. In 12th, Yaptek Chow. Muhammad Herzi Ismail in 13th. Khairul Izzard in 14th. Daniel Bogus in 15th. 16th was Marwan Tengku Mansor. Ritesh Sap in 17th. Azrin Helmi Muhammad Ghazali in 18th. Zafir Zamani 19th. And 20th went to Shamsir Hamimi.
Well, good to see 20 finishers, I suppose, and 1 non-finisher, which was Tengku Efi. And remember, there are points from 1st to 15th in these classes. Of course, the big points are in the top 3. And then after that, it drops down pretty much essentially 1 point all the way to 15th that will win 1 point. But all of it goes towards the championship standings. So as the as the bikes come into the Parc Fermé now. We'll be back with the prize presentation in just a bit.
Hi, I'm Valentino, and I want to say ciao to all my fans, and I want to see all them here in Sepang the next October. Ciao, ciao.
I'm Maverick Viñales, happy to will be back at the Sepang test. I hope to see you 29th of October.
Hi, I'm Marc Marquez. I'm really happy to be back in Malaysia, and I will see you at the race in Sepang this 29th October 2017. Yes.
Hello, I'm Dani Pedrosa. MotoGP is back on the 29th of October. Please come to the track, and I cannot wait to see you there.
I'm Jorge Lorenzo. I'm very happy to be back in Malaysia and racing for the Ducati team. I can't wait to see all my fans in Sepang the 29th of October.
Hi, I'm Andrea Dovizioso. MotoGP is back in Sepang in October 2017. I hope to see you at the race, so book the ticket now.
Hi everybody, I'm Alex Rins, and I'm very happy to be back here 29th of October to the Malaysian race. So I hope you come to visit me. Full gas.
Hi, I am Andrea Iannone. I am very happy to be back in Malaysia, and I'm waiting you in the race.
Hi, I'm Cal Crutchlow, LCR Honda MotoGP rider. Great to be back here in Sepang, Malaysia for the winter test. We're very looking forward to seeing you on October the 29th, 2017 for the Malaysian Grand Prix.
Hi everybody, I'm Johan Zarco, so happy to be back in Malaysia. So I see you in the race at Sepang on 29 October 2017.
Hi guys, Jack Miller here. MotoGP is back in October 29th to Sepang. I hope to see you all there, and make sure you come wearing your colours.
Hai semua, Assalamualaikum Malaysia. Saya Hafiz Syarin. Saya berharap peminat-peminat pemotoran dapat menyokong saya dan rider-rider Malaysia di Sepang 29 Oktober ini dan dapatkan tiket anda sekarang.
Dapat. Yang tu dapat, yang tu dapat. Dapat.
Ladies and gentlemen, now the podium ceremony for Open Production 250 Release 1.
Welcome back to the Sepang International Circuit. It is round 3 of the Pirelli Malaysia Superbike Championship 2017. We've just witnessed the Open Production 250 category, which was won from 11th position by Aiman Tahirudin.
Well, that is the amazing story, isn't it? That we did say that he needed a good start, but no one, I think, thought that Aiman Tahirudin could do it from 11th. But a lightning start from him as we look at Luth Harith B. Irwan in 5th. And in 4th, Vishwadev from India. Good ride from him.
In 3rd, Kuarishmi Muhammad Nasir, the pole position holder.
That's right, always a good ride from him. He had qualified very well with a 2:36, but it was these two that have been fighting for the championship. Jasil Juraimi and Aiman Tahirudin, they're on number 1, who have really lit up this Open 250 class and really set things up for tomorrow. And race 2, which, as I said, will be happening about 10:15 in the morning, and Ross and myself will be here for that. Good fast laps from all of them, and in the end, on the last lap, it was actually Jasil Juraimi right there on that Chia PJ Kawasaki to put in a 2:35.797. So they're just continuously getting faster throughout the race. But it was Aiman Tahirudin that has kept this championship alive and broken the win streak of Jasil Juraimi by winning here race 1 of round 3. I'm sure we're going to get the rookies class as well as we look at the final photo op.
The top 5 then in the Open Production 250 category. Next up, we will look at the rookies.
That was Lan Wing Fai, Yaptek Hao, Mohamed Herzi Ismail, and Mohamed Karul Izzad, Afik Daniel Izzad Bogas as well. It's a top 5 in this extended podium. You can just see 4 and 5 on the either side of the usual 1, 2, 3. For all the full timings and results, of course, get on to www.sepangcircuit.com. Doesn't just have the results from the Superbike Championship, but from all the various subclasses.
That's Daniel Bogas there, 5th place in the rookies. It's only his 2nd time here racing in Sepang, so great achievement.
And there is 4th place, Karul Izzad. 3rd place, Herzi Ismail, Yaptek Hao in 2nd. And up front, Lan Wing Fai. Total time of 23:03:02:06. It's very interesting to see these different classes of bikes out on the track and the different sector times, the different lap times that they set as well. Celebration of speed is what it is, the Superbike Championship, and the 5 rounds. There are 2 more rounds after this. Once again, the round 4 will be the 15th of September to the 17th of September. And round 5 will be the 24th of November to the 26th of November. Mark them down in your calendars if you want to see the conclusion of the Open 250 class here at the Malaysia Superbike Championship.
There we've just seen the rookies pick up their respective prizes.
We'll be back in just a sec.
Malaysia was, in those days, relatively unknown to the rest of the world. On the other hand, we wish to promote Malaysia, promote knowledge about Malaysia, particularly for tourism. And for that, we need to be better known. To become better known, we need to do things that are recognizable by the rest of the world, that are acknowledged by the rest of the world. So we look around for shows and events which we can stage so that people will come to Malaysia, will look at Malaysia. The international F1 race is a very well-known race all over the world.
To see SIC turn into a total entertainment venue. We will try to put in elements of entertainment for all walks of life, for all ages. As a total entertainment venue, we will have hotels, we will have garages for people to keep their prized vehicles, whether it is racing or not. We will have mechanic workshops, places where people can buy parts and modify their cars and motorbikes. We will have a lot of things which are related to automotive activity, whether two-wheel or four-wheel. To make the place for everybody to come and enjoy, whether or not there is racing during the weekends or just an opportunity to drive around the circuit. So that is what we want to try and turn Sepang International Circuit into in the near future.
Track Sepang ni bagi saya adalah saya membesar tidak jauh lagi daripada sini. Hubungan saya dengan Sepang ni boleh katakan daripada saya kecil lagi. Setiap kali saya berlumba di lintas Sepang, suhunya memang sangat tinggi. Memang panas. Ianya cabaran bagi semua pelumba. Tapi saya sukakan cabaran tu. Saya akhirkan perlumbaan saya di tempat kedua. Dan itu adalah satu podium pertama saya. Untuk mendapat podium pertama saya di kampung halaman saya sendiri cukup membanggakan.
Sepang International Circuit is more than just Formula 1, MotoGP or motorsports. We have now positioned SIC as a multifaceted venue. Non-motorsport events is where we want to position SIC. We organize international musical events, concerts. We had Jamiroquai, we had Fatboy Slim, we had Rain, we had the Korean Pop Awards, we had David Guetta, and we got Guns N' Roses. And not only that, we got weddings. We have requests to do weddings, Chinese weddings, Malay weddings. We had annual dinners, we have gala dinners. this is something that people don't know about. But the corporate industry, the business, they all know that Sepang is more than just motorsport. We are a unique venue, a unique facility whereby motorsports is part of it. And you can't get it anywhere in Malaysia, and that's what's unique about SIC. If you plan to have an event, think of us.
Welcome back to the official live stream from Sepang International Circuit covering the Malaysia Superbike Championship Round 3. This is day 1. My name's Jeevan Selvanathan. Sitting with me in the commentary box is Ross Husoff. We've already watched some amazing races, and coming up next we have the Super Stock class, which is going to be very interesting indeed. And I'll get into the names of that. But so far, Ross, it's been a pretty good day of racing, right?
Yeah, we've had the Idemitsu Asia Talent Cup to kick things off. That was at 1:20 this afternoon. 13 laps of that. We've had Super Sports. We've just seen the Open Production 250 won by Aiman Tahirudin from an amazing 11th position on the grid.
Well, that was it. The 3 different types of races that we've actually seen in the Open 250. It was a case of someone from 11th coming through the ranks, second in the championship and actually getting his points in race 1. In Super Sport, it was an entirely different race. It was the top 2 of Ismail Smiley and Iqbal Kuzaimi, who were racing from literally the red lights to the end, with just half a second between them. And in the ATC, the Asian Talent Cup, it was the young 14-year-old Turk, Chan Onshu, who came through with an effortless, flawless race right from start to finish. So those 3 races have set themselves up for their race 2s tomorrow. And now we get to watch our 4th race, which is the Super Stock class. And this in round 2, of course, Ross and I were here at Sepang for round 2, was very interesting indeed. Mohamed Hafiz, Noor Azman, Jonathan Sarapika, and Nasruddin Mat Yusof just finished with 5 seconds between them.
I remember that race.
Keith Barrett in 4th, and in the rookies class it was Jamalil Tamisi, Li Wei Hong in 1st and 2nd, so we're expecting them to come through as well. Now, in terms of the championship itself, Jonathan Sarapika is up front, and he's been sharing the podium with Nasruddin Mat Yusof. So bikes number 48 and 52 are the ones we're going to be looking at. Jonathan Sarapika with a win in race 2 of round 1, 3rd in race 1 of round 1, another 3rd in race 1 of round 2, and a 2nd in race 2 of round 2. So very nice stats. Very great, reliable stats from him over the first 4 races. 6 races left to go, of course, with 3 rounds, and the first of those is going to be happening in just a second. Now, his 2nd in the championship, Nasruddin Mat Yusof, well, he had a win in race 1 of round 1, a 2nd in race 2 of round 1, a 2nd in race 1 of round 2, but sadly didn't finish round 2, race 2, and so got 0 points there. And I can tell you now from qualifying, it was Mohamed Hafiz, Noor Azman, Jonathan Sarapika, and Nasruddin Mat Yusof again who have topped the 3 positions, with Mohamed Radzi Omar, in fact, coming in after that. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Jonathan Sarapika and Nasruddin Mat Yusof can again get on the podium. 77 points for Jonathan, 65 for Nasruddin. So everything to fight for, everything to ride for over these next 3 races. And this race now, of course, will set up race 2 tomorrow. And who knows, maybe we'll have a different championship leader at the end of this weekend. That, by the way, 2nd Superstock race will be at 1:15 tomorrow. But we'll look into that. All the races from the Superbike Championship will be in the morning to afternoon. Whereas today, as you can see from those shadows, it has been morning to evening.
So the type of bikes we're looking at in this super stock category, the current pole position, Hafiz Noor Azman, he's riding a Honda CBR. You've got Jonathan Sarapika on his Yamaha R1. Then Nasruddin Mat Yusof, well, he's on his BMW S1000.
Well, that's one of the great things about Superstock. You've got a lot of different providers, I suppose you could say. You get constructors. You've got the Aprilia RSV 4s in there, the Kawasaki ZX 10s, the BMWs, as you said, and the Suzukis as well, the GXXR 1000. So a lot of different bikes, but it really has been that Yamaha R1 of Jonathan Serapika and the BMW of Nasruddin that has been leading the way over the last 4 races, which have been the first 2 rounds. And you can just see them out there now. I don't think this is their sighting lap. I think this is just going to be getting onto the grid for the official warm-up lap. But as I said, regulations do surround Superbike championships. And if you don't do a sighting lap, get your, shall we say, groove on, get your racing line sorted out, then you won't actually be allowed to start either. So it is a technical regulation and not just a team prerogative. 3 minutes left, so you can see them all. Just a bit of flurry around the pits as the bikes come out. Late afternoon now.
24 riders in this super stock category, and weather-wise, it's holding out. In fact, it's still very hot out there.
Yeah, there were, as we've been saying throughout the day, if you've been with us, then a lot of people thought, well, perhaps it was going to start raining in the afternoon, but it has been just, well, I'll say it, relentless heat for these riders to have to deal with. But
and your commentators.
Yes, that's bad. Yes, that's true. But that's better, I suppose, than having torrential rain for these bikers, and it's a lot safer as well. So as we see them come through, once again, the numbers that you should be looking for, 48 and 52, are the 2 championship leaders, the 2 fastest riders in this class.
And of course, today is just race 1 of this round 3 of the Pirelli Malaysia Superbike Championship. Tomorrow, Sunday, the racing starts early, 9:15 in the morning. We set off, and Jeevan Selvanathan and I, Ross Yusof, will be here in the commentary box.
Yeah, man, and just a quick word out to the rookies class in this class as well, and that is Lee Wei Hong and Mohammed Jamalul Tamisi. They're the front runners there, as we see some of the grid girls. Always nice to see the grid girls up here at Sepang International.
I need a photo with those girls.
Well, I think, I don't know, we have a 3-minute board. Are you fast enough?
I'm fast enough.
So just be prepared for that, ladies and gentlemen. You might just see a sudden commentator run onto your screen and take a quick selfie.
So, so yeah, coming up, 12 laps of this super stock. We've also got 12 laps of Superbike to come.
Yes.
And we will be wrapping up with the KTM RC, 8 laps of that.
Well, that's actually going to be a very interesting competition, the KTM RC390, because again, that, like the Asia Talent Cup, is similar bikes, so it'll be very close racing as well.
But now it's all about the super stock.
And with that, we are officially underway with the Superstock class. And there you have the bikes all pulling up into their grid positions. And it's a good turnaround. A big shout out to all of the logistical officers and race control, of course, that have set up the Sepang International Circuit. The full circuit being used here at round 3, 5.542 kilometers, 15 corners, 13, 14, and 15, of course, being the big, obvious overtaking opportunities. But Sepang does give you a lot of other opportunities as well in the 3 sectors that it's made up of. I wonder which of these riders is going to make it through. Now, as I said, Mohammed Hafiz Noor Azman, Jonathan Serapika, and Nasruddin Mat Yusof, there was just literally a matter of seconds between them at the end of round 2.
And they are the 3 riders on the front row.
Yeah, and Hafiz right up front as well. So you can expect Jonathan Serapika and Nasruddin Mat Yusof to be making a quick dive into turn 1 almost immediately to try and get that lead.
So just, you want to be looking out for Jonathan Serapika is on bike 48. Nasruddin Matyusop is on bike 52, and our leader in pole position, Hafiz Azman, bike 98.
You just see there on the ground where those numbers have been put up so that they all know exactly where they're supposed to be, but I'm pretty sure they knew that anyway. There's a lot of logistical procedures, so yes, great turnout once again from race control. We've been in charge of everything, and
it's all been running very smoothly today.
It has, yeah. Well, it always does. Each of these rounds so far has been a culmination of 5 championships, really, and they've been just dishing out great racing action for all the fans that have made their way up to the Sepang International Circuit, which is something you should do as well if you're in the area. As we said, we've now confirmed that it's not going to rain on you. Well, maybe I shouldn't have said that, but maybe. But you should get up here, possibly for race 2 tomorrow. As I said, all the action kicks off at 9:15. Come and join us up here for what has been proving to be thrilling racing action in every single one of these sub-classes that we've seen.
If you've just joined us, we've had 3 superb races so far today at the Sepang International Circuit. The Asia Talent Cup kicked things off for us. Then we had the Super Sport category. And just before this race was the Open Production 250.
And I don't actually know which of those 3 I would then say. I mean, they were all such different races.
They're all completely different races.
I actually really like the Super Sport class with that fight between Ismail Smiley and Iqbal Khazaimi. That was great to see because they were really pushing each other so hard in first and second with just half a second between them that they ended up something like 28 seconds ahead of everybody else off a 12-lap race. Now we look at the grid, there is confirmation. Hafiz Noor Azman, Jonathan Sarapika and Nasruddin Matyusop on the front row in the top 3 places.
In the second row then you've got Muhammad Radzi, Michael Tan and Azwan Abdul Malik, 4, 5 and 6.
And third row, Adib Zulfadli Rostin, Mohamed Yusni, Mohamed Jani, and Lingam Ramu in 7th, 8th, and 9th.
Li Wei Hong, Adib Ali, and Dominic Chang make up the 4th row.
That is also Li Wei Hong, the top of the rookies class. Mohamed Najib alias Razali bin Masood and Mohamed Jamilul Tamisi, another big finisher in the rookies class, 13th, 14th, and 15th.
1 Muhammad Farizan, Muhammad Akid Basarom, and Zamza Riman Sarip on row 6.
Row 7 sees Benoit Gourier from France, Pan Kim Mun and Noor Hamaruddin Abu Hassan, but international flavor on the 7th row.
Row 8 then sees Muhammad Rehan Rosli, Hamdan bin Ahmad, and Abdul Hadi Sanif.
And those are our 23 starters. And they should just about be ready now.
So these bikes will go off on their sighting lap before returning to their grid positions for the red flag, the green flag, the red lights, and the big off. 3 minutes.
Superstock racing has actually been around for quite a while. Since around about 1988 was the first time that you actually saw Superstock bikes out. And usually a 1000cc 4-cylinder, very powerful indeed, with limited modifications for safety and of course crash survivability. Is you can enhance their bike's performance by modifying certain areas of the road gear and replacing standard bodywork with patent race items as well. But again, it is for these Pirelli developed tires, and it's usually between 16 and 28 years. That's the age limit for the Superstock structure, and that's been happening, as I said, for a while now. 1988 means that this class of racing has been around for almost 30 years, and it's been an integral part of the Superbike Championship.
So these are the big bikes you see on roads, your police bikes.
That's right.
Your courier
the more
bikes.
powerful bikes, yeah.
Yeah.
And it can only get bigger with the Superbikes as well.
Which means, yeah, they go a heck of a lot faster than your open production 250s.
Well, that's for certain. Yeah, and we should be seeing some sector times and some lap times, which should be a lot faster as well, but that of course is going to be up to the field of riders ahead of us here. Coming up after this will be the big one, which will be the Superbike, and that is the only class of bike that will be bigger than this, if not as big. Before those KTM RC 390s, as I was saying with them, that's going to be an interesting race. It was in round 2 as well, and we'll get to that when we get to it. Right now, this is the 4th of the championships on offer today at the Sepang International Circuit, with the 1-minute board shown. All key personnel only allowed, and in fact it's most probably with 1 minute going to be just the drivers, but there are set regulations: 5, 10 minute, 5 minute, 3 minute and 1 minute boards. So the safety car there, large field of riders. Expected to be fast.
That was Hafiz, who stalled at the start there, a bit worrying.
Oh yeah, makes you wonder a little bit. So as they get off onto that warm-up lap, safety car watching from behind. And hear the bigger engines.
Yeah, we're positioned right by the start line. So we've heard all different categories of roars that have literally gone past.
We've heard different racing engines throughout.
And we can tell you so far there's been the biggest roar.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And it's going to be the biggest once they actually start off. That was just kicking off on their warm-up lap. Good, solid bikes. Looked like Jonathan Sarapica up front. He will of course take his position back into second. A little teaser of what's to come perhaps. This is sector 2, the flowing part of Sepang. A lot of smooth, long corners. You can pick up a lot of speed here. This is one of the bona fide overtaking opportunities here on this corner. That's going to lead into sector 3.
Then going around the Sepang International Circuit on their sighting lap before they all bundle up at the start line, and the Super Sport category will be off.
Oh,
Super stock category.
Yeah. And that is Aswan Abdul Malik then, the 29 bike right in the center of your screen. 6th on the grid. There he is. Getting into the back straight now. That's turn 14. And everyone is going to be settling down and getting ready now. Green flags everywhere. Nerve-wracking time for them, of course. The last round was back in March. They've had plenty of time to think about this. That's a great shot of turn 15, the final hairpin. So many massive names from motorsport have been around that hairpin. So everyone set up, looking ready to go.
So it's a front row then of Hafiz Azman, Jonathan Sarapica and Nazaruddin Mat Yusof.
And those two last names, Jonathan Sarapica and Nazaruddin Mat Yusof, the names that are topping the championship at the moment. Well, all looks good on the grid.
That's the last bike there of Hadi Sanif. Gets in place. Red flag, green flag.
Which means red lights. And as soon as they go off, 3 to 5 seconds. There you go. We are off. Superstock Race 1, Round 3, Malaysia Superbike Championship 2017.
And it's looking like Jonathan Serapika in that yellow bike.
He's got into a very good start.
Yeah, he's going to hit the first corner first.
Wow, would you look at that. Absolutely clean start from him, lots of space.
I think Mohammad Radzi Omar is in second. We'll confirm that for you as they complete the first sector.
Bunching up nicely.
And these are really aesthetically beautiful bikes to look at,
they're
really,
wonderful.
aren't they?
Yeah, they're wonderful.
They're big, they're chunky with fat tires, and you often, well, I often have to look twice at them when I see them when I walk past one.
Yeah, well, I walked past a few just now actually, and I have to say that they do catch the eye. Proper racing bikes. Now, as they get into the final sector and they get past the front line, we'll tell you exactly who has made the best of starts. It looks like Jonathan Serapika up front.
Hafiz Noor Azman in second. I think Nasruddin Matjusov. I saw 52 as the third bike. We will confirm that in a few moments.
This is sector 3, and that immediately is Hamiruddin Abu Hassan, and
That's his race
a very early retirement for him. Something didn't go quite right. This is what it's all about, really. So, up at the front.
Adib Ali.
Well, that is definitely Hafiz Noor Azman in second. I think that is Jonathan Serapika up front. Well, I think that Jonathan Serapika has managed to... Yes, that's confirmed now. He is up front. Hafiz Noor Azman in second. Radzi Omar in third. Adib Ali in fourth. And where is Nasruddin Matjusov? Well, he's down to 7th, believe it or not. Adib Zulfadli in 5th, Michael Tan in 6th. Well, if it stays like this, then Jonathan Serapika is going to be very happy indeed.
Fastest lap, fastest sector 1 in on lap 2 as well. That's from our current leader, Jonathan Serapika.
Absolutely rocketing around. 2:18.042 is the fastest lap that's been set so far.
And currently leading the rookies is Jamalul Tamizi on bike 89. Second place goes to Li Wei Hong, bike number 9. And third is one Mohammad Farizad.
The fastest time in qualifying was 2:12.618. So 2:18.042 really isn't that far off. In fact, with that lap, we would have qualified in about 10th anyway. But remember, qualifying is an empty track, then a whole different kettle of fish, as they say. Meanwhile, that is his best time, but it's not the fastest time.
He's got the fastest sector 2.
He has got the fastest sector 2 though.
That's Hafiz Noor Azman, bike 98.
Now, just as a comparison, some of the other bikes that we've seen on the track today, they've been completing sector 1 in about 31, 32 seconds. Well, these super stocks are doing it in 25, 26 seconds. And they've just started. So here is Jonathan Serapika. There is that fastest time, 2:18.042.
So Hafiz is now leading Jonathan Serapika.
That's right.
Radzi Omar is third. Adib Ali is having a very steady race in fourth.
Now, the reason why Hafiz Noazman has managed to take Jonathan Sarapica is he set an even faster time. 2:13.809 is now the fastest lap for everyone to beat. That was his last lap as well, so I wonder how much faster he can get. Well deserved from Hafiz.
The leaders on their second lap at the moment, lapping sector 1 at about 25, 26 seconds. That's amazingly fast.
It really is.
0.8 second lead between first and second.
I wonder if that's going to be enough. 10 laps to go. And this is all just good work from Hafiz Noazman, who did just as well in qualifying. He was the one that put in that 2:12.618 on that Honda CBR to get top spot. He was just beaten off the line by Jonathan Sarapica off the start, but has now settled into a nice fast rhythm.
This is a 12-lap race. They've completed 2 laps already. Hafiz Asman, bike 98, leading bike 48. Jonathan Sarapica in 3rd place. Razi Omar in 4th place. Adib Ali, Michael Tan in 5th. Nazaruddin Matyuso has worked his way back up to 6th now.
And in the rookies class, I can tell you that on the HKM Times Bike Racing team, M. Jamalul Tamisi is again heading the pack over Li Wei Hong. That was exactly the situation of round 2. Fastest riders in each class always seem to just come up to the surface. Now, a very fast lap has just been put in by both Jonathan Sarapica and Mohamed Razi Omar in 2nd and 3rd, but still not fast enough. Still not as fast as the 2:13.619, which is the fastest that we've seen. That's just 1 second off his qualifying pole position for Hafiz Noazman.
And we look at some of the back markers.
Abdul Malik, that's actually 8th, 9th, and 10th that we were watching. As you can see there, they're about 14 seconds off our leader, Hafiz Noazman. It's really just the top 3 that are within 3 seconds of each other, and there's a 5-second drop. And then after that, another 5-second drop. That's Abdul Malik again in 8th.
Followed by Li Wei Hong. Bike number 9 in 9th.
Fast times being put in by pretty much the entire pack so far in this race 1 of the Superstock class Superbike Championship round 3. 2 more rounds to go. September and November. That's Li Wei Hong you just saw in the corner of your screen. Class, 9th overall. There's that yellow bike. That's Li Wei Hong's bike.
He's up to 8th at the moment, Li Wei Hong.
Yeah, there's Jamalul Tamisi, who is heading that pack. Of course, for both of these classes. And if you are a rookie, then you can qualify with a certain cut-off time. If I remember rightly, it's 2:17. And if you can get around this track in 2:17, then you're qualifying to be a super stock rookie. And that is the exact time right now that Jamalul Tamisi is actually clocking in 2:17.767. That's Libre on with looking inside, didn't quite have the ball. Meanwhile, up at the front, Hafiz Noazman, Jonathan Sarapica and Mohamed Razi Omar are the three in contention for the podium spots, with Nasruddin Matyusov now up to fourth, which is good for him because remember he did drop down to seventh, but he is 5 seconds off Razi Omar in third. As we just keep looking at this battle for 8th, 9th and 10th.
So they're all coming up to complete lap 4 then.
Hafiz Noazman we just heard go past, as did Jonathan Sarapica and Mohamed Razi Omar. They're already on lap 5.
Nasruddin Matyusov's up to 4th again, so maybe he had a few problems at the start, but he's certainly ironing them out and moving up the grid.
Well, it was always going to be an interesting battle between those two. Jonathan Sarapica and Nasruddin Matyusov, the two leaders of the championship. There is 11 points between them. Remember, 25 points for first, 20 for second, 16 for third. 2 races per weekend. So plenty of permutations to get to here in what is a very close championship. Now, Mohamed Hafiz Noazman, I can tell you, our leader is actually 5th in the championship, and he is on a 2-win streak after winning both rounds, both races in round 2. So this could be his 3rd consecutive win if he can pull it off. And he is only 8 points behind Nasruddin Matyusov, so he could very, very well take 2nd spot here.
And he's the man with the fastest lap at the moment, 2:13.462.
Well, he's only 20 points off Jonathan Sarapica's 77 championship lead, so
4.377 second lead between Mohamed Hafiz and Jonathan Sarapica.
Just doing a bit of on-the-spot calculation. If Jonathan Sarapica should finish 2nd and gets 20 points, then that would put him on 97. If Hafiz gets 25, then that would put him on 83. So he should move into 2nd spot. And Nasruddin Matyusov will only pick up 13. That would make him 79. So yes, this could be a very, very, very good race for Hafiz Noazman after winning the last 2 races in round 2 in March. He could finally move up the championship should he win this one and put in another fast result tomorrow in race 2. And that's where we stand in the championship. Still that 2:13.658 set by him as well as the fastest lap. 4 seconds clear of Jonathan Sarapica. Everything going well for him right now.
So they're halfway through the super stock race, 6 laps complete. Hafiz Osman still leading, still with the fastest time. Jonathan Sarapica 4.5 seconds behind in 2nd.
Oh, well, look at that. We've seen a complete slide off.
Benoit's gone off.
We hope Benoit Gouret from France is okay. He's not moving. Well, now he is.
That's worrying.
that is worrying. That's a very, very fast place to go off. Well, at least he seems open and sentient, and he is getting up, but wow, that looked pretty scary. I think it's safe to say that Benoit's race is over. He was running in 16th. Li Wai Hong now has taken over as head of the rookies class. It's good to see that the track officials and the stewards were just on hand to help Benoit Guriot there get off track, make sure he's safe, get the bike off track. Looked like a pretty clean slide that he had, but it was at speed, so. Now that's Mohamed Radzi Omar, and I think that's Nasruddin Matyusov behind him.
That's the third and fourth there.
Yep, there's only half a second between them. And there's the big battle going on for third and fourth. And of course, it's something that Nasruddin's going to want to win, because if not, he's in danger of losing his second spot in the championship. He'll still have the chance tomorrow, of course, to make up for it. And I think he should be through here. Well, I say should be, but it was just cut off.
You're watching the battle between third and fourth. Mohamed Radzi Omar, bike 90, Nasruddin Matyusov, bike 52, and
again, Nasruddin has just been shown the door. You'd have to say, with this amount of pressure that he's putting on, that he's bound to find a way through at some point. He wants to find a way through. 3 extra points between third and fourth, 16 and 13 if I'm right. And it looks like he's not going to have enough laps to catch the top 2. So his main aim right now is to get past that black 90 bike. Just looking at their times, he is currently faster by a second a lap.
Chance here, and again.
Wow, this is good defending. Great defending from Radzi. Nasruddin just can't find a way through. And by doing so, he seems to have actually dropped back a little bit. It just goes to prove exactly how careful you have to be. That BMW bike. Against a Honda CBR 1000 RF that Radzi is riding. So getting into 8 laps as we look at another chance here, and I think he's done it this time. Well, that was beautiful.
Yeah, it was very well done.
Broke very late and just flew past, and look at the amount of daylight he's got just from that one move. So Nasruddin Matyusov up into third, and that's really going to help his chances to keep that second spot in the championship.
He's still a good 13 seconds behind the leader. Can he make up the ground?
Well, I don't think he'll do it in 4 laps.
Not in 4 laps, probably.
He is. Jonathan Sarapica is currently the fastest person on track with a 2:13.915. So maybe he can make up the 5-second gap that he has behind Hafiz Noor Azman. But I think it might be a little bit too much of an ask for Nasruddin Matyusov here to make up the 8 odd seconds to catch second place Jonathan Sarapiga. There is our leader, Mohamed Hafiz Noazman, cruising to what could be his 3rd consecutive win.
It's been a terrific ride from this man, bike 98. Hafiz Noazman led from start to finish, had pole position. Fastest lap of 2:13.842. And that's credit to Fast Throttle Motorsports.
Well, exactly. Jonathan Sarapiga, even if he finishes second, will still have the most reliable run of results with a 3rd, a win, a 3rd, a 2nd, and then another 2nd. And that's the kind of run of results you want if you want to succeed in a championship that takes place over 6 months. You want to be able to get on that bike, get out there, and be as fast as possible. And I think it's just going to be a bit too much for Nasruddin Matyusov to make up.
Well, the gap's even bigger now. It's gone up to 15 seconds between Hafiz Asman and Nasruddin Matyusov.
Well, that's because Hafiz has just put in a 2:13.462. So he really has been, once again, just to clarify that, he qualified with a 2:12.618. So he's literally just a second over his qualifying times. That's how fast he's running right now. Clear track ahead of him. Might have to deal with a couple of back markers maybe in these last 3 laps, but I don't think anything is going to stop him at this rate. Good shot there of exactly how close this racing is in terms of your personal body to the track. Literally knees on the asphalt when it comes to superbike racing. There is Jonathan Sarapiga, and you can see, as we see another retirement, and that's a BMW. That looks like Nasruddin Matyusov's bike. It is!
It is Nasruddin
Matyusov's bike.
Now that is massive.
Well, that has just thrown a massive cat amongst the pigeons, because that is the 2nd placed man in the championship who was looking for points.
Effectively out of the race now.
Effectively, he's got to be out of the race, I would have thought. And I think he may have actually taken out Radzi Omar. It may have been an overtaking move, because we're not receiving any signals
Radzi
from
Omar's up to 3rd.
Okay, no, Radzi is back, so Radzi's fine. But that is Nasruddin Matyusov, and this means that pretty much for sure Hafiz Noazman is going to take over 2nd spot in the championship, now, albeit for now.
Let's hope he's not hurt, for there's another race tomorrow.
There's another race tomorrow. It's early in the morning. It looked like he was walking fine. That is Radzi Omar, so we can confirm that he is doing just fine. And he, though, has lost a lot of time. He's now 13 seconds behind Jonathan Sarapiga.
But he, in turn, has a 12.5-second lead over the 4th place Adebali.
It looks pretty much set in stone now, unless we see another shock retirement. And for Nasruddin, that really was the worst news possible. He was on his way to picking up 16 points to add to his 65 that he's got now. Jonathan Sarapiga, of course, is going to have another 20, so he'll be on to 97. And Hafiz Noazman, well, he will have 75. And by nature of that, will, at least for one race, move into 2nd spot. And I wonder what psychological effect that's going to have on Nasruddin. A lot of great racing today. So 2 laps to go, and Hafiz has just put in another fastest lap, 2:13.347. So he just keeps getting faster, and that's why he's built up that 7-second gap. There he is, absolutely rocketing along. Another Malaysian name, Ross, about to make it onto the top spot of the podium here at Sepang International Circuit. If you've just joined us, this is the official live stream from Sepang International, covering the Malaysia Superbike Championship, round 3 of 5. There'll be 2 more rounds, one in September, one in November, and all of the championships that we've watched have been heating up rather nicely indeed on this day 1.
Yep, this is day 1, as Jeevan says. Day 2 starts early tomorrow. Expect a 9:15 a.m. start. Now, we're on the last lap here in the super stock category. And
there has been incident. There has been definitely a lot of headlines being made. Nasruddin Mat Yusof has made most of them, but this man here, Mohammed Hafiz Noor Azman, has shown again, after almost a 2-month break, that he is the fastest man in super stock. 2 wins in the last round, and at least they were close though. I mean, there was only 5 seconds between him and 2nd, 3rd, 4th, but this time he's a full 8 seconds ahead of second place Jonathan Sarapika.
And there's also a back marker, Hamdan Ahmad, in front of Jonathan Sarapika and Hafiz Azman.
I don't think he's going to prove that much of a problem.
Sensationally, we've had a retirement from Nasruddin Mat Yusof.
That was pretty sensational. We didn't get many details on it, but it looked for a second that he had possibly touched maybe Mohammed Radzi Omar and come out the worst of it.
Yeah, he was riding in 4th at the time.
Well, they were very close at the time. There was only about half a second between them, so it's not too much to...
Penultimate corner for our leader.
So, what a race for Mohammed Hafiz Noor Azman. There's the checkered flag. There's 25 points for him, and for the moment at least...
A hat-trick of wins.
A hat-trick of wins, and for the moment at least, that hat-trick of wins has pushed him up to 2nd in the championship. Jonathan Sarapika has picked up 20 points, and therefore will consolidate his lead up at the top and his remarkable run of reliability as well. And we should see Mohammed Radzi Omar turning up. Li Wei Hong in charge and in control of the rookies class.
Mohammed Radzi Omar,
He
Michael
finishes
Tan,
first.
and Adib Ali have just finished. Li Wei Hong's come in 6th and the 1st in the rookies.
That's right. And he should be followed by Zamzari Mansarim. But that will be in a while. It's be about 20 seconds, and that is Hafiz Noor Azman very happy with his ride. We're very happy with his ride as well. 26.53.005 with a sparkling 2:13.347 after qualifying with a 2:12.618. He really has been on fire, absolute fire. And he set the pace for Jonathan Sarapika, who again proved very, very reliable, as you can see there. Now, will it, over the next 2 rounds, come down to... That's a very nice shot.
Very nice. Between the 1st and 2nd.
Will it come down over the championship to Hafiz with big wins on the day, or will it come down to these constant podium finishes?
Consistency.
Yeah, Jonathan Sarapika, that's what we're going to have to look for. But with the 2 races coming up, or the 2 rounds coming up, that's 5 races all in all still to decide the Superstock Championship. And you can't not count out 3 wins in a row for Mohammed Hafiz Noor Azman. Since he literally joined the championship, he's been winning these rounds and taking a little bit of the glory away from this man here, Jonathan Sarapika. And tragedy, as we could say, well, not tragedy, tragedy is the worst word you can use in motorsport, but definitely heartbreak for Nasruddin Mat Yusof. Had a good run, made a good start, made it all the way up to 3rd, and was really looking, or made to 4th, and was looking to take 3rd, but something must have happened round about lap 9 or 10, we suspect, and he was out of the running after that.
That's Li Wei Hong, winner of the rookies. Finished 6th overall. Great ride, very fast times as well.
Yep,
put
he's
in by
right up
Wei
there.
Hong.
right up there with the A-class riders, has to be said. And then second, Zamzari Mansarep and Pang Kim Mun. One, Mohamed Farizan in fourth, Mohamed Akid Basarom in fifth, Mohamed Rehan Rosli in sixth for the rookies class. But Li Wei Hong, again, building on a really good round two as well. Interesting that no Jamilul Tamisi this time.
Yep.
To worry about. Both of them were fighting for it, but it looks like he didn't finish and retired on the lap 10, according to our computers. So into the Parc Fermé for all the riders. And as has been the usual protocol for the day, their bikes are about to get checked out by race control and race officials. And so the full results from the Superstock Race 1, Round 3, Hafiz Noazman way out front with a beautiful ride. Jonathan Serapika again consistently in second and still topping the championship. Mohamed Razioma in third, Michael Tan in fourth, Adib Ali in fifth, Li Wei Hong in sixth, also the top of the rookies class. Mohamed Yusni in seventh, Aswan Malik in eighth, Razali Masood in ninth, and Lingam Ramu in 10th.
In 11th, Dominic Chang from Singapore. In 12th, Zamzariman Sarip. Pang Kim Mun in 13th. 14th was Adib Zulfadli Rosdin. One, Muhammad Farizan in 15th. Muhammad Akib Basarom in 16th. Muhammad Rehan Rosli in 17th. Hamdan bin Ahmad in 18th. Jamalul Tamizi 19th. And Nazaruddin Matyusop credited with 20th.
And these are the riders that didn't quite make it. Abdul Hadi Sanif, Benoit Gure, of course, who had that slide on the corner. Mohamed Najib Alis and Noor Hamiruddin Abu Hassan, all DNFs this time round. Maybe they'll fare better tomorrow. Once again, that race is going to be early on. All the races are going to be early tomorrow. Superstock will be actually at 1:15 tomorrow, so be here for the live stream for that. We'll be back with the prize presentation and the podium ceremony in just a minute.
Hi, I'm Valentino, and I want to say ciao to all my fans, and I want to see all them here in Sepang the next October. Ciao, ciao.
I'm Maverick Viñales, happy to will be back at the Sepang test. I hope to see you 29th of October.
Hi, I'm Marc Marquez. I'm really happy to be back in Malaysia, and I will see you at the race in Sepang this 29th October 2017. Yes.
Hello, I'm Dani Pedrosa. MotoGP is back on the 29th of October. Please come to the track, and I cannot wait to see you there.
I'm Jorge Lorenzo. I'm very happy to be back in Malaysia and racing for the Ducati team. I can't wait to see all my fans in Sepang the 29th of October.
Hi, I'm Andrea Dovizioso. MotoGP is back in Sepang in October 2017. I hope to see you at the race, so book the ticket now.
Hi everybody, I'm Alex Vins, and I'm very happy to be back here 29th of October to the Malaysian race. So I hope you come to visit me. Full gas.
Hi, I am Andrea Iannone. I am very happy to be back in Malaysia, and I'm waiting you in the race.
Hi, I'm Cal Crutchlow, LCR Honda MotoGP rider. Great to be back here in Sepang, Malaysia for the winter test. We're very looking forward to seeing you on October the 29th, 2017 for the Malaysian Grand Prix.
Hi everybody, I'm Johan Zarco, so happy to be back in Malaysia. So I see you in the race at Sepang on 29 October 2017.
Hi guys, Jack Miller here. MotoGP is back in October 29th to Sepang. I hope to see you all there, and make sure you come wearing your colours.
Hai semua, Assalamualaikum Malaysia. Saya Hafiz Sharin. Saya berharap peminat-peminat pemotoran dapat menyokong saya dan rider-rider Malaysia di Sepang 29 Oktober ini dan dapatkan tiket anda sekarang.
Welcome back to the Sepang International Circuit. We're about to see the prize giving for the Super Stock category that we've just witnessed.
Goes to bike number 8, Adit Ali from Jakarta Racing Team. Fourth place goes to bike number 96, Michael Tai. Third place, bike number 19, Muhammad Razi Omar. Second place, bike number 48, goes to Sartika. And the winner, bike number 98, Muhammad Hafiz Nur Azman from Fast Throttle Motorsports.
And there is Hafiz Nur Azman about to take his podium position after a delightful race, is how I'm going to describe that. Solid, absolutely solid from him. And that's his third consecutive first place podium in a row in the Superstock class.
Well done to Adit Ali, who finished 5th.
Michael Tan in 4th. 27-28-5-4-6. Ahmed Radzi, who had to defend at 3rd position from Nasiruddin Matyusop. Jonathan Serapika with another consistent, reliable finish from him. That's why he's top of the table in the championship. But this man, Mohammed Hafiz Nur Azman, 3 wins on the trot. And you cannot take that away from him. There you have our top 5 from the A-Class Superstock Race 1, Round 3 in Malaysia Superbike Championship up here at the Sepang International Circuit. For full race results and times, get on to www.sepangcircuit.com, where you can, of course, find information about all the other championships. And now we should see the rookies just after one last photo call. Cameras just about everywhere these days.
Absolutely everywhere.
You can never tell when there's going to be a photo call, when it's going to start, when it's going to stop. And the rookies now get their chance on the podium. Still to come, of course, we've got the big Superbikes and the KTM RC390 Cup. And here come the rookies. Pan Ki-moon in 3rd.
Second place by 25, Zavariman Sarib. And the winner, by number 9, Lee Wei Hong.
And Lee Wei Hong, the winner of the rookies class. There he is.
Very good ride.
Very good ride from him.
6th overall.
Odd to not see Jamalul Tamisi up there. Had a bad race. Hopefully better one tomorrow. It's been him and Lee Wei Hong up at the top of the championship for the rookies class. So Lee Wei Hong's going to be very happy that he's got some unanswered points here. There's Pan Ki-moon. Zamzariman Sarep 28-20-008. And Lee Wei Hong with 27-32-417. There's our top 5 from the rookies class.
Closer, closer.
And it looks like Zamzariman wants to make that a very dynamic and active shot indeed, but that's good enough right there. And a bit of water, which they probably need. It's been a hot day up at Sepang, but it's been great action so far from the 4 that we've seen, the 4 championships that we've watched.
Okay, we will be back then with the KTM and Superbikes next. Stick with us.
Malaysia was, in those days, relatively unknown to the rest of the world. On the other hand, we wish to promote Malaysia, promote knowledge about Malaysia, particularly for tourism. And for that, we need to be better known. To become better known, we need to do things that are recognizable by the rest of the world, that are acknowledged by the rest of the world. So we look around for shows and events which we can stage so that people will come to Malaysia, will look at Malaysia. The international F1 race is a very well-known race all over the world.
To see SIC turn into a total entertainment venue. We will try to put in elements of entertainment for all walks of life, for all ages. As a total entertainment venue, we will have hotels, we will have garages for people to keep their prized vehicles, whether it is racing or not. We will have mechanic workshops, places where people can buy parts and modify their cars and motorbikes. We will have a lot of things which are related to automotive activity, whether two-wheel or four-wheel. To make the place for everybody to come and enjoy, whether or not there is racing during the weekends or just an opportunity to drive around the circuit. So that is what we want to try and turn Sepang International Circuit into in the near future.
Track Sepang ni bagi saya adalah saya membesar tidak jauh lagi daripada sini. Hubungan saya dengan Sepang ni boleh katakan daripada saya kecil lagi. Setiap kali saya berlumba di lintas Sepang, suhunya memang sangat tinggi. Memang panas. Ianya cabaran bagi semua pelumba. Tapi saya sukakan cabaran tu. Saya akhirkan perlumbaan saya di tempat kedua. Dan itu adalah satu podium pertama saya. Untuk mendapat podium pertama saya di kampung halaman saya sendiri cukup membanggakan.
Sepang International Circuit is more than just Formula One, MotoGP or motorsports. We have now positioned SIC as a multifaceted venue. Non-motorsport events is where we want to position SIC. We organize international musical events, concerts. We had Jamiroquai, we had Fatboy Slim, we had Rain, we had the Korean Pop Awards, we had David Guetta, and we got Guns N' Roses. And not only that, we got weddings. We have requests to do weddings, Chinese weddings, Malay weddings. We had annual dinners, we have gala dinners. this is something that people don't know about. But the corporate industry, the business, they all know that Sepang is more than just motorsport. We are a unique venue, a unique facility whereby motorsports is part of it. And you can't get it anywhere in Malaysia, and that's what's unique about SIC. If you plan to have an event, think of us.
And you're back with us at the Sepang International Circuit, day 1 of round 3 of the Pirelli Malaysia Superbike Championship 2017. Two more races to go today, Jeevan.
That's right, and as you can see from the shot in front of you right now, it is beginning to just move into early evening and twilight. Different situation for these
Doesn't make it any cooler, though.
It doesn't make it any cooler. The track is still very hot. The track has been essentially just burnt into submission by the sun all day, which is good. It's so easy to go either way at Sepang. You're either going to have the torrential rain or the sun, so it's been good for them. But now we are here at the Superbikes themselves. These are the big boys, and there are a lot of stories that come off this grid, I can tell you. We've been watching all the championships so far, and it started off with the Asia Talent Cup that was won by the 14-year-old Turkish rider Can Oncu, the Supersport class by Ismail Smiley, the Open Production 250 by Ayman Tayrudin. Very good race there by him to come up from the 11th. Super Stock was won by Nur Hafiz Azman, and that leaves the Superbike and the KTM RC 390s, the two last championships for day 1. And of course, all of these championships, all 5 of them, will, all 6 of them I should say, will have race 2s tomorrow kicking off at 9:15 in the morning, and Ross and myself will be here for that. Now, these Superbikes, as I was saying, big story here is that Mohammed Farid Badrul Hisham, number 83 on the HKM Times bike racing team bike, he is the man to watch.
That's the bike in your picture right now.
Yep, he's the man to watch. Not only is he top of the championship with 75 points, he got those 75 points from 3 straight wins. He will now, if he wins this race, be the first of our winners that we've seen today that's made it 4 consecutive wins. So that's something for him to shout about. Didn't get any points in race 1 of round 1, but was a clear winner in race 2 of round 1 and both races of round 2. Now, his closest competitor is Juni Kahu on the Chia PJ Kawasaki, who I can tell you now is actually just 1 spot above him in the grid starting for this 5th race. And he's been very consistent as well. Juni, he won race 1 in round 1, came 2nd in race 2 of round 1, came 4th in round 3, in race 1 of round 2, and came 3rd in race 2 of round 2. And again, very consistent, on the podium all the time. Rajini Krishnan, who's actually on pole position here, is in 3rd spot. Now, Juni Kahu is just 1 point behind Farid Hisham in the championship. 75 Hisham and 74 for Kahu. And we'll be back with a start in just a second. So this is what it's all about, and as I was saying, the championship here has been so close. 75 points, 74 points in 3rd spot. Rajini Krishnan, who's on pole position, and 65 points. So any of these 3 riders could really benefit if they can perform on this track, the 5.542 full circuit at Sepang International. It's not the full circuit for the whole 5 rounds of the Malaysia Superbike Championship. This is one of the 2 rounds that uses the full circuit, but there'll be 2 more rounds after this, one in September and November. And of course, each of those rounds have 2 races. So including this race you're about to watch, that's 6 races still left. Now, there you go. That's confirmation that Rajini Krishnan, 3rd in the championship, is on pole position. Mohammed Ramdan, Mohammed Rosli in 2nd, and Juni Kahu in 3rd, and they make up the 1st row.
On the 2nd row, Farid Badrul Hisham in 4th, Gavin MacDonald in 5th, and Ku Chi Yen in 6th.
Row 3 Zulmasyaf bin Mohammed Yassin in 7th, Tiwi Jin and Sandesh Prasanna Kumar in 9th.
Row 4 then is Sim Kwan Boon, Muhammad Taufik Razali, and Muhammad Najib Nasser, 10, 11, 12.
And in our 5th row, our last 2, 13, Mohammed Sani B. Fitri and Mark Kendall in 14th.
So 14 competitors then, 12 laps of this Sepang circuit in this Superbike category. 3 minutes before they go off on their warm-up lap.
Again, this is one of the later races of the day, so they've been watching a lot of these results come in, but it really has been that HKM Times Bike Racing team that have dominated proceedings. And it could be 4 wins in a row for 4th placed, or on the grid anyway, 4th place Mohammed Farid Badrul Hisham. So let's see exactly how he does. His teammate, Mohammed Ramdan Mohammed Rosli,
of course,
is in 2nd.
Apart from Farid Badrul Hisham, yeah, 2 HKM bikes there, and 2 Cheer PJ Kawasaki's.
That's where the fight has
been.
Between the Cheer PJ Kawasaki's and the HKMs. That's where the championship has been. And it would just be interesting if Juni Kahu or Rajini Krishnan could come up with a win in a second here. If they could do a 1-2, then not only would that be great for the team, but it would also really put a spanner in the works, I should say, for the standings. And it's actually Sim Kwan Bun and Zulmaslef Mohammed Yassin who are in the top 2 positions in the rookies class for Superbikes. And they have also 77 and 75, just 2 points separating them. So both classes, Tiwi Jin also very close there. Both classes with a lot to ride for today in this race 1 and race 2 in round 3. It's great that this is the middle round of the entire championship. So a lot of points can be won. And as we've seen with just in the Superstock just now with Nur Hafiz Azman, that you can really kickstart your championship with just winning 3 wins in a row. Always a good strategy to just go out and win, but it's also a good strategy just to make sure that you're on the podium every single race, which is the kind of delivery that we've seen from the likes of Juni Kahu and Rajini Krishnan, and of course in Superstock, Jonathan Sarapica as well.
Consistency.
Consistency always wins.
Always.
We've been in sports for a very long time now, Ross, and as you know, over the space of 6 months, it really is about just getting the best out of your machine. Doesn't necessarily mean winning every race. It just means making sure you're getting some high point finishes. So, we are ready for the warm-up lap.
This is the penultimate race of this day 1.
And it is the blue ribbon event when it comes to machinery and technical machinery. These Superbikes are fully prepped, and there's that roar. You were talking about the roar as well.
It does. It's getting bigger.
Yeah, it's getting bigger
the biggest so far.
I think this will be the biggest of the day. The KTM RC 390s will be very close and competitive, but these Superbikes are just going to really up the level from what we saw from the Superstock race.
Of course, after this, we've got the KTMs, which is another kind of race, very fun to watch.
Yeah, it's another development program, a lot like the Asia Talent Cup that started off the proceedings today. So we'll get to that, and what you'll see and what we saw in round 2 is a very, very close race there. So now remember, the bike to look for here in the Superstar is number 83, Mohammed Farid Badrul Hisham. Now, if he can get a good start, wow.
Juni Kahu, the Flying Finn, is on bike 32. That's another one you should look out for.
2nd in the championship behind Badrul. That's good to have a Malaysian leader in this very totally international championship, of course. Got Gavin Kendall in there. Juni Kahu. Sorry, got Gavin McDonald, got Mark Kendall. Or adding that international flavor. See, there's another one of those HKM bikes, Mohammed Najib Nasir. 12th. So there are actually 3 HKM Times bike racing bikes on there. 2 of them in the top 4 and 1 of them down in 12th.
These are about as big a bike as you can get.
Yeah.
On street. They're about 1,000 cc bikes,
exactly.
aren't they?
Yeah.
And of course they've been trimmed to perfection for racing.
Yep, they've been tuned up. So you're looking at a lot of power, a little bit heavier. Definitely great machines. Very powerful indeed, and more suited, you could say, to a track like Sepang. Sepang, of course, has been designed for the fastest of speeds, but also to be the most challenging. It's not just what you see on the screen. It's very easy to watch races on the screen, but in terms of, I think last year the circuit was shut for about 6 months while they actually looked at all the corners, all the 15 corners, and they didn't just re-asphalt them, or I know they worked on the drainage for one thing, but they also worked on the inclines and a lot of the camber on the roads going into the corners. So they made it more challenging for certain, but the results that have come out since in terms of lap records in all the classes that have raced here and all the drivers and riders that have raced here, they've said it's just much better track now that it's got all those.
And that's why Sepang is one of the most talked about racetracks in the world.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely one of the most state-of-the-art, designed by Herman Tilke for the very best. And everyone that gets to ride on there, and I can actually say, I did as well, in a Formula 4 car, get on there, it's absolutely beautiful. Of course, I have no frame of reference, so I wouldn't know. However, it's not like I've raced on every other track. But that was a very...
14 riders then in their positions. The man with the red flag, the man with the green flag.
We've seen them all day, and they are both happy once again. So, with them off track, the red lights are on, the red lights are off, and we are on. Superbike Class A and rookies, 12 laps, interesting start. And that's 4 riders that are just, and that's a big crash. 3 riders taken out immediately.
Completely taken out, and they were at the front of the pack as well.
They were at the front of the pack. We're going to have to get the numbers, and that actually does look like Badrul Hisham's bike down at the bottom.
Some leaders up there.
Well, this is really going to throw things into a bit of confusion.
Meanwhile, on track,
I don't think that is going to represent a race restart in any way. There are various rules regarding race restarts. Most of them are based on how much of the race has been completed and, of course, how many of the competitors were affected in whatever incident that led to the decision. But we are getting some information in now.
I think they are going to restart it.
I think
red
it might
flag.
be. Yeah, we've seen the red flag out. Wow, what a way to start. We've seen everything else happen today, but things were moving so smoothly. And now it looks like we are going to have a restart. As we look at the 3 bikes, and while one of the riders is having real trouble getting up there, and we hope
we see a
that
stretcher
he's okay.
there
Yeah,
as
there's
well.
a stretcher there as well. Medical teams on hand, of course. If we just get a replay of that, we will show it to you, but it looked like it was those 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So there's a good chance that Mohammed Ramdan, Rosli Junikahu, and Farid Badrul Hisham were the 3 riders that were involved. It certainly looked like Farid's bike, the blue and white and red. Just get you information on that just as soon as possible, while the rest of the riders, of course, have now seen the red flags and are into. So in any situation like this, of course, we have to wait for the review of race control and their decision as well. one of them, and that is just Juni Kahu. Yep. So Juni Kahu was, if that is the case, then it probably was Ramdan Mohammed Rasli, Juni Kahu, and Farid Badrul Hisham. But as I said, we'll get confirmation on that as soon as possible. We've just seen that Farid is in pit.
Mark Kendall is also in pit.
Well, everyone should be coming into pit now, if this is indeed going to be restarted. Yep, as expected.
So it looks like the three bikes were Rajini Krishnan, Joni Kahu, Tiwi Jin.
Yeah, it might be those three. Those are the three that are still unaccounted for.
All the other bikes are back in the pit. We will have a restart. You are watching the Superbike category. It is race 1 of this.
Well, we've just heard from race control that we're going to be starting from the same position, so that at least does confirm there will be a restart. But as I said, it is very technical when you do get to these, especially starts that have red flags.
Exit will open only for 1 minute only. Dalam grid pun 1 minute only.
So if you've just joined us, the Superbike category has just been red flagged. We've had 3 bikes that have gone off. It will be restarted in due course.
Well, I'm just looking through some of the regulations now. If a red flag is shown when the leader is on his 5th lap after completing his 4th, and the other riders have not completed the 4th lap, then the race result will be 3 laps completed. Well, we're not there, of course. We just heard that it will be restarted from the same position, and the second part will consist of 7 laps. As I said, it is very technical when it comes down to it, when red flags are out anyway, as to the exact situation of the race when it happened. And that's why we're going to leave that to race control and just tell you to stick with us. This is the only one of the championships so far that's actually had an interruption to it. But seeing as how we have had pretty much everything else that you could ask for in terms of racing. So we're going off for a break now. When we come back, we'll have the resumption of the Superbike category.
Hi, I'm Valentino, and I want to say ciao to all my fans, and I want to see all them here in Sepang the next October. Ciao, ciao.
I'm Maverick Viñales, happy to will be back at the Sepang test. I hope to see you 29th of October.
Hi, I'm Marc Marquez. I'm really happy to be back in Malaysia, and I will see you at the race in Sepang this 29th October 2017. Yes.
Hello, I'm Dani Pedrosa. MotoGP is back on the 29th of October. Please come to the track, and I cannot wait to see you there.
I'm Jorge Lorenzo. I'm very happy to be back in Malaysia and racing for the Ducati team. I can't wait to see all my fans in Sepang the 29th of October.
Hi, I'm Andrea Dovizioso. MotoGP is back in Sepang in October 2017. I hope to see you at the race, so book the ticket now.
Hi everybody, I'm Alex Rins, and I'm very happy to be back here 29th of October to the Malaysian race. So I hope you come to visit me. Full gas.
Hi, I am Andrea Iannone. I am very happy to be back in Malaysia, and I'm waiting you in the race.
Hi, I'm Cal Crutchlow, LCR Honda MotoGP rider. Great to be back here in Sepang, Malaysia for the winter test. We're very looking forward to seeing you on October the 29th, 2017 for the Malaysian Grand Prix.
Hi everybody, I'm Johan Zarco, so happy to be back in Malaysia. So I see you in the race at Sepang on 29 October 2017.
Hi guys, Jack Miller here. MotoGP is back in October 29th to Sepang. I hope to see you all there, and make sure you come wearing your colours.
Hai semua, Assalamualaikum Malaysia. Saya Hafiz Syarin. Saya berharap peminat-peminat pemotoran dapat menyokong saya dan rider-rider Malaysia di Sepang 29 Oktober ini dan dapatkan tiket anda sekarang.
back to the Sepang International Circuit, where we are at the Superbike class, where the race, as we have been told, will be restarted. A red flag was shown immediately on the first lap after a collision of 3 bikes in turn 1, which was deemed enough for a restart. And I'll tell you one thing, Ross Yusof in the commentary box with me said we were very close there to having the entire race being cancelled, because that is, just looking through some of the technical regulations, if 2 laps or less have been completed, then it is basically, you could call the race null and void and actually strip it from the championship. But that's where race control comes in, and they've deemed that that wasn't that bad an incident in the end. So the race, if then decided by race control to be restarted, has to be restarted within 20 minutes. And we've just heard that the race should restart within the next 3 to 5 minutes, and it'll start from the exact same spot, which would be, of course, lap 1.
Happy to report that all 14 bikes have checked in.
Good, good.
So we will have the list of 14 riders who started the race. So it means Journey Kahu's in there, Badrul Hisham's back in there, and hopefully everything, including their bikes, are in decent working order.
If you look at the line that caused all the trouble, that looks like it.
Bit of oil spillage there,
Probably.
I think.
The track has been in great condition all day, so this is really another testament to all the officials and race control as well, and all the stewards for being on their toes and aware and ready for that. As soon as the red flag is shown, all riders must report to the pit. It is an infringement if you don't, which is why we saw them all registering in, checking into the pit. And then, of course, it was up. But we were very, very close there to, if a red flag is shown, to a number of different options that could have happened. And luckily enough, we have a restart that has been called, and that'll be happening in the next 3 to 5 minutes, we heard. And good to see, as you said, Ross, that all those bikes have actually checked in.
Yep. Just to give you a recap of the current points situation in this Superbike category. Farid Badrul Hisham, one of the 3 bikes who actually went off, bike number 3. He's the current leader at the moment, a point ahead of Journey Kahu.
Flying Finn number 32 in the Chia PJ Kawasaki. And I think it was just those, everyone just being a bit too competitive on the inside line of turn 1, and 3 bikes together just cannoned off and roller coasted off into the gravel just beside turn 1.
And remember, there are 25 points up for grabs for the winner, so a potential 50 points still in this category with today's race and tomorrow's race.
Yep. Well, we've just heard from race control that the pit exit, which is the signal that the race will be restarted, is going to be opened in about 3 minutes. So, but yes, you were saying it is very, very close up at the top.
Absolutely. And with 25 points up for grabs for per race. And remember, there's tomorrow's race to go, so 2 races, potential 50 points up for grabs here. You could see the lead change between Farid Badrul Hisham, Journey Kahu, and, you know, even Rajni Krishnan in 3rd has a chance.
Well, those were the 3 riders that we needed. I suppose that, well, the race needed to really turn on the jets and hopefully get onto the podium to keep this championship as exciting as it's been. Rajini Krishnan, of course, qualified in pole for this. Farid Badrul Hisham looking for his 4th consecutive win, and Juni Kahu is 2nd in the championship as well. So a lot of permutations that could come across from this.
Of course, there are 2 categories of riders racing in this Superbike race. You've got the rookies as well. And Sim Kwan Boon is currently leading the rookies only by 2 points.
Yeah, it's close as well. That's right.
From Zulia Malif, Muhammad Yassin. So very close there. Again, 25 points up for grabs for the winner.
Well, we can hear the growling of the engines.
Which is good news.
That's very good news.
Yeah. So the pit lane, pit exit is about to be open, which means the race will be restarted and we will have the Superbikes off momentarily.
And it looks, as far as we're concerned, that all of our 14 entrants will be taking part as well. That would include those 3 bikes that went off at the corner. So the pit exit is open and they're moving towards it. And I'm sure they're going to have to do a sighting lap to get back onto grid. You don't usually see bikes just turning. So you can get through that dust line that marks off the pit lane. Well, there's 6 of them there. Just wanted to count to make sure we had all 14 of our entrants.
If you've just joined us, the race has been delayed 15 minutes from its scheduled start because of an incident involving 3 bikes at the start. Thankfully, the bikes, we understand, are okay, so are the riders.
As we know it, yeah.
Yeah, and all 14 bikes will be restarting. They're on their second sighting lap now, or sighting lap second time round.
Oh, yeah. It is essentially just a completely restarted race. All the protocols will be there again. And I'm sure we'll see our red flag and green flag at the beginning of the race, which is the only time you really want to see it. Okay, and we have heard that that first lap is going to be cancelled off from race control. So this is now going to be an 11 lap race as opposed to a 12 lap race. As I said, you could sit and try and figure out exactly what's going to happen, or you can listen to race control. And race control have all the information and pretty much every single piece of authority, power of authority to make whatever decisions they need to make sure that this is a legit fair playing field for all who are taking part. So 11 laps, restarted Superbike race. A headline in itself, but I wonder if we're going to be able to see some real championship advancements.
I wonder what kind of start we're going to have now. Are we going to have a really pensive, slow start now that we've had that incident?
Well, yeah. I mean, if I was one of these riders, I would definitely
take it easy, wouldn't you?
I'd take a very safe line up on the left. Actually,
I'd let everybody go first.
If someone was commentating on me, they'd go, "Who is that rider out there on the left?" Well, he's the one that's taking it extremely safely. I don't know. We might see that, or of course, it could work to the advantage of some of these other riders and think, "Hold on, if everybody else is going to take it safe, then I'm actually going to go for the fast start." But it really was more a question of just 3 bikes occupying the same space on the racing line, and it just goes to show you how intricate the defending and the attacking of these racing lines has to be for all these competitors, just so that these races can keep going, because no 2 bikes can occupy the same space at the same time. If not, that's what happens.
Thankfully, no one was hurt.
Thankfully, no one was injured. Thankfully, the medical staff and the stewards were on hand to get all the bikes. There's obviously no debris on the track either. They would have checked it for that. There would have been a mini track inspection around turn 1. And now setting up again. Deja vu almost. And that's a very interesting point you've raised, Ross, as to whether this will be the same start or a different start from the one that we saw.
We shall find out
in just a few seconds. Now, if you've just joined us and you were expecting to be in the middle of the Superbike race and you're thinking, hold on, things are a bit delayed, then you did miss a red flag restart, which is what this is.
So 14 riders then, 11 laps around this Sepang International Circuit.
One has been cut down because of that restart, and just a 1-minute board. Looks like they're all ready. I can see Gavin McDonald's bike there up at the front. I can see Ku Chi Yen as well off here on the left.
And they're off.
Well, I do have to say, Ross, that looks like 10 riders to me.
Yeah. Certainly missing a few.
Well, it's certainly missing the exact 3 that were possibly in that first incident. So, I think, and we won't know until, of course, we get across the first lap line, that I think we've lost those 3 possible championship contenders for race 1, which just opens up race 2 for them, really. But maybe they just couldn't get their bikes back on time because, as we saw it, there are 10 competitors, not 14.
If that's the case that Jeevan has just mentioned, it would mean that Rajini Krishnan is going to have a great chance here to make up some ground.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's just see exactly who's left as soon as they get past. So 11 laps, and that looks like it is Rajini Krishnan up front, in fact. I was thinking to myself, in fact, that's not that, that's Gavin McDonald up front. 57. And we'll see pretty quickly the 3 bikes that are missing as soon as they get through sector 3. But a slightly truncated field for the Superbike class in race 1, which means that race 2 is going to be ever so much more interesting tomorrow. Race 2, by the way, for Superbike will be at 2:15. It'll be the still out in their formation lap, but as I have counted, only 10 entrants on this formation lap, which is 4 less, and we know for a fact that 3 of them were involved in that shunt. So it's safe to say that 3 of them have not been able to get their bikes back in time, ready for the restart, and are obviously DNF. But Kuchien is there up front. Safety car just there. Now that is the final sighting lap, so back onto the grid they go. And it did look, actually, when they set up, that the entire front row of that grid was missing, in which case it is Rajini, Ramdan, Juni Kahu, who we saw, of course, off track, and Farid Badrul Hisham's, whose bike we saw off track as well. They might be the 4 that are missing. Those are the 4, 3 of them anyway, that are fighting for the championship. So this is a great opportunity for the other 10 riders in this class, the likes of Gavin McDonald, Ku Chien, Tiwi Jin, to put some big points. Here we go, the second start for the Superbike class.
And they are underway then, 10 riders on 11 laps here in the Superbike category.
And you were right, Ross, a very safe start from everyone.
Very safe first.
Everyone, nobody's looking for that aggressive line at all. Everyone picked their spot quite nicely, and I think they're going to wait for the rest of the race to make their moves. Going to have to wait for this first lap to get done to find out exactly who is who, but that is looks like last one left is Mohammed Yassin in second at the Sport Rider Racing Team. So a clearer track for 10 riders left. And who is going to fill this void? Unexpected void that has turned up for each of these competitors to pick up some points.
Okay, we can give you confirmation of the 4 non-starters. Rajini Krishnan, Mohammed Ramdan, Mohammed Rosli, Joni Kahu, and Tiwi Jin.
That does look like the 4 that are missing, in which case Farid Badrul Hisham is on this track. And if he is on this track, then he can still making 4 wins. They're all finishing their sector times now. I was pretty sure I saw Badrul Hisham's. It looks like Mark Kendall is in fact the fastest time now, but as soon as they get around turn 15, they will be logged on as their lap positions, which will be now. So our top 6, well, it is Farid Badrul Hisham up front. That's big news. Mark Kendall is in 2nd. Kuchi Yen is in 3rd. Gavin McDonald is in 4th. Sandesh Prasanna Kumar is in 5th. Zulas Miraf bin Mohammed Yassin is in 6th. Mohammed Najib Nazir in 7th. Simquan Bun in 8th. And of course he will be, in fact it's Zulmasilaf who's in top of the rookies class. Mohammed Taufik in 9th and Mohammed Masoni Pitri in 10th. So far this is going to be working out well for Farid Badrul Hisham, and unfortunate for his title chasers, Rajini Krishnan and Judy Kahu, who are not in this race 1, and they're going to have to really hope for a big race tomorrow. It's close up front between Mark Kendall and Badrul, just 0.7 seconds between them, and Mark Kendall definitely the fastest with 2:17.595 logged in.
Yeah, he's lapping very fast segments as well, Mark Kendall. 32.955 his last sector 2.
Well, could he be the one to deny Badrul his 4th consecutive win? Under whatever circumstances it may be. If race control said it's good to go, then it is an official race, and it would be an official win for him. Sandesh Prasanna Kumar on one of the cheer PJ Kawasaki's currently in 5th. They're really picking up speed now. Well, everything does get a little bit shaken up when you have a restart. We've just heard of a drive-through penalty that has been awarded to for a jump start to Masoni Pitri, in fact, for a jump start for that 2nd start. It's just never easy, is it?
No.
It's just never
race
easy.
control's working overtime time.
Well, race control has strict regulations, so they leave no stone unturned, let's put it that way. Now, Farid is, that's Sandesh Prasanna Kumar, and that's Gavin, no, sorry, that's Lasmiyah bin Mohammed Yassin.
So 9 laps left to go. They've completed 2. Farid Badrul Hisham, bike 83, currently leading. And he's got a just over 1.17 second lead over Mark Kendall.
Well, he's just put in the fastest lap as well, 2:14.408 for Farid. So this really has worked out very well for him. And it could have been Mohammed Rabnan's bike that we saw at the side of the track. That was the other HKM Times bike racing team.
That's our leader, Farid Badrul Hisham.
And BMW.
Fastest lap of 2:14.408, going for his 4th consecutive win.
Now we have to look at Mark Kendall is currently 4th in the championship. Of course, he hasn't got Juni Kahu or Rajini Krishnan to deal with anymore. Mark has been finishing quite consistently, 51 points, so he's 24 points behind Farid in terms of the championship. Farid, of course, if he wins this, is going to go straight up to 100. And I have to say that without Juni Kahu or Rajini Krishnan, he might just ace this race from start to finish, because he's a very fast rider indeed.
Does give Mark Kendall the chance to close up the gap between himself and Krishnan.
Mark Kendall is 14 points behind Rajini Krishnan, and he is 23 points, behind Juni Kahu. So finishing second at 20 points. He could
oust Rajini.
Oh, he'll definitely oust Rajini, and he will close up on Juni Kahu. But there is race 2 tomorrow. Now this is interesting. That's Najib Nasir about to be taken by Taufik Razali. Almost.
Or not.
Well, everyone's going to be very careful around turn 1 now.
Nice and easy there from Najib Nasir.
1 second separating them.
Good fast time though from Najib Nasir, 2:25.348 his last lap.
It's amazing though how, even with the drive-through penalty, that the 10th place man, who is of course the last place on this current grid, Mohamed Masoni Pitri, is 15 seconds behind Farid Badruisham, who's just set another fast lap, 2:14.408. Yes, he has. Oh, he's absolutely blitzing this right now. Very lucky man, Farid. Hope he can make the most of this opportunity as we close in on Najib Nasir and Taufik Razali in this fight. He's now been joined by Sim Kwan Bun.
This is 7th, 8th and 9th you're watching.
As you can see there at the side of your screen, just the top 2 bikes, Mark Kendall and Farid, are on, well, battling it out the front. Then there's a 13-second gap before Ku Chi-yen from Team Hyap Ike Suzuki.
So 7 laps to go then in this Superbike category, which was red flagged at the start. We have 4 non-starters in the end, 10 bikes on track at the moment, and Farid Badrul Hisham is cruising it on his 4th lap, having completed 4 laps.
4 bikes non-started, 2 of them championship contenders as well, so significant non-starters for certain. Now that looks like a clean take, and that means that Taufik Razali has gone through to 7th place.
But wait. Najib Nasir comes back.
That's a good line. A little bit more aggressive on turn 1. Maybe they're all calming down on turn 1 now. Kendall still the fastest through sector 2 at the moment. Farid has just put in another fastest lap, 2:14.213. So he's making his intentions very clear as to what he wants to do in this restarted Superbike category. And that's Taufik again trying. Just hasn't got the pull to make it through. That is Sandesh Prasanna Kumar in 5th. Hot on his tail is Zul Mohamed Yassin, the Sport Rider Racing team. Good time there, 2:22.194. Still a few seconds off the 2:14.026. Which is another fastest lap that Farid has put in. So the last 3 laps that our leader has put in has essentially been faster and faster and faster.
Good 8-second lead between Zulmialif, Mohamed Yassin and Taufik Razali, the leading 2 in the rookies category.
Yep, I think that's been decided already. Still race one, as you pointed out, 25 points available in each race, 50 points per round. So things can change very quickly. But nothing's going to be changing for Rajini Krishnan and Junie Kahu, who are second and third in the championship today, as they were two of the 4 bikes that didn't make it to the new restart after, thankfully, a collision that was survived by all, and bikes as well. But those bikes just quite weren't ready for the restart. It happened about 10 minutes after that initial incident.
That's our leader, Farid Badrul Hisham. He is currently the fastest man on track, 2:14.026.
Yeah, he's really opening up that gap to Mark Kendall. It's 2 seconds now. Well, this is what I suspected, with Farid, of course, coming off 3 wins, very fast anyway. The 2 riders that were giving him the most trouble were Rajini Krishnan and Junie Kahu. They're not there anymore, so Mark Kendall, yes, can make 20 points off this race, and he'd love that, being in 4th in the championship. But he'd have to put in a really good race, I think, if he's going to catch Farid Badrul Hisham in the next 5 laps. I just see that gap extending, to be honest.
It's slowly extending. It's 1.89 seconds. Oh, hang on, 2.55
now.
The difference between first and second at the moment.
Well, he knows how to get around this track fast. That's Mark Kendall, who himself, 2:14.296 is no slouch.
Chance for the Briton to close the gap on the championship leaders here, with 2 of the contenders taking out the running. 2 did not start.
Let's see what he can do, though. Well, he is pushing it. It's all going to be up to this man now. Now, of course, there could be other factors involved here. Most of these bikes wouldn't have been checked over between the original start and the restart, so reliability issues might come into it. Well, that was a bit of a wobble there from Farid.
Yeah, and Mark Kendall actually has the leader in his sights now. It's slow. It's still 2.553. We'll wait till he crosses the next sector.
Oh, I just want to know exactly what that wobble would mean in terms of time lost. Here is our leader, looking for his 4th consecutive win.
28 seconds between our leader, Farid Badrul Hisham, and the 3rd place bike, Ku Chi Yen.
So 26 seconds, basically between 2nd and 3rd. I think that's safe to say that that has been settled.
Yeah. It's a case of, can Kendall push Badrul Hisham?
Well, also Gavin McDonald, just 2 seconds behind Ku Chi Yen in 3rd. He might be able to make a shout for 3rd, but there's 19 seconds behind him and Sandesh Prasanna Kumar, so I think that's settled. The big battles are going to be 1st and 2nd and 3rd and 4th, with just 4 laps to go. That is Ku Chi Yen, the blue 66 bike, and that is Gavin McDonald just behind, number 57. Said there's just 2 seconds behind them.
And he's close right up, Gavin McDonald.
And he's looking to make a chance here.
I think he's taken him.
Oh, no, hold on. I think this might be... That looks like Taufik Razali again. Yes, it is. It's Taufik Razali and Sim Kwan Boon in 7th and 8th. Well done there to to Steve Sim Kwan Boon. But he's taken again by Taufik on the inside. That corner 15 has been reaping a lot of rewards for a lot of riders. Quick look behind him, and he realizes he's absolutely not out of trouble at all. And so pushes into turn 1. Mohammed Taufik Razali there in the white 16 bike, being chased by Sim Kwan Boon. Both of these bikes are the top 2 in the rookies class. Actually, 2nd and 3rd in the rookies class, as Zul Mohammed Yassin is 1st in this class. 10 seconds ahead of them. Now the lead between the top 2 and 3rd spot is just getting bigger and bigger. It's now 31 seconds. Mark Kendall, to his credit, is keeping
the lead down.
Yeah, he's keeping keeping pace with Farid. I wonder if he's going to make a run right at the end. They're both battling it out in sector times. And in fact, well, Farid's just come in with a 2:13.548. That is incredibly fast. That is now the fastest time set in the Superbike category so far.
In the meantime, you're watching the rookies battle here.
This is 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, this is 2nd and 3rd. As you can see, barely 1.2 seconds between them.
Now, I wonder what Rajini Krishnan and Judy Kahu are thinking. Well, bike number 2 has just been black flagged. And that is Mohammed
He's not having a good afternoon, Masoni.
Well, I'm assuming he's got the black flag for not carrying through with his drive-through, with his ride-through penalty, which he got for the jump start. But if you've been black flagged, there you go. That is the end of your race. Got to stick to the regulations.
Still riding here with 7 and 8.
So with the black flag, it means we're now down to 9 realistic competitors. And Farid Badrul Hisham up front, I can tell you, is just managing to keep that. He's just put in another fast lap, 2:13.548. He's just managing to keep ahead of Mark Kendall, who is trying his hardest to catch up, but seems to be losing out in sector 3.
That's bike number 66 in 3rd position, Ku Chi Yen. He's a good 37 seconds behind our leader, Farid Badrul Hisham.
But only 1 second ahead of Gavin McDonald in 4th.
And that's the fight, 3rd and 4th.
Here it is. Here's our leader, who is cruising to his 4th consecutive win. That is 100 straight points that he's picked up for his championship in the last 4 races.
He couldn't have imagined how he picked up this 25. If he gets 25, that is.
I think he would be. It is, you know, they do say all is fair when you get onto the track, but he knows for a fact he's been gifted these 25. Just has to make sure he gets that bike around another 2 laps. So 100 straight points from 4 races.
And you can't do better, really.
You can't do better than that. He didn't actually get any points in race 1 of round 1. Didn't finish that one. So since then, it's just been full points all the way. And that's exactly what Junie Kahu and Rajini Krishnan are thinking about right now in the pits.
1.45 seconds the gap between Gavin McDonald and Ku Chi Yen. That's 3rd and 4th.
Well, there's Mark Kendall. As you can see, he looks to be closer than 1.7 seconds away. Looks to be a lot closer than 1.7, actually.
Britain's really pushing hard here.
That's a 2:13. He's clocked in a 2:13.
That's the fastest time.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely the only other rider to hit 2:13. So, Mark Kendall making a push in these last couple of laps. He wants position 1 on the podium, and we'll tell you exactly how much he's cut that down, because that doesn't look like 1.7 seconds to me. We'll see exactly now how much he's closer. I'm saying it's around 1.1 just by eye, but... And this is the last lap. It is 0.8. I knew it wasn't 1.7.
Less than a second between 1 and 2.
This really is going to be a grandstand finish, at least between the top 2. And his sector 4 just now was a lot faster. That was where he caught it all up. So Mark Kendall is on the rampage in this last lap. He's 0.8 of a second behind
Farid Badrul Hisham.
I wouldn't be surprised if Farid Badrul Hisham now puts in 3 of the fastest sector times you've seen. He's going to know Mark Kendall's behind him. I think he's done it. I think he's done enough. And then now both of them are pushing each other, and they're now 44 seconds ahead of third place Kuchien, who's still having a massive battle with Gavin McDonald, I can tell you. And they are a full lap ahead of Sandesh Prasannakumar in 5th, and Zul Mohammed Yassin, who's also heading the rookie class.
Yeah, Farid Badrul Hisham is keeping the distance between himself and Mark Kendall at the moment, and they they're rapidly running out of track.
That's it. That's not even laps anymore. Now they're running out of corners. I think he's done it. 4 wins in a row. As he comes into the last stretch. That's the back straight. Last 2 corners for these two. Pushed it. I knew that sector 3. Farid's sector 3 is now 41 seconds. So he just gave it a little bit of push at the end just to make sure. But this is going to be his 4th consecutive win in the Superbike category. What an achievement over the last 3 or 4 months.
And a wheelie to finish.
And a wheelie to finish as well. We may have started it with a bit of dramatics, but both him and Mark Kendall finished. Great 20 points for Mark Kendall. That, as I said, is immediately going to push him into 3rd place in the championship. Whether he can keep that is going to be dependent on what he does in race 2 tomorrow. That's at 2:15 tomorrow. Ross and I will be here for all the championships tomorrow. That's the Blue Ribbon event that ends proceedings tomorrow. And it's going to be
Koo Chee Yen and Gavin McDonald.
Well,
here.
Gavin McDonald's taken Koo Chee Yen by the looks of it. Yes, he has. Unless Koo Chee Yen can pull out something really good in turn 15. Well done, Gavin McDonald. No, he's done it. He's done it.
Or has he?
It's going to be so close.
Koo Chee Yen's done it.
Well, that was the closest you're going to get to a photo finish, and let's look at it. 49.807 and 49.847. So Koo Chee Yen does it by 0.047 seconds. That's how close it was. And it's just great to see racing like that close here in these championships. We've seen pretty much everything today, but 3rd and 4th with 0.047 between them. Probably on the day, it was deserving. Here is the leader and finisher of the rookies class. In 6th, Zul Mohammed Yassin and Mohammed Tawfiq Razali will be 1st and 2nd in the rookies class. Sandesh Prasannakumar has now finished as 6th overall. In the A class. And the finishers all coming in now. Simkun 1, Mohamed Najib.
So Taufik Razali has come second in the rookies. Sim Kwan Boon has confirmed third.
So we have our top three for both classes, and of course, heartbreak for Mohamed Mansoni Pitri, who was disqualified for, I'm assuming, not serving that ride-through penalty that he got for the jump start for the restart. Rajini Krishnan, non-entrant from the restart after the crash from the original start. Juni Kahu as well. So a lot of headlines that have been created here in the Superbike category at the Malaysia Superbike Championship Round 3 event, Sepang International Circuit. And there is our winner. 4 consecutive wins on the trot. What an achievement. 100 points.
He's accumulated in his last 4 races.
Nice and round number to get 25 every time you get on track. And he's now going to return that bike to the Parc Fermé to get it checked out. I did think reliability may have been an issue, but there was no debris on the track from that original incident. So what this has done is this race has really opened it up for a lot of other people. Yes, Farid Badrul Hisham might be screaming his way to the championship just with constant wins, but for the likes of Mark Kendall and Ku Chi-yen, who by the way was 5th in the championship on 43 points, didn't really mention him, they have now got good points to add. There is your final 10. Farid Badrul Hisham, Mark Kendall in 2nd, Ku Chi-yen in 3rd, Gavin McDonald in 4th, Zul Mohammed Yassin in 5th, Sandesh Prasanna Kumar in 6th, Mohamed Taufik Razali in 7th, Sim Kun Buan in 8th, Mohamed Najib Nazir in 9th, and Mohamed Soni bin Fitri, even though disqualified, is in 10th. So with that, we close off the Superbike category, and still to come, the KTM RC 390 Cup. That's going to be a fun race, I can tell you that. We'll be back with the prize presentation and the podium ceremony from the Superbike category in just a bit, so stick with us.
Hi, I'm Valentino, and I want to say ciao to all my fans, and I want to see all them here in Sepang the next October. Ciao, ciao.
I'm Maverick Viñales, happy to will be back at the Sepang test. I hope to see you 29th of October.
Hi, I'm Marc Marquez. I'm really happy to be back in Malaysia, and I will see you at the race in Sepang this 29th October 2017. Yes.
Hello, I'm Dani Pedrosa. MotoGP is back on the 29th of October. Please come to the track, and I cannot wait to see you there.
I'm Jorge Lorenzo. I'm very happy to be back in Malaysia and racing for the Ducati team. I can't wait to see all my fans in Sepang the 29th of October.
Hi, I'm Andrea Dovizioso. MotoGP is back in Sepang in October 2017. I hope to see you at the race, so book the ticket now.
Hi everybody, I'm Alex Rins, and I'm very happy to be back here 29th of October to the Malaysian race. So I hope you come to visit me. Full gas.
Hi, I am Andrea Iannone. I am very happy to be back in Malaysia, and I'm waiting you in the race.
Hi, I'm Cal Crutchlow, LCR Honda MotoGP rider. Great to be back here in Sepang, Malaysia for the winter test. We're very looking forward to seeing you on October the 29th, 2017 for the Malaysian Grand Prix.
Hi everybody, I'm Johan Zarco, so happy to be back in Malaysia. So I see you in the race at Sepang on 29 October 2017.
Hi guys, Jack Miller here. MotoGP is back in October 29th to Sepang. I hope to see you all there, and make sure you come wearing your colours.
Hai semua, Assalamualaikum Malaysia. Saya Hafiz Syarin. Saya berharap peminat-peminat pemotoran dapat menyokong saya dan rider-rider Malaysia di Sepang 29 Oktober ini dan dapatkan tiket anda sekarang.
Ni dia punya kerja ni.
Sudah gelap bos. Boleh. Tutup Andy bos. Tutup ah? Tutup ah.
Oh Andy.
Okey.
Baik kau suruh aku tutup kantor kau tadi. Bukannya aku tak kerti. In a way, Sony must be damn very confident in their equipment as well. It's a huge assignment, you know. It is. It's not local, you know. It's Sian. Although it's not whole wide world international, but it's still international. Right.
Boleh dice lah. If a few photographers are screwed, Sony is screwed. That's it.
Might not be, you know.
It's possible that using the equipment, if they don't get a shot, if it fails them.
You know the worst case scenario, they will always twist it to photographers don't know how to use the equipment lah. Normal what? Malaysia apa? Correct or not? Correct. It's not that something like that has never happened before. You don't know how to use the equipment what?
That's not louder than this. Yeah. Does it record? Stop. Oh, it's Sony. Stop.
Good question. I have no idea. I hope not. I don't think so. No. Only visual.
Only visual, huh?
Dia tengok. Tapi dia macam tak faham lah. Dia slow tengok pula.
Dia memang tak faham tapi tak kerti lah buat lama sekali.
Dan nanti kalau aku masuk, dia pun lagi pun last. Masuk pun last lah. 1 minute to go. Suara aku yang dengar tak ada apa. Dia akan keluar. Pakai helmet tak dengar. Pakai. Cara aja satu ini dan ini.
So the podium presentation after a disjointed Superbike race, which needed a restart. And here he is, 4th consecutive win in a row for Badrul Hisham.
Now it's
100 straight points into his championship standings. And of course, leading the championship as you'd expect with 4 straight wins. Nothing but the best for him. Sandesh Prasanna Kumar ended up 40-odd seconds off the pace.
Gavin McDonnell
had a good fight, yeah.
Picking up 4th.
A good fight with Kuchien. Again, 0.047 seconds between those two.
That's a great podium finish for Kuchien.
Fantastic. They were 3rd and 4th in the championship. 4th and 5th, sorry, in the championship.
And Mark Kendall tried to push our winner, Farid Badrul Hisham. And that made good watching.
It did. It did indeed. But what would have happened, I wonder, had Rajini Krishnan and Juni Kahu come through. Of course, they didn't make it because of that start. So our top 5 from the Superbike A class, and we're about to see the top 5 from the rookies class as well, which is kind of convenient, seeing as how we only ended up with 10 entrants. It's quite good to quite good to know. Interesting to see though if Pitri, Mohammed Soni Pitri, actually gets onto the podium, being black flagged. I suppose it still does count. But I'm sure that that black flag was awarded because of not adhering to that ride-through penalty. Maybe he didn't know.
Just the top 3 then?
Yeah, just the top 3.
Second place by number 16, Muhammad Taufik Razali.
Muhammad Taufik Razali after a good ride in second.
And the winner by number 74, Grafmi Ali Muhammad Yassin from Sport Rider Racing Team.
And there's our winner. So congratulations to both classes.
That's Steve Sim in 3rd. Second place going to Muhammad Taufik Razali.
And Zul Mohammed Yassin from the Sport Rider Racing Team has won through the day. The rookies class. Quick photo op for them. Full results, as I've been saying, can be found on the official Sepang International Circuit website, www.sepangcircuit.com. If you want to find out exactly how fast it was, but I can tell you that between Gavin McDonnell and Kuchien, that's going to be 0.047 seconds. That is, in fact, the smallest gap that we've had all day.
Absolutely.
Now, brings us to the KTM RC 390 Race 1. This will be the final event on day 1 of round 3 of the Malaysia Superbike Championship. My name's Jeevan Selvanathan. Sitting with me in the commentary box is Ross Yusof. Now, Ross, I did say this was going to be a fun, exciting race, mainly because I have actually done some reports on the KTM RC 390 Cup. There's a technical director who's probably on that grid right now, Jeremy Corbin, who was telling me about this wonderful development program. It's a lot like the Asia Talent Cup in terms of developing riders and getting them ready. But essentially, if you have the right determination and the right hunger, then KTM will provide you the setup and this wonderful 390 bike as well to race within these competitors. Now, the competition has been moving throughout the season, and it has been Mohammed Ibrahim Noruddin who has been really ruling the roost. Of the 4 races so far from the opening 2 rounds, he's won 3 of them, and Mohammed Izam Iqmal has come in with 3 seconds, as there he is, Izam Iqmal right on the pole position. I said 3 seconds so far. Furuichi Ukyo in 2nd, and Mohammed Ibrahim Mohammed Noruddin, championship leader, in 3rd.
On the 2nd row, Ahmad Idam Khairuddin, Ralph Kenneth Torres, and Billy Van Erd.
Well, Ahmad Idam Khairuddin is in 3rd in the championship. In 7th, Mohammed Ayman Nabil Shahram, Ahmed Daniel Haikal, and Mohammed Rehan in 7th, 8th, and 9th on the 3rd row.
In the 4th row, then, you've got Jazil Juraimi, Arshad Rusdi Shaharoom, and Juran Asakura.
And yes, that is Jazil Juraimi as well. Eric Chia, who's also been a big name in Supermoto. He's in 15. Mohamed Amuel Afik ahead of him in 14. And Zhu Shengjunji from China with that international flavor in 13th.
On the 6th row, Chen Pengyuan from China, Zachary Johnson, and Shamsul Razlan Shah.
That's another international lineup there. Eddie Erman, Pongpak Dijan, and Ma Kin Wai in 19th, 20th, and 21st.
Sharim Azrul Roslan, Mohammad Firdaus Aziz, and Charmaine Lim Ki Gun.
And this should be the final row. Mohamed Efsan Aslan, Andrew Baraklaf, and Kishore Dhanabalasingham in 27th. Now, as I said, the top 3 riders are Mohamed Ibrahim Noureddin, who won race 1 in round 1, won race 2 in round 1, won race 1 in round 2, and came 3rd in race 2 of round 2. So those are sparkling stats that it is. It gives him 91 points in the championship. Second after him, Mohamed Izam Iqmal, who's on pole position today, with a 2nd in race 1 of round 1, and also a double 2nd in round 2, race 1 and race 2. That's given him 76 points. And in 3rd, Ahmad Idam Khairuddin, who has been, well, with a big win, of course, in round 2, race 2. But apart from that, a couple of 3rds in race 1 for both rounds 1 and 2. So those are the 3 that are in contention. He's on 68 points.
And he's 4th on the grid.
And he's 4th on the grid. So the top 4 riders on the grid, 3 of them are the ones, along with Furiuchi Ukyo, who are battling it out for the championship so far. And of course, as Ross said earlier, 25 points per race available to these riders. And these KTM RC bikes are exactly the same. So it will be very close racing. It was really close racing in round 2. And it'll be interesting to see which of these riders comes through and whether Iqmal Izamli, Noureddin, or Khairuddin come out on tops here in this final event for day 1. 8 laps. So again, you've got that shortened strategy. It's ideal to get a really good
running. That's the plan.
You've got to hit the ground running. You've got to get a good start in, and then after that, it's literally about defending that line. But these bikes, as I said, all pretty much exactly the same.
If you've been with us all day and you've watched from race 1, then this is very similar to the Idemitsu Asia Talent Cup, in which it's a level playing field. These guys are riding exactly the same bikes, and it's skill that will win the day.
Yep, and KTM, of course, one of the big names in motorsport that have set this up. So they have technical crews that are assigned to these bikes as well. So the whole point of this tournament, or this event and championship, you could say, is to give the full race experience to these riders as they go through each of the rounds. And so far, it has to be said, they've picked up a lot of experience. All the rounds will be on the Sepang International Circuit, and they will follow this Superbike Championship calendar. So the next round after this will be in September, and then the final round will be back at Sepang in November. But this is going to be a very close race for sure.
Yep, don't forget to catch race 2 with us tomorrow here, live from the Sepang International Circuit. It all starts a lot earlier tomorrow. 9:15 we're live.
With the KTM RC 390. So race 2 for the KTM RC will be the first off the blocks tomorrow. Then it'll be the Open Production 250, then Super Sport, then the Asia Talent Cup, then Super Stock and Superbike. And Ross and myself, as he said, will be here in the commentary box for you, direct to your Facebook feed, or of course, wherever you're watching it around the world. That's the wonder of live streaming technology. And I can just see the 3-minute board down, so about 2 minutes left to this sighting lap. Now, 8 laps means, yes, get your start absolutely perfect, but this tournament is meant to teach you how to defend and attack lines, and the reason it does that is by having essentially the same bike for each of these riders. So there's always...
what Jeevan's just said there, defending the right lines. We've seen in the last race, in the Superbike race, when the red flag came out, there was not a lot of defending.
There was not a lot of defending there at all. Or it was the unspoken communication between riders that went wrong, and that happens every now and then. And you know, it's easy for us to laugh about it now. It's only because those riders did come across perfectly safely. Obviously, the bikes were damaged. That's why they couldn't make the second restart. But it was good to see that they all came out well from that little incident in the Superbike. It's the only incident we've had all day, in fact, at the track. And these bikes, well, yeah, as I said, you're meant to learn how to defend lines and attack lines and get into a racing environment. And let's hope that they all get off quite fine. But what you'll most probably see is them all packed up, just like in round 2 when we were here. Very close racing indeed, which obviously just highlights the achievement of Mohammed Ibrahim Noureddin even more by winning 3 out of the 4 races. This really does, like the Asia Talent Cup, show some of the, you know, the riding skills of these young riders as well. We've had some big winners today. In fact, that Asia Talent Cup, we saw Can Oncu, the young Turkish 14-year-old rider. He had a start-to-finish win. In Supersport, it was Ismail Smali who just continued his good run in the championship. Ayman Tayrudin in the Production 250 came up from 11th spot on the grid to win that one and keep his championship very much alive. Noor Hafiz Azman in the Superstock made it 3 wins in a row, 4 wins in a row actually, 3 wins in a row, sorry, and Badrul Hisham made it 4 wins in a row in the Superbike. So we've had our share of headlines throughout the day, and I wonder if we're going to see more now. The bikes, our final growl of the day, Ross.
Final growl of the day.
A lot more muted. It's a lot more muted.
Everybody who is not a rider clears off the track. So we are left then with 27 riders. The man with the red flag afterwards.
Yep.
After they go on their sighting lap.
And these bikes, as I said, versatile, very nippy, very fast. You can pick a whole load of racing lines from them. Thinner wheels, as you can see as well, because of the smaller engines. So very competitive stuff. And with the safety car watching on, they make their move off the line. Still see the dust that was poured onto that front straight from that Superbike incident and the restart. Now is this going to be once again another win for Ibrahim Noureddin?
Certainly do well to negotiate through 27 riders here.
Yeah, for sure.
If we're looking at how we had crashes with 14 riders in the last race.
Well, yeah. And what's more, these riders should be more closely packed as well. So the man to look out for really here is our pole position, Iqbal Izami. 3 seconds and a third.
He's on bike 24. Look out for bike 24.
3 seconds and a third. Would love to get that top spot here. Really put pressure on Noureddin. But of course, the most recent rise has come from Ahmed Idam Khairuddin, who's in 4th. He won the last round. Last race in the last round. In fact, it was Khairuddin, Iqbal, and Noureddin. Those were the top 3.
As Jeevan said earlier, the top 4 riders on the grid, in the grid positions, the top 4, 3 of them are in the hunt for the championship.
They really are. There's a huge drop-off after that. In 4th, Mohamed Rehan, who is starting 9th. On the grid today. Well, he's on 46 points, so he's 22 points back already from 3rd placed Khairuddin. But Khairuddin is just 8 points back from Izamli, and he himself is just 15 points back from Norridin. So a lot can change over this weekend and the 16 laps.
Yep, they're all approaching the final corner before they gather at the starting grid again for what will be our final race on day one of this Malaysia Superbike Championship round 3 here at the Sepang International Circuit.
Now, if you can make it up to the circuit tomorrow, that would be great. It's always nice to see home fans up here. If not, of course, the live stream will be up early in the morning for that 9:15 start for the second race of this championship.
And of course, another reason to come down tomorrow
is that it's totally free.
Main Grandstand seats for free on a Sunday.
I know, it's unbelievable. But that's the kind of bargain you can get if you want to come up and actually cheer on some of our Malaysian riders.
Chance to meet the commentators. It's amazing.
Here we are at the start.
So, final red flag on this day one.
Don't say that, Ross. Don't say that.
Or maybe.
Don't say final red flag, because we had an extra red flag today. This is the, yes, I suppose it's hopefully the final red flag that we see. And this will be the final green flag.
27 riders on the starting grid.
It is a full grid, equal bikes, and we have a green light from race control, which means the red lights are on. And the KTM RC390 race 1 for round 3 is on. Immediate start as imagined. A lot of weaving. And it looks like it is
Idham Khairuddin.
Iqbal that may have come through. No, you're right. It looks like Khairuddin's come through. Well, this is what we expected. Very close racing indeed. And immediately the front two pulling away. And that looks like Khairuddin, yes, up in front. That's Daniel Heikel, number 99, just behind. Good start from him. He started in 8th. That's Pongpak Dijan we saw, and this is our first retiree. Well, a bit wide there, lost a bit of time, and this is how close it was going to be. Always right from the start. Full blast into the corners. Well, that is Norridin, number 6, who's just taken the lead as expected. He just manages to get the most out of these bikes. Just confirm that as they come into.
I think Idham Khairuddin is leading Muhammad Norridin.
Well, it's definitely those two up front. They have been shifting places, and they're putting a little bit of daylight between them and the rest of the pack.
It's about a 2-second gap between the first two and third.
Unbelievable how fast they went through sector 2.
Yeah, they are very fast sectors.
They're very fast sectors. Some of these people are clocking 40, 42 in sector 2. Well, Iqbal Azamli did it in 37. And that's just off lap 1. But look how close all 27 riders are. This is what the KTM RC Cup is all about. So we are going to get our first confirmed 6 as seen by the timing computer as they weave themselves over to the right side of the track. It is Khairuddin ahead of Norridin, just as you said, Ross, by 0.2 of a second. 0.5 of a second back, Billy Van Erde in 3rd, Ahmed Daniel Heikel in 4th, Mohamed Rehan in 5th, Ralph Kenneth Torres in 6th. Iqbal Azamli has moved from pole position down to 7th. And Jazil Juraimi, who of course we saw earlier in another class, he is in 8th. Juan Asakura in 9th, and Furuichi Ukyo, who's also second on the grid, is down to 10th. So bad starts for Izam and Furuichi. Great starts for Khairuddin and Noruddin.
Yep, Noruddin leading Khairuddin at the moment.
Well, he's just taken him now, yeah. After putting in a 2:40.067, which is the fastest we've seen so far. Second fastest is 2:40.070, which is Khairuddin. So those two are definitely putting the speed on. Really leaning into those corners, and look at the fight between them. It could be either one, but again, it is Khairuddin that comes through. But he's under such intense pressure that the rest of the pack are actually closing up on them. Number 16 and number 6. Number 16 is Khairuddin, number 6 is Noruddin, and just look how close all the rest of the pack are now.
Daniel Heichel's come right up, number 99.
Well, I did say this would be a close race. And after that initial lead that Khairuddin and Noruddin had put up, the rest of the pack have just swarmed them. And now it's not just about beating those two anymore. Not surprised that Khairuddin just had a look over his shoulder, and instead of seeing one bike, he's seen 6. Well, that looks like Khairuddin's still up front, and now maybe Noruddin will be caught up in that pack. Give Khairuddin a bit of a chance to get away. Now remember, just 7 laps, so it's important to settle down into your race position now. It's big turn 15.
Ahmad Daniel Heichel's up in second.
Yeah, he's done really well in that lap. He's managed to get the jump on Noruddin. It's exactly as I feared, that Noruddin was so focused on trying to beat Khairuddin that the rest of the pack has come up on him. And now, yes, Ahmad Daniel Heichel is in second. Noruddin is...
But it's all about the change again.
0.03. It might do, but I think Khairuddin should come out of this first turn in the lead. He looks like he's got enough daylight. Oh, what a run from Ahmad Daniel Heichel.
Billy van Aert's put himself in the running as well. He's in there in the top 4.
Well, there's 1 second that is separating 2 to 6. And that is what KTM RC is all about. And they're just both, all of them are just 0.5 of a second off our leader, Ahmad Idan Khairuddin.
It's back with Khairuddin and Noruddin up front. Heichel's dropped down to 3rd.
But for how long? That's the question. Look how close they are as they come into this sector 3, and that looks...
Oh, wow.
Wow, that was really incredible stuff. Khairuddin just with the right line to slingshot his way through that corner.
We're halfway through this final race of the day. No, halfway through, did I say? I'm assuming it was 12.
Just about, yeah.
6 laps.
It's actually about a third of the way through, but it's going to be over quicker than you think. And by the looks of it, they're all going to be as close as this all the way. Now, of course, the dynamics of racing become very, very different when you've got 6 bikes all vying for that racing line.
As we saw in the Superbikes.
Now, of course, they've spread out a little bit, but this, as you can just see how close they can get on the corners, it really does come down to braking a lot more. The pickup on these bikes is immense, so...
Izam, he's working his way up the grid. I think he's in 3rd at the moment.
Well, we'll find out as we get past, but that is definitely Noruddin up front. That is definitely Khairuddin. Sorry, it's Khairuddin up front, and Noruddin just swaying just to keep second. That looks like, yes, Izam Iqmal has just come through into second, so justification for his pole position. Yep, he's put in the fastest lap as well, 2:35.941. Deservedly in second, and looking now for first, it's Billy van Aert who's actually out front. He's put in an even faster lap, 2:35.272.
But Ibrahim Mohammed Noureddin's come right up and taken them all.
There are a couple of riders there that were drifting through turn 1.
This is the beauty of the KTM RC race. It really is.
It really is. The whole point of racing.
Think you can commentate? Commentate on the KTM.
Well, yeah. You just try and look at these numbers. You just try. Well, it's good to have this pack, and now it is literally 1 second up to the first 9 riders. 1.8 seconds between the first 9 riders.
Ikmal Izamli is now leading the pack. Billy Van Eerd is second.
And that would be Noureddin is in third. Billy Van Eerd has come out of absolute nowhere. Well, there's Noureddin, and he's going to be making a move on Ikmal, and he does. It's too close to call, but he takes it. Great move from Noureddin.
That's bravery.
That's bravery right there. But again, equal powered machines all around him. That's Billy Van Eerd who's now taken the lead. I think we've had 3 lead changes just in
the
this
last
lap.
3 corners.
Who's it going to fall to? Well, Billy Van Eerd is putting in the fastest laps. 2:35.272 now is the fastest lap of the entire pack. But it is literally 1 second difference between the first 9 competitors in the KTM RC Cup. 0.2, 0.5, 0.7, 1.1, 1.2, 1.5. It's unbelievable. Now that would mean that Billy Van Eerd is still up front. It looks like it. Now that's what we mean about defending the line. We didn't see this with a lot of the other classes where you have to actually weave left and right to make sure that these other riders don't get the inside jump on you, especially coming into something as big as turn 15. Straight line speed, well, that's really out of the question now with all these bikes being so similar. So Billy Van Eerd again, now onto his 4th lap. Ibrahim Noureddin in 2nd, so he's going to be the big winner from this because he'll still, if he can hold it, well, just as I said that, Khairuddin has moved into 2nd, so we should probably wait. This is the ideal race where you just wait till the end.
I think the commentators just
stop,
keep quiet and
stop
come
and
back at the podium.
Yeah, come back with 2 corners left. Exciting stuff if you're watching it on the official Sepang circuit live stream. Constantly changing lead. That's Khairuddin up front again. That's Billy Van Eerd there. And Izam as well. So Noureddin, it looks like he's been knocked off to 4th.
Of course, if you want to find out timings and official classifications of all the results we've had so far today, sepangcircuit.com is
That's
where you
your website. And you really do want to see the timings of this race. You really do. You could spend hours on them. Just looking to see exactly how close these guys were. There's Noureddin, number 6, just behind Izam, so he's in 3rd now. It's imperative that Noureddin finishes in the top 3. It's imperative that Khairuddin and Ikmal also finish in the top 3. That would be the ideal podium positions to set up race 2. Billy Van Eerd is currently really throwing a spanner in the works of all 3 of their championships by laying down some very fast laps indeed. As you can see, the sun setting as well. Twilight at Sepang.
4 laps to go in this KTM RC.
I think it's safe to say it's not going to rain, Ross. Well, all of a sudden.
Well, there are 4 laps to go.
There are 4 laps to go. I always feel so, I don't know, so hesitant about making forecasts like that. Well, Billy Van Eerd just has a look behind him, but look at the gap that he's put up there. That's more than enough to get around turn 15 without any trouble.
That's a 0.58 second gap.
So it's Izam, Ikmal and Noureddin who are fighting it out with Khairuddin, and Jazil Juraimi's up there now as well.
Noureddin's second at the moment. after that corner.
I think you can see why these races are 8 laps, because if they were 22 laps, it would be so much mental pressure to have to defend at such close range. That's 1, 2, 3, that's 6 bikes going into turn 1, almost level. I mean, it literally could just be off the start, and we've got 3 laps left. The KTM-RC was never meant for bikes to pull away from each other.
You know when commentators say it's anybody's race.
That what it really is. This really is.
It's just a classic example.
Maybe favouring Billy Van Aert here.
He has a 1.071 second lead now. He's slowly opening up the gap.
Yeah. I think 1 second is enough to get yourself around these corners without any trouble. But there is still just 1.7 seconds between the first 8 riders, which is what you're watching. And I don't think we've seen anything closer than that today. And it's, remember, this is going to be the championship that opens up proceedings tomorrow at 9:15 in the morning.
This would be a great one to start
the day with. Be like an espresso.
Wake you up instantly, wouldn't it?
Well, now that is bike number 1, Mohammed Efsan Aslan.
That's our back
very
marker.
slowly. That's our back marker, yeah.
Ironically, bike number 1.
Now, I wonder if these bikes are going to be this pack that we're seeing. We're going to have any trouble with Mohammed Efsan Aslan because it looks like he's going to be lapped. Billy Van Aert still doing the business. Fastest man on track right now is Ahmad Daniel Heikel in 7th with 2:35.207. Again, we can make a comparison between these 390 bikes and the 1000 cc's. They were going around at 2:13, 2:14, so full 20 seconds faster. It all looks the same when a TV camera is tracking these bikes, but you've got to understand the difference in performance between them. Billy Van Aert again, now with enough of a gap, and I think this is going to be at least 1.5 seconds now.
This is probably the biggest gap of the race so far, isn't it?
Oh, it looked like, I don't know, I'm there at the front.
That's a back marker, I think.
Was it the back marker or was it Norridin? I think it was the back marker, you're right. Yeah, Billy Van Aert is 1.8 seconds ahead of Ahmad Daniel Heikel now.
He's nearly doubled his lead.
Isam is in 3rd and Khairudin is in 4th, and this is going to be of great disappointment to Mohammed Norridin. He's in 7th.
Khairudin's just taken 2nd.
Khairudin just moved up to 2nd. Well, Khairudin obviously is going to be the man that, well, Iqmal and Khairudin are both going to benefit from the points here, but Norridin is not going to pick up many points from being in 7th. He is just 15 points ahead in the championship. So he's going to want to remember he's still only a second off. He can still easily finish 4th.
So Iqmal Izamli is 2nd. Daniel Heikel is 3rd at the moment. All chasing Billy Van Aert,
who has just set another fastest lap, 2:35.197.
That's a flying Aussie.
That's a flying Aussie. That's bound to open up that gap a bit more as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he comes past the start line with a full 2 seconds ahead of Daniel Heikel. Can he keep this gap?
Well, it's got 2 laps to go.
There he is. He's getting past the back markers now. That was
Andrew Barraclough.
Andrew Barraclough, yep. Who's now going to be the main problem for the next 6 riders. They are beginning to spread out a little, but Billy Van Aert, Australia, has really put the pedal to the metal. Great showing from Daniel Heikel as well.
Yeah, but a full 1.8 seconds behind.
Yeah. So Iqmal and Khairudin in 3rd and 4th, they're going to be the ones to benefit at this rate. Zhu Shengjunji from China is in 5th, Ferruccio Yukio is in 6th, Ibrahim Norridin, as I told you, is in 7th, and he's also about 2 seconds back. So a lot for him to do in the last 2 laps. Just one class here, and that class is the KTM RC. All 27 of these riders belong to that class. Well, so Billy Van Aert onto his 7th lap now.
That's
and
a
yep,
2.6
second He's
gap.
done so well. He has done so well. Look at the rest of them. 2.9, 2.968, 3.1. It's still a fight for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. But I think we know, as we get into the last lap here, who our winner's going to be. As long as Billy Van Aert can keep that KTM RC bike steady, he is going to come through. I can't see anyone pulling together 2.6 seconds off him. So the 25 points that we expected to go to either Norodin, Khairudin or Iqbal is going to Billy Van Aert.
Now, 2nd spot is between Norodin and Izamli.
That's going to be important. That's very important, as they are the two leaders of the championship. Norodin on 91 points and Iqbal on 76 points. Well, that's somebody that's retired. And again, thankfully, medical staff and stewards on hand. Didn't get the bike number, but it looks like it's Sharim Azrul Rostan. By the looks of it, he's the one that the computer is unaccounted for. Now, hold on, is that number 16? It is number 16. Oh my, that's Khairudin. That's Ahmed Idham Khairudin, who is out of the race. That is a huge piece of news.
Now, that
on the last lap.
No points.
No points. 3rd in the championship, 68 points he had. He was just 8 points behind Izam, and he was cruising towards at least another 16 points here, but it looks like it's all over now.
Furichi Ukyo, number 7, in 8th position at the moment.
So Billy Van Aert coming into the back straight. He's got 2 corners left. There he is up front of the corner of your screen. And look at the fight for 2nd. It's just weaving and searching around.
Oh, it's changed 3 times.
Wow, that's a big slide from, it looked like Norodin, who's going to have to settle for 4th by the looks of it. Well done, Billy Van Aert. And it looks like Iqbal has turned up 2nd, so great points for him. Norodin did in fact finish 4th. Ahmad Daniel Heikel in 3rd. Zhu Shengjunji in 5th. Furucho Uko in 6th. Jasil Jaraimi in 7th. Ronald Sakura in 8th. Ayman Nabil Sharum in 9th. And Eric Chia. Well done, Eric. I know Eric. He's in 10th now. Eric from his Supermoto days. Arshad Rusdi Sharum in 11th, Amirul Afik in 12th, and all the finishers are coming in throughout. Chen Pengyuan in 13th, Zachary Johnson in 14th. But there's the man that has triumphed on the day, Billy Van Aert. Well done to him.
He finished with a 2.84 second gap.
Which is an amazing thing to do on a bike that's exactly the same as everybody else's. That really is pure riding skill, I should say. 20:58.14 was his total time. He has changed it as the track turns gold here up at Sepang at twilight. He's put up his own gold for race 1, and we'll get to see if tomorrow morning he can match it with a 2nd gold. Wonderful stuff. And such close racing as expected again from the KTM RC Cup. Full results and full timing, as Ross said, can be found on www.sepangcircuit.com. Don't forget, lots of racing happening tomorrow at 9:15 in the morning, all the way up to about 3 in the afternoon. Ross and I will be here for all 6 of those championships, all the 2nd races, all the races that we've watched today. But in addition to that, a couple of other things you should think about as well. If you want to get in touch with the Asia Talent Cup, apply online. Remember, there's a website for you there, www.asiatalentcup, and of course the main site, www.sepangcircuit.com, as well for all of your other Superbike Championship needs. Billy Van Erd, how did he manage to get 2.846 seconds ahead of Iqbal Izamli, who for a while was down the rankings? Really, it was that slide that Norodin had at the end that pushed him fourth. He could have easily finished in third, picked up 16 points instead of 13.
You've got a feel for Idam Karudin.
Oh, you have to.
Number
yeah.
16. He was in the top 3 at the time.
He was in the top 3, and he was on his way to a lot more points to start attacking the top 2 in the championship. But on the last lap, he retired, and it looked like he may have actually skidded out as well. So all of the bikes coming into Park Freeway, and that will be the last time that happens today. Get all their technical reviews and to check that they have all been sticking to their regulations. Great ride for Billy Van Erd, and a great first race for round 3 from the KTM RC Cup. We'll be back with the prize presentation and podium ceremony in just a bit. Just to confirm, here are the 10 finishers. Billy Van Erd with a 20:58.14. Izam Iqbal in second. In 2053s. Also in 2053, Norodin in fourth. Zhu Shenjunji to 2055. Furuchi Ukia with 2056. Joining him on 2056 are Jazil Juraimi and Juran Asakura. And then 2058 for Ayman Naibul Sharum and Eric Chia with a 2007. Those are the top 10.
In 11, Arshad Shaharum. In 12th, Amirul Afik. Chen Peng Yuan in 13th. Zachary Johnson in 14th. Ashul Razdan Shah in 15th. Pongpak Dijan in 16th. Eddie Erman in 17th. Ahmad Idam Khairuddin finishing 18th. Mokin Y 19th. And Muhammad Rehan 20th.
I can tell you that Ahmed Idam Khairuddin is going to be looking for a better finish in race 2. Now these are the DNFs that happened. Ralph Kenneth Torres, Ahmed Efsan, Aslan, Sharim, Azur Roslan, Andrew Barraclough, all of them, the back markers, they've got lapped Kishore and Abalam Singham as well. So hopefully a better run for Khairuddin tomorrow in the first race.
Yes, and as the sun is setting here, it appears we are off on a commercial break.
We'll be back in just a bit.
Hi, I'm Valentino, and I want to say ciao to all my fans, and I want to see all them here in Sepang the next October. Ciao, ciao.
I'm Maverick Viñales, happy to will be back at the Sepang test. I hope to see you 29th of October.
Hi, I'm Mark Marquez. I'm really happy to be back in Malaysia, and I will see you at the race in Sepang this 29th October 2017. Yes.
Hello, I am Dani Pedrosa. MotoGP is back on the 29th of October. Please come to the track, and I cannot wait to see you there.
I'm Jorge Lorenzo. I'm very happy to be back in Malaysia and racing for the Ducati team. I can't wait to see all my fans in Sepang 29th of October.
Hi, I'm Andrea Dovizioso. MotoGP is back in Sepang in October 2017. I hope to see you at the race.
Hi everybody, I'm Alex Vins, and I'm very happy to be back here 29th of October to the Malaysian race. So
Hi, I am Andrea Iannone. I am very happy to be back in Malaysia, and I'm waiting you in the race.
Hi, I'm Cal Crutchlow, LCR Honda MotoGP rider. Great to be back here in Sepang, Malaysia for the winter test. We're very looking forward to seeing you on October the 29th, 2017 for the Malaysian Grand Prix.
Hi everybody, I'm Johan Zarco. So happy to be back in Malaysia. So I see you in the race at Sepang on 29 October 2017.
Hi guys, Jack Miller here. MotoGP is back in October 29th to Sepang. I hope to see you all there, and make sure you come wearing your colours.
Hai semua, Assalamualaikum Malaysia. Saya Hafiz Sharin. Saya berharap peminat-peminat pemotoran dapat menyokong saya dan rider-rider Malaysia di Sepang 29 Oktober ini dan dapatkan tiket anda sekarang.
Hi, I'm Valentino, and I want to say ciao to all my fans, and I want to see all them here in Sepang the next October. Ciao, ciao.
I'm Maverick Viñales, happy to will be back at the Sepang test. I hope to see you 29th of October.
Hi, I'm Marc Marquez. I'm really happy to be back in Malaysia, and I will see you at the race in Sepang this 29th October 2017. Yes.
Hello, I'm Dani Pedrosa. MotoGP is back on the 29th of October. Please come to the track, and I cannot wait to see you there.
I'm Jorge Lorenzo. I'm very happy to be back in Malaysia and racing for the Ducati team. I can't wait to see all my fans in Sepang the 29th of October.
Hi, I'm Andrea Dovizioso. MotoGP is back in Sepang in October 2017. I hope to see you at the race, so book the ticket now.
Hi everybody, I'm Alex Rins, and I'm very happy to be back here 29th of October to the Malaysian race. So I hope you come to visit me. Full gas.
Hi, I am Andrea Iannone. I am very happy to be back in Malaysia, and I'm waiting you in the race.
Hi, I'm Cal Crutchlow, LCR Honda MotoGP rider. Great to be back here in Sepang, Malaysia for the winter test. We're very looking forward to seeing you on October the 29th, 2017 for the Malaysian Grand Prix.
Hi everybody, I'm Johan Zarco, so happy to be back in Malaysia. So I see you in the race at Sepang on 29 October 2017.
Hi guys, Jack Miller here. MotoGP is back in October 29th to Sepang. I hope to see you all there, and make sure you come wearing your colours.
Hai semua, Assalamualaikum Malaysia. Saya Hafiz Syarin. Saya berharap peminat-peminat pemotoran dapat menyokong saya dan rider-rider Malaysia di Sepang 29 Oktober ini dan dapatkan tiket anda sekarang.
Boleh, boleh. Boleh tak?
started at 1:20 with the Idemitsu Asia Talent Cup. We saw the Chan Onchu.
Chan Onchu was one of the Onchu brothers. Dennis and Chan are the two 14-year-old brothers that have been making a bit of a name for themselves in the rounds of the Idemitsu Asia Talent Cup. And today it was pretty much start to finish perfect run from Chan Onchu.
Although Azroy Anwar put in a very good show as well and flew the flag for Malaysia. He finished second. Jerry Salim finished third in the Asia Talent Cup. Then we had the Super Sports, of course.
And that was another great ride from Ismail Smiley,
who's dominating.
But he did have Iqbal Ghazaimi on his tail the entire race, and that was one of the closest races that we've seen. There was like half a second between both riders up at the top, a clean 30 seconds between everybody else. But in the end, it was German efficiency, as you said, that came through in the Super Sport. Yep. After that was the Open Production 250,
which Idham Tahirudin started in 11th. And he won the race, which is the biggest gap we've seen. Well,
yeah, well, nobody expected him to really make such a great start, but on top of that, to attack the line and then defend it and keep it right till the end. And he needed those points as well, did Ayman Tairudin, in his championship charge in that 250 class. So that was a great ride from him. Noor Hafiz Azman was up next in Superstock, had a chance to make it 3 wins in a row. Got his 3rd win in a row, but that was also very close indeed.
Yeah, but Jonathan Sarapika kept in there with his consistency.
Yep.
Almost German-like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Finished second, so he's well in the points. And of course, the Superbike, the red-flagged Superbike race.
That's right. It was stopped after the first turn, essentially, when 3 bikes collided, and it turned out that it was Rajini Krishnan and Juni Kahu, 2 of the championship contenders, were in the 4 bikes that didn't make it to the restart. Thankfully, the restart happened about 10 minutes later after that. And in the end, it was Badrul Hisham that came through with his 4th consecutive win out of the last 4 races. Has 100 straight points into the championship. And of course, he's leading the championship now in terms of the Superbike category.
Great podium finish for Mark Kendall and Ku Chi Yen as well in the Superbike category.
Yes, they were actually 4th and 5th. By not having Rajini Krishnan and Juni Kahu on the 2nd grid, if we can call it that, that meant that, yes, those 2 could, who are 4th and 5th in the championship, could actually really start putting some points in. So that's actually opened up that entire championship. And finally, it was the KTM RC that we just watched that will be kicking off the proceedings tomorrow. And Billy Van Aert came in and did very well indeed. In the end, was almost 3 seconds ahead of the 3 people that really were making an impact. Ikmal Izamli, Mohamed Noureddin, who finished 4th, and then, of course, sad news for Ahmad Idham Khairuddin, who had to retire on the last lap out of all of it. So that's been the racing that's happened today. We're about to get to the podium for the KTM RC, and, of course, tomorrow, things start bright and early. So we want you to join us on this official live stream from the Sepang International Circuit at 9:15 is when the KTM RC opening race 2 is going to start. There's 8 laps of that. That'll be followed by the Open Production 250, 8 laps of that. At around 10:15, 11:15 we'll see the race 2 for Supersport. 12:15 we'll see race 2 for the Asia Talent Cup. And then 1:15 and 2:15 will be the provisional kickoff times, or flag-off times, I should say, for Superstock and Superbike. Another big day of racing on Sunday, the 30th of July.
Your chance to see it live and up close and personal for free as well. Free grandstand entry tomorrow.
And in fact, while we have the time, I'll just say that if you do want to get involved with the Asia Talent Cup, it's one of these development cups that you can get involved in, then there is going to be a selection process that happens later on in the year up here at Sepang. I think it's on October 25th. Now, if you want to be in those 200 riders that get selected from to be part of next year's championship, then you have to apply online right now. Get on to www.asiatalentcup.com, follow the instructions on that, and then there'll be a selection process in early September, and from that selection process, you might be one of the riders that gets picked in October for next year's season. You couldn't have a better opportunity to become a motorbike rider.
And who
a Challenger
knows?
one.
Yeah, who knows where it could take you, really.
Well, we could be talking about you next year.
Absolutely.
Basically,
Absolutely.
yes.
Hey, if you want to catch up with any of the races from today, if you're a bit of a geek and you like the timings and you want to know how they did in segments
Everybody
and
likes
sectors,
the timing.
Of course,
everybody wants to know how fast people went.
Yeah, then what? So you've got to go to the sepangcircuit.com for all the latest information and all the timings. I think we're done.
I think we are done here, so we'll join you tomorrow bright and early at 9:15, and we hope you've enjoyed today's live stream. Tomorrow's live stream is going to be even better for myself, Jeevan Salvanathan, and Ross Yusof. It is goodbye. You guys have a fantastic evening.